Section 52 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II by Martin Hume, Part 4. It has been related elsewhere how the English seamen had taken the measure of the Spaniards, and how on April 18, 1587, Drake and his fleet suddenly swept down upon Cadiz, plundered, burned, and sank all the ships in harbour, destroyed the painfully collected stores, and sailed out again unmolested. Santa Cruz's main fleet was in the Tagus, but it had no artillery on board, and if Drake had burned it, as he might have done, the Armada could not have sailed. But Elizabeth's orders were precise. Drake had learnt that peace negotiations were in progress with Farnese as Philip's representative, and the ships in the Tagus were left unmolested. The peace negotiations in question were probably sincere on the part of the moderate Catholics and the Burghley party in England, who may have thought to separate Farnese from his uncle's interest by the bait of an independent sovereignty for himself in Flanders. But so far as Philip was concerned, the negotiations were insincere from first to last, though Farnese earnestly prayed for permission to make peace in reality. Santa Cruz and Farnese urged ceaselessly the need for seizing a port of refuge in the North Sea, and the admiral fretted over the change of plan that had been forced upon him. An army under Farnese was to be convoyed across the Channel, and on land Farnese was to be supreme. Santa Cruz's idea was that of a seaman. First defeat the English fleet and gain command of the sea, and then invade the land. Philip's plan was that of a landsman. Keep the English fleet at bay whilst Farnese's army was ferried across in barges. In September 1587, Santa Cruz received his orders. He was to sail straight to the North Foreland and protect Farnese's passage across. He replied that the force was not ready, and the season was too far advanced to sail without a port of refuge. Philip's soldier officers were scornful of such timid counsels, and Philip was impatient too, for he knew that Farnese's 30,000 men would melt away before another season came. So the only man who could have led the fleet to victory was driven to his death by the unmerited reproaches of his master, and Santa Cruz breathed his last in February 1588. The delay nearly ruined the whole project. Food went bad, ships grew foul, men had to be fed, and money was ever harder to come by. The Pope distrusted Philip and stood firm to his stipulation that he would pay nothing until the Spanish troops landed in England. And one more appeal was made to the Cortes of Castile, April 1588. They were well nigh effete now, but they had protested that no such sum as that demanded, 8 million ducats, had ever been heard of in Spain before and could not be raised. The pulpit and the confessional were set to work throughout the country. The members of the Cortes were bribed and terrified into acquiescence. The town councils were similarly treated, and the vote was passed that led to the excise tax called the millions, which for the next 2 centuries burdened the simple food of the people. Philip had several fine seamen in his service, but pride and jealousy reigned supreme amongst the officers at Lisbon. The soldier always assumed superiority. The sailor was only a carrier to convey the fighting men to battle. And Philip was obliged to choose a man to succeed Santa Cruz, whose rank was high enough to command respect from all, soldiers and sailors alike. He was also guided in his choice by his fatal desire to command the Armada himself from his cell, and a man of initiative and ability did not suit him. The man he chose was the greatest noble in Spain, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, head of the great house of Guzman and admiral of the coast of Andalusia. He was a fool and a poltroon, and he knew it, but it served the king's purpose to appoint him. In vain he protested his unfitness. He suffered from seasickness, he knew nothing of marine warfare, he was half ruined already by the preparation of his squadron, and he was in poor health. But Philip was firm. He was sure, he said, that the Duke would worthily uphold the great name he bore. Medina Sidonia found disorganization, corruption, and jealousy rampant in Lisbon. Pestilence and famine were rife, the men and ships all on ready, and the stores rotten. This gave the new chief an excuse for fresh and ever-repeated delay in sailing. More men, more arms, more money was his constant cry, until his own officers accused him of willful procrastination and sent angry remonstrances to the king. Only at Philip's peremptory command did Medina Sidonia unwillingly sail from Lisbon, May 30th, 1588 NS, and even then nothing short of a miracle could have made the expedition successful. The teachings of experience, the advice of experts, the most obvious precautions had all been perversely neglected. Everyone knew that the English sailors had revolutionized tactics in the previous 20 years, that their ships were stancher and handier and could sail closer to the wind. The galley tradition still ruled in Spain, and the first principle was to grapple and close so that soldiers and small arms could be utilized. Artillery was reckoned an ignoble arm, and its use among Spaniards was to disable rigging, not to pierce hulls. Philip and his advisers knew to their cost that Drake had formed a new system, depending upon the power of the English craft to evade grappling and employ their superior artillery upon the enemy's hull. But all this knowledge was useless, for Philip's mind was impervious to new ideas. Similarly, his neglect of the best advice to seize a safe port on the English coast was neglected. To all remonstrance he had but one type of reply. The expedition was in God's service, and he might be trusted to bring it victory. So in Lisbon, before the fleet sailed, and throughout Spain, prayers and vows took the place of prudent mundane precaution. Sacred banners, holy waters, crucifixes, blessed scapularies, priests and friars and images of the saints made the great fleet like a cloister, and inflamed to religious ecstasy the crews and soldiers who were told that they went on a saintly crusade to deliver a yearning people from the tyranny of the evil one. If exalted enthusiasm and religious zeal had sufficed, the Armada was sure of victory, but its material organization, plan of campaign, and system of tactics were such that it could only win by an almost impossible combination of entirely favorable circumstances. Its unseaworthiness was proved almost as soon as it got clear of the Tagus. For the next 3 weeks, the unwieldy ships were buffeted by a series of gales on the coasts of Portugal, Galicia, and Biscay. Some of the vessels reached as far north as the Scilly Isles. With gaping seams and shattered spars, they sought such shelter as they might, and those that were not entirely disabled were finally once more collected in Corunna. This foretaste of disaster increased the Duke's fears. On June 24th, he wrote to the king, solemnly urging him to abandon the expedition and to make an honourable peace with Elizabeth. The water, he assured the king, was fetid and the food putrid, the supplies already so short that, under the most favourable circumstances, they could not suffice for 2 months. The ships have suffered much and are now greatly inferior to the English, and the crews are seriously weakened, numbers falling ill every day in consequence of the bad food. All the force of Spain, he urged, was employed in this unpromising venture, and ill success would mean utter ruin. The same advice in more dignified language had been given 2 months before by Farnese. His men, unpaid as usual, for he was in dire straits for money, had dwindled by sickness and desertion after long waiting and 2 disappointments. His Italians, Germans, and Walloons were in a dangerous state of discontent. His only ports were the little sand-blocked harbours of Dunkirk and Newport. His boats were only flat-bottomed barges, unfit to face any weather but the finest. Justin of Nassau, with his fleet, was watching for him outside, and unless the Armada could first gain complete command of the sea and give him 6,000 Spanish veterans to stiffen his own mercenaries, he warned the king again and again he neither could nor would move. Thus, with 2 unwilling commanders foretelling failure, Philip's faith was put to the supreme test and conquered all his boasted prudence. Farnese was given no authority to make his sham peace negotiations with the English commissioners real, and Medina Sidonia was coldly ordered to sail at once and carry out the plan laid down for him. Ever since the first sailing from Lisbon, Medina Sidonia had continued to urge Farnese to be ready to come out and meet him, and on the voyage to England and up the Channel, the Duke's letters to this effect became more and more peremptory. Farnese, in hot indignation, could only repeat that the conditions promised to him must be fulfilled to the letter or he could not move. His men had dwindled by plague and defections to 17,000. He was being closely watched by Nassau and Seymour. His barges were powerless against attack, and the sea must be cleared of enemies and 6,000 Spanish veterans given to him, or the Armada must do without his aid. Catastrophe, almost inevitable, therefore loomed ahead when on July 29, 1588, the Lizard was sighted from Medina Sidonia's flagship. The soldiers were confident, but the sailors knew the conditions better and were assailed by doubts. How, in a week's running fight up the channel and one awful battle off a lee shore near Gravesline, the sailors were justified and the soldiers lost faith in themselves and in the divine patronage promised to them, is told in detail in another chapter. But a few words must be said here with regard to the effects of the catastrophe upon Spaniards generally. A cry of despair and rage rang throughout the land. The Duke, abandoning everything, fled to the refuge of his palace at Sanlúcar, pursued by the curses of his countrymen. Farnese's loyalty was impugned, the Duke's reputation for valour was attacked. But amidst the recriminations and dismay, the one man to whose hopes the defeat was indeed a death blow, blamed no one and gave no sign of anger. In agonized prayer for days together, Philip still fervently whispered his unquestioning faith to the God he tried to serve according to his dim lights. "It is thy cause, O Lord," he murmured. "If in thy wisdom defeat is best, then thy will be done." He could no more doubt of the final triumph than he could doubt the sacredness of the cause he had inherited. His slow, laborious mind was incapable of change or adaptations. A conviction once assimilated by him could only with great difficulty be eradicated. He had been taught that his royal house and his Spanish people were divinely appointed to champion the system which was to bring about God's kingdom upon earth. Suffering, hardship, oppression, cruelty might be necessary for the attainment of the glorious object, of which he and Spain were to be the instrumental factors. If so, they must be endured without murmur, even as he endured unmoved labour and disappointments that would have broken the heart or crushed the faith of any other man. And thus, in the hour of Spain's bitter disillusionment, the king alone remained serene, and turned again to his ceaseless round of plodding office work, patiently planning how best to retrieve the disaster. The immediate and personal effects of the catastrophe of the Armada were felt so poignantly, the culmination was so dramatic, the reaction both in Spain and England so violent, that the larger results were only very gradually understood. For the greater part of a century, Spain had imposed herself upon the world to an extent entirely unwarranted by her native resources and the numbers of her population. She had, during the period, discovered, subjected, and organized a vast new continent. The commercial and mineral wealth of both East and West had been claimed as her monopoly, and throughout the world her assumption of the leadership of Orthodox Christianity had been humbly accepted by all but a few. The accident of the accession of Charles V to Spain and Naples and the Empire, with the added possession of the vast heritage of Burgundy, had given the appearance of strength necessary to maintain the pretense. But it was still only Castile, poor in herself and her colonial possessions, that bore the main burden of the expenditure demanded by the world policy of the emperor and his son. The sentimental impetus such as must inspire a people for any great national advance came from Spain as a whole, though Castile had to provide most of the means. Yet there was no true Spanish nationality at all before the time of Ferdinand and Isabel, and to this day the nation is far from homogeneous. No purely political cooperation for national purposes was to be expected from the many divided peoples with separate institutions and antagonistic racial qualities which constituted Spain. The bond of union had been sought in spiritual exclusiveness. Under this influence, the Spanish people had been used as a political instrument by its monarchs for a century. The religious pride thus engendered enabled the Spanish men-at-arms to dominate in Europe and America with a power that far surpassed the material resources behind it, and dazzled the eyes of the world for a century. The American treasure, which enriched other countries more than Spain, encouraged the deception. And until the defeat of the Armada, there were few to question the claims of Spaniards to overwhelming power, except the English sailors and the beggars of the sea. In their running fight up the Channel, the Spanish mariners first raised the sinister cry wrung from their disillusioned hearts, "God has forsaken us." From that hour, though it lingered yet a while, the source of Spain's ephemeral strength, the conviction of special divine protection, decayed. And as it waned, so waned the haughty tradition that had for so long cowed Europe. Spain's agony lasted for 100 years longer, and more than once in that period it suited other nations to revive the old pretense for their own ends. But the defeat of the Armada marked the commencement of the Spaniard's doubt of the destiny of his country. But all this was hidden at first from those who witnessed the catastrophe. When the extent of the disaster became known, the unanimous cry of the Spanish people was for vengeance against the insolent islanders, who dared to claim a victory over Spain for what was really a visitation of Providence. The towns, half ruined and depopulated as they were, came to Philip with offers of money for a new fleet. The Cortes secretly offered to vote 5 million ducats to wipe out the stain. The monasteries found that they still had some treasure left that might be employed for the holy cause, and the sailors and merchants were clamorous that they should be allowed to fit out a new armada. But Philip knew as yet alone how utterly ruined the calamity had left him both in credit and in coin. The promised papal subsidy was not forthcoming. He was deep in debt everywhere, and though he would have been willing to receive the money offered to him by his subjects, the offers were always clogged with conditions which he could not accept: that his organization should be reformed, and that the contributing bodies should supervise the expenditure of their money. So he bade his people be patient, thanked them with evasive courtesy, and promised that he would act for the best when he judged opportune. Other reasons gave him pause beside the lack of money. The Pope had been cajoled once into supporting a policy intended to make England a dependency of Spain, but he would hardly be likely to be so compliant a second time. The papacy, always deeply jealous of Spanish supremacy, and depending naturally much upon France and other Catholic powers, had no intention of aiding the subjection of all Christendom to Philip. But a still more important element was the attitude of France. The strong Huguenot party had been thrown into a ferment at the threat conveyed by the Armada, and Henry III had only been kept neutral with difficulty by his hard taskmasters, the Guises, and by the strong Catholicism of the Parisian population. That, also, would never be likely to happen again. Henry III was sinking into premature senility. He had no child or brother to succeed him, and the next heir to the French throne was Henry of Navarre, the hereditary foe of Philip, whose great-grandfather Ferdinand, with the aid of the Pope, had filched the ancient Spanish mountain realm from its rightful kings. Not only was it clear that as Henry of Navarre's son rose, the danger of French interference in Philip's plans increased, but a still greater peril loomed ahead that might well turn the King of Spain's thoughts from Protestant England, even from the Netherlands and their revolt. Unless Spain was to decay, as has already been explained, England must be kept friendly as a counterbalance to France in the Channel. For her to be a fit friend for Philip's ends, she must be at least tolerant to Catholics. Philip had signally failed to make her so, and in addition now had gained her undying enmity. He could therefore expect from England nothing but opposition, continuous and strenuous. The Dutch Protestants, instead of being nearer submission to their nominal sovereign in the matter of religion, were more stoutly determined than ever, now that they realized his maritime impotence on resistance to the death. Philip had therefore failed completely in the two primary and most obvious points of his policy, and it was evident that, whatever happened, Spain could not hope to regain or retain her commanding political position by means of forcing religious uniformity upon all Christendom. This was bad enough, but if France under a Huguenot king became Protestant too, then the ruin, rapid and complete, of the system upon which the Spanish power was based was inevitable. This was a danger more pressing even than that of England or Holland, and the Spanish intrigues to avoid it were as crafty as they were unscrupulous. Already the Guises were hovering over the prey, a share of which they hoped to seize in due time by the help of Spain, while Philip, fully alive to the peril, fomented their ambitious hopes with soft words and painfully wrung treasure, determined that, come what might, no Protestant should reign over France, and above all not the foe of his house, the popular, self-reliant Henry of Navarre. Approaches had been made to the latter more than once on Philip's behalf, and, if he had been content with Béarn and Gascony, he might have had them for a kingdom without fighting. Philip's first idea had been to disintegrate France. He would give to his elder daughter, Isabel Clara Eugenia, the Duchy of Brittany, to which she had a good right through her mother, Elizabeth of Valois. To his son-in-law, Duke Charles Emmanuel of Savoy, he would cede the county of Provence, while Guise should reign over central France, including Paris, under Spanish influence. And most important of all, Picardy and French Flanders opposite England should be added to Philip's own dominions. The Spaniards would thus, through Philip and his daughter, control the French Channel coast. The plan was a clever one, but Henry of Navarre would have none of it, and cajolery, threats, and bribes were alike powerless to move him. The Guises secured the withdrawal of the Edict of Toleration, and anarchy and war at once reigned throughout France. To free himself from the Guises, Henry III caused the Duke to be murdered almost in his presence and fled to the Huguenots, December 1588. Paris solemnly deposed the king and set up a provisional government under Guise's brother Mayenne. For years it had been agreed between Philip and the Guises that the former was to have a free hand in England in return for the support given by Spain to their ambition in France. But Guise was dead and Mayenne unstable, and Philip was not ready to begin a national war with France while Henry III was still alive, nor could he engage in such an adventure without a clear knowledge of how he was to benefit by it. He had his hands full at the time, for the English attack upon Lisbon in the interests of Don Antonio was in full preparation, and if Drake and Norris could set the pretender on the Portuguese throne, then indeed Philip's sun had set. So he turned a deaf ear to the appeals of Mayenne and the fanatics until the retirement of the English from Lisbon relieved his anxiety in that respect, and the murder of Henry III precipitated events and forced upon Philip the need of throwing all his power into the scale to prevent France from becoming a Protestant power under the Huguenot Henry IV. The first impulse of the Catholics in Paris had been to proclaim Philip King of France, but this did not suit Mayenne, who did not wish to burden the cause of the League with the domination of the foreigner. The Dukes of Savoy and Lorraine, and Mayenne himself, were greedy for the dismemberment of France in order to partake of the spoils. But Philip was determined that if Spanish men and money conquered France, it must be for him and not for others. The successes gained by Henry IV over the League on his march from Normandy to Paris swept away for the time the Flemish-Spanish contingents under Egmont. And when the great victory of Ivry had been won, March 14, 1590, it was clear that, unless the Huguenot was to carry all before him and Spain be ruined, Philip's cause must be championed, not by Flemings and Walloons, with commanders of the stamp of Egmont, but by Spanish national forces under Farnese and veteran Spanish officers. Farnese had been badly treated by his cousin. A half-confidence was all that was vouchsafed him. His children's claim to the Portuguese crown had been ignored. His own hopes of a Flemish sovereignty had been set aside, and he yearned for the reconquest of the Netherlands above all things. His conditions were therefore precise and rigid, and the Spaniards again whispered of treason. But at length, unwillingly and with a heavy heart, he accepted the great task of conquering France for Philip and the Church. During one brief period, August and September 1590, it looked as if the power of Spain and the great Farnese would triumph, and the cause of Henry of Navarre seemed well nigh hopeless. But Mayenne was jealous and self-seeking, Farnese rough and haughty, and the attempt of Philip to cause his daughter to be crowned Queen of France caused dissensions amongst the Leaguers. So Farnese suddenly abandoned his French allies and hurried back to Flanders. Again the cause of Navarre prospered. Philip now saw that he could not force his daughter upon the throne of France, and the idea of partition was revived, Brittany to fall to the Infanta. With this view, a port on the Breton coast was seized. Elizabeth had already helped Henry, but now that a port opposite Plymouth was held by her enemy, even against Leaguers and Frenchmen, more efficacious help was sent in the form of 3,000 English troops under Essex to besiege Rouen, July 1591. Thenceforward, for nearly a year, the war was a scattered one, consisting indeed of several separate wars in the interests of the various parties, while Spain hardly made a pretense of wishing to conquer all France for Philip or his daughter. Meanwhile, affairs in Spain grew more and more desperate. The king himself was 65 years old, suffering under the tortures of constant gout. The only son left to him was a dull, scrofulous weakling, 14 years of age, in whom the vices of his origin were already too apparent. The dominions of Castile were now almost utterly ruined. The Cortes might be forced or persuaded to vote more money, but money could not be wrung from beggars. The well-meant but financially unwise sumptuary laws, which followed each other from year to year, prohibiting with increasing but ineffectual penalties the expenditure of money upon superfluities, reduced still more the demand for labor, while the artificial attempt to reduce the prices of commodities by forbidding the export of manufactured articles, even to the American colonies, deprived Spanish industry of its best market and strangled a trade upon which the revenue mainly depended. The constant, ineffectual attempts to prevent the exportation of bullion encouraged almost universal contraband, while the arbitrary and illegal seizures made by the government in moments of pressure of the private property of merchants and bankers at the principal ports, especially Seville, sapped confidence and led to the concealment or surreptitious conveyance to foreign countries of much of the wealth drawn from remittances from America and the East. The constant accumulation in the hands of the Church of land consequently exempt from regular taxation, the continuous increase of a class really or ostensibly attached to the ecclesiastical institutions and also exempt from taxation and the operation of the civil law, and the drain of the best and strongest men in the nation for the American settlements, these causes had toward the end of Philip's life together produced a state of affairs in Castile that rendered the country cynically hopeless. Already the exalted faith that had carried their ancestors so far was giving way among Spaniards of all classes to a grosser form of slavish superstition with which religion itself had little to do. The most rigid observance of ritual and devotional forms was gradually being blended with an almost blasphemous semi-jocose familiarity with sacred names and things that has left its distinct mark upon the Spaniards of our own day. Religion was growing to be no longer a rule of life or a guide of conduct. It was becoming a set of formulae, the strictest observance of which might be quite compatible with the life of the blackest iniquity. Such being the inevitable result of Philip's fiscal and political system in the portions of his dominions where the weakening of parliamentary institutions had enabled that system to work without restraint, the kingdoms where the parliamentary check was still operative naturally looked with increasing jealousy upon any attempt to enforce in them the king's conceptions of the rights of sovereigns as against those of peoples. When the king, in imposing state, had carried his younger daughter Catherine and her husband, the Duke of Savoy, to embark on his galley at Barcelona for the voyage to her new home in 1585, the opportunity was taken for summoning the Cortes of Aragon to take the oath of allegiance to the heir to the crowns, Prince Philip, then 7 years old. And on the king's return journey from the coast, a united sitting of the Cortes of the three Aragonese dominions, Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, was called at Monzon for legislation and the voting of supplies. Philip was kept chafing in the unhealthy crowded provincial town for 5 months during the autumn of 1585, while the Aragonese deputies besieged him daily with claims and demands which he considered injurious to his prerogative. So strongly was he opposed to the assertion of popular rights that he had entered Barcelona at dead of night in order to avoid a state reception in which the citizens would have had an opportunity of displaying their ancient privileges. Aragon had at the time a judicial system which was unexampled in the rest of Europe and had always been a source of annoyance to Philip and his father. The Chief Justice of Aragon, who was irremovable and independent of the king, possessed the power of taking charge of any prisoner who claimed his protection and lodging him in his own prison of the Manifestacion, where he was judged by a legally constituted tribunal, defended by a qualified lawyer, and exempt from torture. Every person or authority, civil or seigneurial, was obliged to produce a prisoner in their hands and surrender him to the Chief Justice if the demand was made. And so soon as a person of whatever nationality set foot on Aragonese soil, he could claim the invaluable right of the Manifestacion, ensuring him a trial in which the law of the land alone was the criterion of guilt. Thus it sufficed for any of Philip's subjects from other portions of his dominions, if accused or suspected, to escape to Aragon, appeal to the Chief Justice, and defy arbitrary or irregular persecution. And as may be supposed, the king lost no opportunity of endeavouring to weaken an institution which so greatly reduced his prerogative of punishment. Even the Inquisition in Aragon was not quite the pliant instrument that it was in Castile, and during his long stay in Monzon in 1585, Philip found himself opposed by both the Chief Justice and the Inquisition in an attempt to appropriate the great fief of Ribagorza, as well as worried by the Cortes. The chagrin thus caused him, added to the insalubrity of the overcrowded place, threw him into an illness which threatened his life, and when he returned to his daily round of work in Madrid in January 1586, he was aged and broken almost beyond recognition. His contemporaries were passing away. Margaret of Parma and Cardinal de Granville died in 1586. Alva had died soon after his Portuguese campaign. Rue Gomez was gone, and the ministers and secretaries who now surrounded the king were distinctly inferior in ability to those who had preceded them. Mateo Vasquez, the king's personal secretary, was a sly, servile scribe of obscure and doubtfully Christian birth, without the keen wit and vast ambition of the brilliant scoundrel Antonio Perez, whom he had supplanted. On the return of the king from Aragon, it was accordingly found that his infirmities would no longer allow him to deal as before with every detail of every paper, and his methods of dispatching affairs had necessarily to be changed. Instead, therefore, of each document being submitted to him with his secretary's annotations before it was sent to the particular council which concerned, a sort of intimate privy council was formed, consisting of 3 members, Don Juan de Idiaquez and Don Cristobal de Mora, the principal secretaries of state, and the Count of Chinchon. This council met every night in the palace. It was called the Council of Night in consequence, and considered the documents of the day before they were submitted to the king. Each of these ministers took charge of a special department of government and was accorded an audience every day in which the affairs of his department, arising out of the documents of the previous night, were submitted to the king, and the execution of the policy decided upon was relegated to the various secretaries of councils. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II by Martin Hume, Part 5. The greatest loss to the bureaucratic part of Philip's government, as well as one of the bitterest trials of his life, was the defection and escape of his chief secretary Antonio Perez, which once more brought the king into antagonistic contact with the stubborn Aragonese and their judicial privileges. In the circumstances mentioned in an earlier page, Perez had been commanded by the king to bring about the death of Escobedo, Don John's warlike secretary, killed during his visit to Spain in the summer of 1577, in order to prevent his return to Flanders, where his presence might have further inflamed the prince's ambitions and have led to a renewed rupture with the recently reconciled Catholic Flemings. The attempts to assassinate Escobedo failed at the time, but when Don John had, of his own motion, quarrelled with the States and fortified himself in Namur, and the murder of his secretary was powerless to mend matters in any way, Escobedo was stabbed by Perez's creatures in the streets of Madrid, March 31st, 1578. It was a matter of little consequence, and although doubtless the king may have marvelled somewhat that the man should have been put out of the way at such a time, the affair would have blown over but for the persistent rumours in the capital, made the most of by Secretary Vasquez, connecting the name of Perez and that of Rue Gomez's widow, the Princess of Eboli, with the crime. The princess, a Mendoza, was a haughty virago, who had given the king great trouble already, and who now clamoured, as did Perez, for vengeance against Secretary Vasquez for his gossip concerning her. Philip endeavoured to hush up the matter, for Perez had become necessary to him, but at last the scandal became too public, and both the princess and the secretary were arrested and imprisoned. The princess never regained her liberty, but Perez, reduced to a somewhat humbler state of mind by his disgrace, after a time once more returned to his functions as minister. He remained in Madrid when the conquest of Portugal was undertaken, and his fate was sealed when the presence of Alva and his war party was necessary in the capital. Alva attributed to Perez, doubtless with reason, his own long unmerited disgrace. He knew that Don John had died neglected and broken-hearted because Perez, fearing the prince's warlike influence, had poisoned the king's mind against him. The patient investigation of jurists in Alva's interest proved not only this, but that the Princess of Eboli had a private grudge against Escobedo, and that Perez killed the latter when he did, by virtue of the king's previous authority, not really for state reasons that had disappeared before the deed was done, but only to avenge the woman who was his paramour. The knowledge of his betrayal by the man whom he had trusted turned Philip's heart to the bitterest hate of Perez. For years the ex-secretary lay in prison, while every wile and threat, even torture, was employed to wring a confession from him of his motive for the murder. In vain he pleaded the king's authority. This was not what Philip wanted. Perez could not well be executed for a murder done by the king's command. But if he could be brought to confess that he did it to avenge the princess's quarrel, he could be put to death for the divulging of state secrets to her.
Philip dared not tell the world that he had purposely abandoned Don John because he had been persuaded by his false secretary that his brother was disloyal. At length, by the self-sacrifice of his heroic wife, Perez escaped from prison and fled to Aragon, where he was saved from arbitrary action. Orders were sent that he was to be captured dead or alive and brought back to Castile in spite of Aragonese liberties. And Perez, learning this, claimed the manifestacion. When the message came that the prisoner must be delivered to Castile, all Aragon, priests and laymen, flew to arms to protect the right of their tribunals, and Philip found himself defied by his own subjects. Perez claimed a trial and issued a masterly statement of his case, to which Philip dared not reply without telling more of his own secrets than he desired. Again and again he demanded of the Chief Justice the delivery or death of the fugitive, and the refusal of the Aragonese cut him to the quick. As a last resource, Perez was accused of heterodoxy, and orders came that he was to be handed to the Inquisition on that charge. The judicial authorities acceded to this, as they had no personal liking for Perez, who was obviously a traitor and a rogue. But the populace rose, besieged the palace of the Inquisition, which they threatened with fire, and in a great popular tumult rescued Perez from the Holy Office, lodging him again in the prison of the Manifestacion. To avoid further conflict, Perez was then hastily smuggled out of prison and over the frontier into Béarn. Henry IV was, May 1591, in the midst of his war with the League and Philip. Perez knew, as no other man had ever known, the innermost springs of Philip's policy, and he was received by the King of France with almost royal honours. In Paris and in London, as the friend and pensioner of Essex, Perez remained during the last years of Philip's life his bitterest foe. At the disposal of the Puritan war party in England, ever ready with his brilliant pen and subtle brain to wound his old master, he did more than any other man to drag England into the contest between Henry IV and Spain. All Philip's attempts to murder him in France and England failed, and so long as the religious war lasted, it was the Spaniard who tipped with poison the keenest darts that pierced the armour of Spain. But if Philip could not reach his enemy beyond the Pyrenees, his long-pent vengeance fell upon the Aragonese who had balked him, and upon the institutions of which they were so proud. Anarchy had been the outcome of the popular ferment, and with the pretext of suppressing lawlessness, an army of 15,000 Castilians, led by Alonso de Vargas, one of the veterans of Alva's school, overran Aragon. In December 1591, the Chief Justice was suddenly seized and beheaded, and the net of the Inquisition was cast far and wide, sweeping into the dungeons all those, high or low, who were known to have favoured the defiance to the king. A small body of Bernay's troops crossed the pass of the Pyrenees, but the Aragonese themselves joined Philip's troops in expelling them. Out of the great number of persons condemned, only 6 were actually burnt alive in the great square of Saragossa. But of the 80 who were relieved of the death penalty by the king's clemency, nearly all suffered a terrible retribution for their support of the rights of Aragon. Even Philip dared not with a stroke of the pen or sword abolish the ancient charter of the realm, but it was made plain to the Aragonese that, when in future their rights conflicted with the sovereign's will, they must submit, not he. In the meantime, the struggle in France went on. The country was utterly exhausted with the Civil War, and even Catholics were saying that a Frenchman, though of doubtful Catholicism, might be a better ruler of his country than a Spanish nominee pledged to rigid intolerance. To have been defeated in his objects in France, as he had been in the case of England and Holland, would have been to Philip the crowning catastrophe of a long life of failure, and a despairing effort had to be made. Farnese was again summoned from his fight with the Dutchman, but came reluctantly. By a masterly march he raised the siege of Rouen in April 1592. But he soon found that the Leaguers hated the Spaniards now as bitterly as the Huguenots, and that nearly all France was against him. Wounded and broken-hearted at the jealousy and distrust with which he was treated in France and Spain, Farnese with difficulty escaped suffering heavy loss. He died in Flanders in December 1592, abandoned as Don John had been by the sovereign he had served too well. Philip saw now that the utmost he could hope for in France was a compromise which should leave the kingdom officially Catholic. When the Estates met at the Louvre in January 1593, Philip's ambassador, Feria, was instructed to revive the idea of the young Duke of Guise as King of France, with the Infanta as his wife. But Feria, who like all Spaniards of his time stiffly upheld the tradition of Spain's superiority, lost too much time in pressing the Infanta's own claims to the French crown,
claims really unacceptable now even by extreme Leaguers. When it was too late and Henry IV outside the walls had made it understood that he was not obdurate about religion, Feria brought forward the Duke of Guise. If he had done this at first, compromise or a partition might have been possible. But in July 1593, Henry went to Mass, and 9 months after he entered his capital as a Catholic king. The Spanish troops by agreement marched out of the city the day after Henry's entry, leaving little love or gratitude behind them. Of Philip's design to make himself master of Ireland and thence menace Elizabeth's English throne, some account will be given in the chapter dealing with the reign of his son, who prosecuted that design to its close. The war with the French and their English and Dutch allies in the north of France continued languidly for 5 years after the conversion of Henry IV, but with little or no expectation of an issue favourable to Spain. Nor were the social results of Philip's lifelong effort to rule Spain as if it had been a cloister more happy than his attempts to reduce the rest of the world to his own ritual. It is true that, by means of the ubiquitous Inquisition with its army of informers, a certain level of devout profession had become an element of the daily life and speech of the people. Priests, monks, and friars were everywhere, and in every concern of existence they assumed a superiority and authority over laymen, which caused matters of all sorts, political, social, and even commercial, to be regarded and dealt with on considerations other than those which usually govern mundane affairs. The narrow and professionally sanctimonious view taken by churchmen of purely secular business and their predominance in every sphere of activity had, by the time of Philip's declining years, blighted enterprise, discouraged research, and made Spaniards generally timid and slavish in their attitude toward ecclesiastical pretensions. Philip himself in his old age became perfectly servile towards any ignorant friar, and even boasted of his humility. While the king, in constant ill health and impotent from gout, divided his time between exhausting devotions and office work, his people, to whom he had become a mysterious abstraction, and his court, which had to a great extent lost its dread of him, grew daily more undisciplined and dissolute in their ordinary conduct. The women of Spain, who had always been kept in almost oriental seclusion, had within the last 20 years scandalized propriety by their freedom of demeanour and speech. The stern decrees, so often issued, forbidding luxury, splendour, and ostentation, were constantly evaded or circumvented, and the privileged classes still lavished money corruptly obtained. Yet the streets even of the capital were unutterably filthy and almost impassable on foot, and vagrancy and pauperism, encouraged by the convent doles, were almost universal. Of all this the recluse king probably knew or recked little. He was rarely brought into contact with realities and saw things through the medium of documents alone. As he grew older, too, his ecclesiastical ministers became more insolent even to him. Rodrigo Vasquez, the secretary, with his ally Friar Chavez, the confessor, having between them ruined Antonio Perez, determined to depose from the most influential post in Spain, the presidency of the Council of Castile, Count de Barajas, who had been at one time friendly with the former secretary. Vasquez coveted the great post himself, obscure upstart though he was. But Barajas was a great magnate, and Philip hesitated to dismiss him without cause. Chavez thereupon wrote to the king, saying that he would give him no absolution until he did. For such is the command of God. I am certain that your majesty is in a more perilous condition than any Catholic Christian living. And in answer to this insolence, the king humbly submitted and disgraced Barajas as he had been ordered to do. Such a spectacle as this made even lay grandees regardless of the king's authority, and his attempts, constant as they were, to meddle in their private affairs were often treated with contempt. Justice was scandalously corrupt, and murders and robbery, even in Madrid itself, were committed with perfect impunity if favour or bribery was resorted to. Ignorance, especially of science, was absolute among Spaniards, for the Inquisition opposed the cultivation of research, and the education abroad of young Spaniards was strictly forbidden. The population, even of the principal manufacturing towns, had dwindled, and large districts of the country were entirely depopulated and lying waste. And although Spain possesses some of the finest wheat-growing land in the world, it was found necessary to raise the prohibition of imports and introduce large quantities of grain from abroad to prevent even the reduced populations of entire provinces from perishing from famine. On the other hand, the court centres and the ecclesiastical institutions were overcrowded with hordes of idle, unproductive persons. The army and the church monopolized the strongest men whom emigration had left. So the evil was a progressive one, for, bad as was the state of affairs it produced in the last few years of Philip's life by his policy, the evils were cumulative, and the lowest depth of misery was yet to come. Before the death of Farnese, the king had sent to Flanders Count de Fuentes, who since the death of Alva had been his most efficient officer in Portugal. After a short interregnum in which the aged Count Mansfield and Fuentes, with the assistance of Secretary Ibarra, ruled the Belgic provinces, and Maurice of Nassau gained considerable successes against the Spanish forces, Philip turned again to his Austrian kinsman to discover a figurehead for his government. His Savoyard grandsons were yet too young to be of use to him, and he had no other relatives to aid him, since he could not spare his dear elder daughter, his constant companion in his documentary labours. One of the Austrian archdukes, Cardinal Albert, was his regent in Portugal and had acted creditably during the abortive English invasion of 1589. His brother, Archduke Ernest, was the one chosen to succeed the great Farnese in Flanders. Albert, superior to any of his brothers, partook nevertheless of his eldest brother Rudolph's objections to marriage, which, however, as he was a churchman, was perhaps to be expected. And Ernest, the vice-sovereign designate of Flanders, was frivolous and self-indulgent, and already, though a young man, in constant ill health. Instead of proceeding at once to his government, Ernest spent some months in feasting and celebrations on the way, while Maurice of Nassau, with his fine army, was threatening Brabant. Ernest finally arrived at Brussels in January 1594 to find the Italian regiments, unpaid as usual, in full revolt. The Archduke, expelled by these regiments from his capital, was forced to stand idly by until his uncle could send him money from Spain to buy the reconciliation of the Italian ruffians, who had established a government of their own and were robbing and sacking without restraint. No sooner had the Archduke conciliated the mutineers than he succumbed to disease, February 20th, 1595. And Mondragon, a fine old Spanish soldier of the school of the Emperor and Alva, stepped into the breach in spite of his 93 years and turned the Italian and Spanish infantry from a horde of brigands to an army of fighting men such as their fathers had been in the old days under the same Mondragon, Julian Romero, Sancho de Avila, Verdugo, Frederick de Toledo, and the great Duke of Parma himself. During the year that Mondragon still lived, Maurice of Nassau and his splendid army were impotent for harm. But when the last of the Emperor's men had disappeared, the link that bound the Netherlands to Spain as a possession seemed strained almost to breaking. The defeat of the Armada, though a most terrible blow to Spanish policy, had been succeeded so closely by the even more immediate trouble of the course of events in France that Philip had been obliged to postpone any idea of a direct attack upon England. But the English, Jesuit, and extreme Catholic party were loath to abandon all hope of restoring the faith in their native land by Spanish assistance. The more moderate Catholics were, especially since the Armada, desirous of any reasonable arrangement which should provide them at least with toleration under a native or even a Scottish sovereign, rather than that the now detested Spaniard should hold sway in the country that had worsted him in fair fight. After the commencement of the war in France, it was impossible any longer to doubt that Philip's aims were not, as he had always so loudly proclaimed, disinterestedly religious. His open intention of placing the Infanta on the throne of England by force if the Armada were successful, and his subsequent claim on her behalf to the crown of France, had opened the eyes of the most infatuated Catholics to the fact that, notwithstanding Philip's real devotion, religion was with him only a means for the establishment of his political supremacy in Europe, which, in its turn, would ensure the perpetuation of the particular form of Catholicism which he championed. But the English refugees and Jesuits, though they knew this, were content to accept even a Spanish domination of their country in exchange for the establishment of their doctrines as the only faith. And after the Armada, as before it, they were ceaseless in their petitions that the king should still work by any roads, straight or devious, to root out the heretic government of Elizabeth. The lessons of the Armada had not been entirely lost upon Philip. The period of comparative tranquility at sea after the abortive English attempt upon Portugal in 1589 had enabled him in 2 or 3 years to collect a smaller navy of more mobile type than he had previously possessed. The fast-sailing galley Zabras, built in Havana as armed treasure ships, were found to be eminently quick and seaworthy, and were largely adopted. In Spanish and Portuguese dockyards, English plans were used in the construction of ships and guns, and even English designers and builders were employed, so that by the end of 1592 the navy of Spain was once more a force to be reckoned with. The news of these preparations, duly exaggerated by spies, was a frequent source of alarm, even of panic, to Elizabeth and her people during the progress of the war in France, and especially after the seizure of Blavet in Brittany by Spain, avowedly as a base of attack against England. The English seamen were invariably in favour of crippling Spain's naval power before it could do much harm, but the cautious counsels of Elizabeth and Cecil until 1593 obliged the English mariners to content themselves with harrying the Spanish treasure fleets in the Atlantic. At length, the Spanish naval armaments were too formidable to be ignored, and in the English Parliament of 1593 a rousing appeal to patriotism was made in the Queen's speech that funds should be provided to withstand the anticipated invasion. Raleigh and the sailors, as usual, were for attacking the Spanish base in Brittany first of all, and then to watch off the Spanish coast to intercept any invading fleet that might sail. As a matter of fact, there was at that time no intention or possibility of a Spanish invasion in force of England, and Spain was much more alarmed, and with better reason, than Elizabeth or her ministers. Nothing was done on either side until the sending of large Spanish reinforcements to Brittany in the winter of 1593, and in the spring of 1594 the Spanish position at Brest was captured by the English. The favourite scheme now, indeed, both with the Spaniards for a time and with some of the English refugees, was to invade England from Scotland in conjunction with a rising of the Scottish Catholics, many of whom at this period were ready to throw over their own king and accept Spanish supremacy over all Britain. This phase, however, thanks mainly to the clever tergiversation of King James and the diplomacy of the Vatican, passed away. By far the most dangerous plan was that which developed through the intervention of the Munster Catholic refugees in Portugal, by means of whom Hugh O'Donnell, the chief of Tyrconnell, and at a later period his kinsman O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, enlisted the Spanish power in their attempt to throw off the English supremacy of Ireland. The preparation of a small force in Spain to send to the aid of the Irish chiefs was magnified in England by Essex and the Puritan party, aided by Antonio Perez, and after much hesitation Elizabeth allowed a fleet to be sent to strike a decisive blow at the Spanish navy before it could sail to injure her dominions. With infinite trouble and unwillingness, a force of English ships, royal and chartered, was got together and reinforced by a Dutch contingent. The whole expedition sailed at the beginning of June 1596 to strike a death blow to all that was formidable of Philip's navy, then concentrated under the surf-beaten walls of Cadiz harbour. Philip lay ill in the centre of Spain. His blighting system had destroyed all efficiency and initiative in his local administration, and the supreme authority on the Andalusian coast was the feeble Medina Sidonia, who had led the Armada to foredoomed disaster. The secret of the destination of the English force had been well kept, and when on June 20th, 1596, Cadiz was surprised by the arrival of the invaders in the bay, the place was practically defenceless. In the circumstances, the result was inevitable disaster, as is related fully in another chapter, and Cadiz was given up to systematic pillage and devastation. Philip was almost moribund when the news of the disaster reached him, but in the despair that surrounded him, he alone never lost faith. He had done his best, working all his life like a very slave, doing detail work which should have been delegated to others, centralizing in his remote cell the springs of his vast empire. His own faith was immovable. He could not understand that the lessons of his youth, the maxims of his saints and sages, as well as the firm conviction of his heart, could be all wrong. It seemed impossible to him that his prayers, his fasting and self-denial, through a long life of voluntary suffering, could be quite fruitless. That this could be so was unintelligible to him, because his system was raised upon the unstable base of an assumption that he and his were in some sort partners with the higher powers for the final exaltation of the linked causes of God and Spain. But he was growing weary. He had aged beyond his years, and suffering had weakened him in body and mind. As in the case of his father, the taint of neurotic dementia in the blood of Castile had brought with it the morbid spiritual introspection, the yearning for relief from the things of the world, that had led the great emperor to a cloister, and now made Philip long for his rest. The war with Henry IV still lingered. The Béarnais was really king of France now. Even the League had made terms with him, and in January 1595 he had felt strong enough to abandon the fiction of irregular hostilities and had declared a national war against Spain. For 2 years, Spanish armies under Fuentes and Frias held with varying fortunes strong places in the north of France. And when by a stratagem
Amiens fell into Spanish hands, it looked for a time as if the League might abandon Henry and rally to its early friend. At this juncture, when the balance of Europe seemed trembling, Archduke Albert marched with a strong force from Flanders to relieve the Spaniards besieged in Amiens. He failed, however, to raise the siege, was forced to retreat, and Amiens fell. It was Spain's last effort. Her strength was exhausted. England could destroy her fleets, and Nassau could not only hold Holland, but take the offensive against the cities of Catholic Brabant. And far from being able to force unity of faith upon Christendom, the only outcome of Philip's life struggle had barely been to keep France from officially becoming Protestant. Meanwhile, the poverty of Spain had progressively increased. The loss of treasure taken from her at sea, and more especially at Cadiz, had been a terrible blow, and whatever might be the result, it was impossible for the country to continue any longer the war against France. Henry IV, on the other hand, was not less desirous of peace than Philip. France had suffered from many years of devastating war and was also exhausted, and the patriotic king saw that the first step to the consolidation of his position was to reconcile all classes of his subjects. The commissioners of the two sovereigns met at Vervins early in 1598. And Philip's main difficulty was not so much in being forced to surrender his base in Brittany, Blavet, and Calais, which his forces had seized by a clever coup de main, or even in having to abandon the Leaguers who still remained in arms against their king. All these would, it is true, be bitter humiliations, but as nothing in comparison with the conditions upon which the Dutch and English allies of France insisted before they would consent to Henry's making peace. Namely, the surrender by Spain of the sovereignty over all Flanders and the Netherlands. Elizabeth had been fencing with Henry IV for some time as to the terms of a possible peace, for his change of faith had destroyed her trust in him. But when it became evident that as a last resource he was prepared to throw her and the Dutch over altogether and make a separate peace for himself, Burghley, almost on his deathbed, laid down as England's irreducible minimum demand that the United Provinces should be forever secured against a Spanish attempt to subdue them. The Dutchmen themselves were equally emphatic in their demand that this should be guaranteed by the separation of the Belgic provinces from the Crown of Spain. Essex, as usual, struggled against any compromise with Spain. The Puritan party was strong in England, and although Elizabeth's government acquiesced with a bad grace in the peace concluded between Henry IV and Archduke Albert, March 1598, the state of war between England and Spain itself still nominally continued. It was an impotent conclusion of the longest continuous war with a foreign power in which Philip ever engaged. But the result, tame as it was, relieved the life of the king from utter failure, and maintained the tradition of Spain's greatness for yet another generation or thereabouts. The terrible sacrifices which had made Castile desolate had at least secured that France would not on religious grounds join the Protestant coalition, and by adding strength to this entail a corresponding loss of prestige and power on the country which, to its own infinite misfortune, had been at once the champion and the scapegoat of an impracticable religious uniformity. The demand of a renunciation by Spain of the sovereignty over the Belgic provinces had been characteristically met by Philip's representatives with a suggestion that this sovereignty should pass to the king's daughter, the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia. But as this was, of itself, unacceptable, a proposal was added to it that the sovereignty should be exercised jointly by the Austrian Archduke Albert and his cousin the Infanta, whom he should marry, and that, in the event of no issue being born of the marriage, the provinces should be reincorporated with the crown of Spain. The Infanta was probably now the only person on earth for whom Philip felt any real affection, and already the austere etiquette of the sombre court and the strict devotion surrounding her had, in the 32 years of her life, withered the striking beauty which she had inherited from her French mother. Philip had failed to make her Queen of England and Queen of France. Even the Duchy of Brittany, which was fairly hers, had now to be abandoned for the sake of peace. To allow of her becoming sovereign of the last foothold left to her father's house of the Burgundian heritage, a condition had to be accepted which, though for some reasons it must have been repugnant to her father's mind, must nevertheless have pleased his intriguing spirit with the almost certain knowledge that he was cheating his enemies after all. The Archduke, who was in his 40th year, was not only a cardinal and an archbishop of Toledo, and as such wedded only to the Church, but Philip knew that any more mundane marriage would probably, so far as Albert was concerned, remain fruitless.
The condition introduced at the instance of Spain into the Treaty of Vervins, by which Flanders would revert to the Spanish crown in case the Archduke and the Infanta left no children, was therefore one that practically ensured the reversion to Philip's Spanish heirs within a generation. What the Infanta thought of the arrangement is not on record, but she was a dutiful daughter and for the sake of the new sovereignty accepted it without demur. The Archduke, on the other hand, was less assured. His episcopal preferment of Toledo was the richest in Christendom. He was already practically sovereign of Flanders, and the ecclesiastical dignity gave him many advantages, all of which he would have to renounce if he contracted a marriage which he did not desire. But Philip usually had his way with his kinsmen, and Albert reluctantly gave up his cardinal's hat and mitre and went home to Austria to escort his young cousin Margaret to Spain to marry Philip's heir, while he himself wedded the Infanta and assumed the joint sovereignty of Flanders. This was in the summer of 1598, and the man at whose bidding all these puppets danced lay in his grim palace of granite on the Guadaramas, wearing out the last weeks of his life in a martyrdom of pain. From June to September he remained at the Escorial for 53 days dying, in circumstances so repulsive, in agony so horrible as to move any heart to pity. Yet he bore all his humiliation and anguish without a plaint. His only words were those of resignation and assurance of divine forgiveness. Night and day in the bare room where he lay, overhanging the high altar of the cathedral, the propitiatory offices of the church went on, and through the dreary, hopeless hours, the eyes of the king were fixed in ecstasy on the saintly relics and emblems of the divine passion that never left his sight. The papal blessing, plenary absolution, and extreme unction, all that the church could do for poor humanity at the last hour, came to Philip as he lingered, week after week, in unspeakable bodily torment. When the end seemed approaching, he took his last farewell of his heir. "I should have wished," he said, "to save you this trial, but I want you to see how the monarchies of this earth end. Behold, God has stripped me of all the glory and majesty of sovereignty that they may pass to you. In a few hours I shall be covered only with a poor shroud and girded with a coarse rope. The kingly crown is already falling from my brows, and death will soon set it upon yours. 2 things I especially commend to you. One is that you always keep faithful to the Holy Catholic Church, and the other is that you treat your subjects justly. The crown will one day fall from your head, as it now falls from mine. You are young, as I too have been. My day draws to a close. The tale of yours God alone can see, but it must end like mine." This was Philip's farewell to the world, for he concerned himself no more with things mundane. The future of his son alone gave him occasional apprehension. Philip, the heir, was only 20 years of age. He had been brought up even more rigidly than his father, and had seen nothing of the world but through the eyes of monks and priests. He was kindly and well-meaning, but the piles of official papers, the endless procrastination and discussion, which formed part of his father's system, had confused his dull wits and alarmed his pleasure-loving nature, and already the king had foreseen with distress the danger that his son's indolence would lead to his becoming a tool of favourites. Philip's last legacy to his son was a carefully made copy of the exhortations of St. Louis to his heir, and when he took a last farewell of young Philip and his half-sister the Infanta, the only words he could murmur through his weakness were one more prayer to them to keep inviolate the Catholic faith in the dominions under their sway. So, patient to the end, in serene confidence and unshaken faith that his life had been well spent in God's service, Philip II passed from the world in the early dawn of September 13th, 1598, while through the chamber rang the chant of morning mass in the cathedral far below. Grasping in one hand the rough-hewn crucifix which he loved best, and in the other a sacred taper, Philip of Spain died as he had lived, in the firm conviction which no disappointment or misfortune could daunt, that he and his were set apart from the rest of mortals to lead the host of the righteous in the fight against the powers of evil. The result of his policy had been to ruin his country in material resources, as it had enfeebled the faith that alone had made his people potent. He had terrorized his realm into a monkish theocracy, and in doing so had turned the majority of his subjects into ribald scoffers at the reality, while they were slaves to the symbols of sacred things. Yet his people revered him as a saint, and still cherish his memory as a great king, not for what he did, but for what he dreamed. End of section 53.
Section 54 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Spain under Philip III, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 1. Philip's last earthly care had been to enjoin his son to keep by his side his faithful friend and minister, Cristobal de Mora. Young Philip had contracted a close intimacy with a brilliant young noble named Sandoval, Marquis of Denia, and the father had warned the prince against allowing his favorite to influence him when he became king. In order, if possible, to guard against this, while not altogether offending his son, Philip in his last days appointed Denia to a high ceremonial post at court, and at the same time bestowed upon the prince's tutor, Father Loyasa, the archbishopric of Toledo, vacated by Archduke Albert. To Mora he gave the Lord Chamberlainship, and to Don Juan de Idiaquez the mastership of the horse under the new queen, Margaret, when she should arrive, urging his son to retain these 3 tried ministers as his political counselors, and to limit Denia to his ceremonial functions. When the prince had, as he thought, left his dying father for the last time, the king handed to Mora the keys of his secret cabinets, adding an injunction that they should be, on no account, delivered to anyone before his death. "And if the prince demands them," asked the minister, "what am I to do?" "In that case," replied the king, "tell him the orders I have given you." "But if he still persists?" asked Mora. "Then give them to him," were the last words of the king. As no doubt Mora knew, the prince was awaiting him outside. "The master key, who has it?" he demanded. "I, your highness." "Give it to me." "But, your highness, pardon me, it is the private key of the king, and without his leave I dare not give it to you." "Enough!" the prince exclaimed angrily, and flung away. Mora at once entered the sick room and told the dying king what had passed. "You have done ill," was all Philip had strength to say. And when the prince was summoned to the bedside, Mora dropped to his knee and tendered him the keys. Without a word, the prince handed them to the Marquis of Denia, who followed him closely. Thus, before the crown was his, Philip III struck the dominant note of his reign, that of complete abandonment to his favorite. And his first act as king was to supplant the laborious ministers in whom his father trusted, and to hand to Denia, whom he immediately created Duke of Lerma, almost every prerogative of his crown. The sudden change in the demeanor of Philip III astounded even those who had known him all his life. He had always displayed a humility and submissiveness of manner which had led to the belief that he was the gentlest of creatures. He now suddenly assumed a haughty and arbitrary tone that was really as misleading as his previous meekness. Denia, who alone possessed his confidence, had schooled him to assert himself in his new position, and he did so with the exaggeration of a weak novice, supported as he was by the greater strength of his favorite, who artfully used the monarch's despotic mood to get rid of all the old courtiers and to pack the councils and secretariats with his own kinsmen and nominees. Everything was to be changed. The timid, laborious policy of Philip II, to which the new men attributed the misery and degradation that had fallen upon the country, was to be replaced by a bold assertion of Spain's undiminished greatness, and the rivals who had dared to question it were to be taught a sharp lesson. But the treasury was empty, and nothing could be done without vast sums of money. Before Philip III could even start on his way to the east coast to meet his Austrian bride, who, escorted by her cousin Archduke Albert, was traveling with dazzling pomp through Italy, where, at Ferrara, the 2 marriages had been celebrated by proxy on November 13, 1598. Starving Spain had to provide the traveling expenses of the king. The Cortes, which had not met for 5 years, were summoned anew, and heard from the king a worse tale of penury than ever. Not even money for the daily maintenance of the royal table was at hand, and not an asset was unpledged or available. A vote to cover 6 years, at the rate of 3 million ducats a year, the equivalent of £366,000 in 1904, was demanded, with an extraordinary grant of 400,000 ducats for the king's journey, a similar sum for the new queen's pin money, and 300,000 ducats for the wedding feast. The sums were voted, for the country itself was a prey to reaction. The ghastly austerity of the old king's court during many years, the forced sanctimonious tone of society, the national depression, and the hopeless misery of all classes but the ecclesiastics and higher nobles, had now given place to sanguine exuberance. The new king, young and gay, would bring plenty to all. Spain, no longer scorned and defied by insolent rivals, was once more to be the head of Christendom, and the brilliance of the court would in future reflect the prosperity of the people. With these vain ideas, the court, and then the country at large, flung themselves into a frenzy of waste and extravagance. The king's journey to Valencia to meet his bride was a series of pompous shows in which 1,000,000 ducats, more than thrice the sum voted by the Cortes for the wedding, were spent, besides 3 millions lavished by the nobles in entertainments, Lerma being the most prodigal of them all. Together, more than the whole revenue of the country raised by taxation in a year. The people thought the millennium had come, but as the manufacture of luxuries had been effectually discouraged in Spain for many years, nearly all of the squandered treasure eventually went abroad, and Spain became so much poorer. The one thing that might have saved Spain would have been a limitation of the vain pretensions that had brought her so much misery under a firm, alert government pledged to close economy and to a policy that would set the people again to productive labor. The course actually pursued was the exact opposite. Not a jot of Spain's haughty claims was abated. Wild prodigality in expenditure was at first met by the corrupt sales of offices, titles, and dignities, and idle ostentatiousness, always a failing of the nation, was flattered and encouraged. The prices of commodities continued to rise with a decrease of production. Yet specie currency was extremely scarce, an anomalous condition of things which may be explained by the fact that, although there still existed in the colonies a demand, partly satisfied, for Spanish manufactures, the remittances from America did not to any large extent become a medium of internal exchange, but were mostly hoarded or diverted abroad. Lerma was as unsound an economist as the other statesmen of his age, and attributed the scarcity of currency to the lavish use of silver in the churches and for household purposes, with the result that in 1600 and 1601 rigorous edicts were issued, confiscating much silver to the king's use and strictly limiting the future employment of the precious metals for ornament. The bishops and clergy soon frightened the minister out of his project, so far as the church silver was concerned. And to maintain the royal table, officers were sent, as a last resort, from door to door in the capital to beg any sum not below 50 reals, approximately £1, for the sustenance of the king and his family. In this unhappy state of things, with waste and penury going hand in hand, the fields untilled, the looms idle, and Castile a wilderness, a foreign policy of bold aggression was adopted on every side. Throughout the latter years of Philip II, the futile plotting of the Scottish and English Catholics to obtain the aid of Spain for their respective causes had continued. The English Jesuits, led by Father Parsons, still persisted in their idea that the only satisfactory solution of their trouble would be the establishment of the Infanta as Queen of England when Elizabeth should die, and they were ceaseless in their intrigues to that end. After the disaster of 1588, Philip II had never really allowed himself to be deceived as to the practical impossibility of this being done by outside forces. And although he gave soft, evasive answers to the urgent prayers of his English pensioners, he saw that his only chance of success in future lay in providing, at the crucial moment, support to any rising of Elizabeth's own Catholic subjects, sufficient to turn the scale in their favor. Demands for such aid had been numerous enough from England and Ireland, as well as from the body of extreme Scottish Catholics, led by Huntly and Bothwell. But Philip II had always required a fuller guarantee of success than they could give, and one chance after another had been lost by delay or had miscarried. The disaffection in Ulster and the dangerous coalition of Irish Catholics, formed by O'Donnell and Tyrone, had seemed to Philip II to offer the best opportunity for effectually embarrassing Elizabeth. The Desmonds and Munstermen in Lisbon, and priestly emissaries from Donegal, constantly coming and returning to Corunna, had persuaded Philip that with Spanish aid they might drive the English out of Ireland and make him king, as a preliminary to the capture of England. and already Spanish officers had met the Irish chiefs in Donegal and had well surveyed the land. It was, against the consequent naval preparations, neither so large nor so threatening as had been reported, yet still formidable enough that the attack upon Cadiz had been directed. Great, however, as the loss at Cadiz had been, it was not there, but in Lisbon and the northern ports, that the Adelantado of Castile, Martin de Padilla, was busy organizing his new armada, the real destination of which was unknown to anyone but Philip himself and Mora. And the bold Cadiz raid convinced the moribund king that the blow against the English in Ireland must be dealt swiftly, strongly, and secretly to be successful. But, as usual, the blighting centralization of his system had spoilt it all. Corruption, ineptitude, and indolence reigned supreme. And again, as in the case of the Great Armada, the king peremptorily ordered his unwilling officers to sail with his unready fleet, foredoomed to failure. On October 23, 1596, the new armada of 96 ships and 16,000 men sailed from Corunna, only to be scattered by tempest off Finisterre. 20 vessels with 3,000 souls on board perished in the storm. Thousands more died of pestilence in the ports of refuge in northern Spain. And, for that year at least, England and Ireland were safe from attack. Again, in 1597, an attempt was made with exactly similar result. All unready, foul and unseaworthy, with rotten stores and fainting crews, the Third Armada, consisting of 44 royal galleons, 16 chartered ships, and a large number of hulks and small craft, put to sea too late in the season for safety, October 18th, not bound this time for Ireland at first, but with instructions drawn up in defiance of all prudence, to capture Falmouth by surprise or treachery. A mere headwind in the Channel took the heart out of admiral and men for so hopeless an enterprise, and the fleet ran back ignominiously to Spain without even making an attempt. Early in 1598, England was again thrown into a paroxysm of alarm at the news of the coming of a great Spanish fleet. In fact, a strong Spanish force of 38 transports had sailed up the Channel unmolested and had landed 5,000 men at Calais in February 1598, though half of the ships were wrecked at the entrance to the port, and the rest dared not return down the Channel. Lacking this squadron, the new armada, which was fitting out in the Spanish ports, was never even able to sail, and, by the time when it should have been ready, France and Spain were at peace. The Spanish garrisons in the north of France were withdrawn, and the death of Philip II, added to the desire of the new sovereigns of Flanders for peace, provided an opportunity, if Philip III and Lerma had been wise, to reverse the policy, irredeemably hopeless now, of trying to force upon rich, well-organized, and confident England a foreign faith and sovereign. The Spanish organization was indeed rotten at the core. The faith of the people in their high destiny had been sapped by repeated failure and all-pervading misery. Industry was not only languishing, but was despised, and society, high and low, was in utter decadence. A wise ruler beginning a new reign would have recognized the actual conditions of things and have abated unwarranted national pretensions that stood in the way of retrenchment and internal reform. But Philip III was not wise. As the old king lay dying, Ireland blazed out into rebellion again, and on Bagenal's defeat at Armagh, the rebels sent hopeful messages and prayers for aid flying across to Spain. With the death of Philip II, the hopes of the irreconcilable English Catholics revived. Fanatics such as Fuentes and the Adelantado assured the new sovereign that it would be easy to impose a Spanish monarch upon England. Philip listened, and once more the arsenals of Spain resounded with naval preparations. By the end of July 1599, the Adelantado, Don Martin de Padilla, had mustered in Lisbon and Galicia the most formidable Spanish fleet collected since the Great Armada. The new squadron consisted of 35 galleons, 22 galleys, and over 50 other vessels, with a military force of 25,000 men. There was, for the moment, a revival in Spain of the proud old crusading spirit, thanks to the youth of the king, the lavish splendor of his court, and the heroics of Lerma. But this feudal boasting incensed England and animated Ireland. But the danger was not really great, for the demoralization, the corruption, and the penury that still paralyzed Spain have only in our own days been fully brought to light. The Adelantado might brag and threaten in Lisbon or Ferrol, Fuentes and the council might sneer at the heretics, but the ships in port were ill-found and crazy. Troops were starving in one place, while food was spoiling in another. No ready money was to be found anywhere, except for costly shows. Plague and famine devastated the land, and Lisbon itself was a wilderness, most of the population having died or fled. But the English did not know how bad things were in Spain, and were seized by a panic when they learned that the Dutch fleet, which had undertaken to watch the Spanish ports, had gone off on a marauding expedition into the Atlantic. The London trained bands were called out. A camp was ordered at Tilbury. Nobles mustered their armed retainers. Every English ship was put into commission. Sir Francis Vere and his 2,000 Englishmen were summoned from Holland, and all along the south coast the nation stood ready, as it had in 1588. News came once that the Spaniards had effected a landing in the Isle of Wight. The gates of London were shut, and a fear fell upon the citizens, of which they were heartily ashamed afterwards, when the news proved false. After 3 months of vain vaporing, the Adelantado's great fleet, badly provided, ill-armed, and poorly manned, could only start a fruitless attempt to escort home the American silver ships and defend the Canaries from the attacks of the Dutch. By the time the wretched Spanish squadron reached the Azores, September 30th, 1599, 22 out of the 85 ships had foundered at sea. The Adelantado had failed to meet the Indian flotilla and had failed to find the Dutch. And the 4 millions of gold ducats, wrung out of miserable Spain, were worse than wasted. As for help to the Irish Catholics, only 2 small pinnaces were sent to Lough Foyle with arms and money, over the division of which Tyrone and O'Donnell quarrelled. And nothing was seen of the oft-promised Spanish army. But Philip and Lerma would not learn wisdom from defeat. Though unable to send such aid as Tyrone demanded, they still kept up the hopes of the insurgents, with fine messages, gold chains, swords of honor, Spanish bishops for Irish sees, and pompous embassies to the rebel chieftains meeting in council at Donegal. Finally, in answer to the prayers of the Irish and the offer of Tyrone to accept a Spanish sovereignty over the island, young Philip himself scrawled across the report of his council, in which he was told that not even the 20,000 ducats ordered to be sent long ago to the Irish had yet been obtained, an order which gives us the measure of his failure to grasp the real position to which Spain had descended. His council has stated that the very utmost that could be done at present was to obtain the 20,000 ducats somehow and send it to Ireland with a supply of biscuit. Philip's peremptory command was that a powerful army and fleet should be raised immediately and be dispatched to conquer Ireland. The council praised the skies so noble and wise an order, but pointed out that it could not be executed without money, and of money they had none. The king again sent back the council's report, saying that means must at once be found to raise the necessary funds. His Majesty's resolve, replied the council, was worthy of his, quote, grandeur and catholicity, end quote. But a vast sum of money would be needed for such a fleet as that required, as well as 6 months' pay for an army, and there were only 6 weeks of the season, 1600, left in which the expedition could sail, even if the money could be obtained. They would do their best and muster every possible ship and man, but they were not sanguine of success. Philip's comment upon this, in his own hand, was as follows, quote, as the expedition is so entirely for the glory of Almighty God, all difficulties must be overcome. The greatest energy and diligence must be exercised on all hands. I will find the money for it, even if I sacrifice what I need for my own person, so that the expedition may go this year. Settle everything without delay. Get statements for all that will be needed, and send them immediately to me. Do not wait to send to the Adelantado. I will give orders for the immediate collection of the money sufficient to send a force of 6,000 men. In the meanwhile, send to Ireland instantly the 20,000 ducats and 400,000 pounds of biscuit. End quote. This was in August 1600, but such was the prevailing demoralization that in November not even half the biscuit was ready, much less the fleet. Tyrone's demands continued to grow. Spain must appoint him Governor-General of Ireland, Hugh O'Donnell and Desmond, James Fitzgerald, respectively governors of Connaught and Munster, and a great force of Spaniards must be landed to cooperate with the rebels. This, said Tyrone, was their last stand. Unless aid came promptly, they would make terms with the English in earnest and abandon the struggle. The Cortes of Castile were persuaded to vote a larger sum than ever before, 24 millions of ducats in 6 years, and at length the Spanish fleet of 33 ships and 4,500 soldiers sailed from Lisbon to support Tyrone and O'Donnell early in September 1601. Brochero, the admiral, was on bad terms with Don Juan de Aguila, the general. Jealousy and divided counsels, as usual, hampered the efficacy of the force. A northern gale struck the fleet off Ushant and drove back to Spain the vice-admiral Zubier and 9 ships with 650 soldiers and most of the stores. The design was to seize Cork as a base, and Caro stood ready to defend the port to the last. But the Spaniards, unable to make the harbor, drifted into the almost untenable port of Kinsale, except 3 ships that sought refuge at Baltimore. Aguila in Kinsale had only 3,000 soldiers, and as soon as he had landed, the admiral, in a hurry to get back to Spain, dumped the cannons and stores onto the ooze of the harbor and left him to his fate. The position of the Spaniards was hopeless from the first, for Caro, with a force of 4,000 men, was within reach. In vain, beseeching messages were sent by Aguila to Spain, praying for help, and to the rebel chiefs in the north to hurry down and relieve the Spanish garrison. Zubier's squadron at Corunna was not ready for sea again until December, when it sailed to reinforce Aguila. 4 of its 10 ships were wrecked before reaching Ireland, and those that were left, frightened at learning on reaching the neighborhood of Kinsale that an English squadron was blockading the harbor, drifted into the port of Castlehaven. Here were 3 separate Spanish forces bottled up in as many isolated harbors. The Munster chiefs, generally, were trying their best to keep on fair terms with the English whilst helping the Spaniards, but Castlehaven and Baltimore, belonging to the O'Driscolls, and Dunboy, the stronghold of the O'Sullivan Bear, were solemnly ceded by their lords to the King of Spain. Everything depended upon the arrival of the rebels from the north, and at length Tyrone and O'Donnell, having marched the length of Ireland, appeared with 6,000 rebels upon the hills above Kinsale, now being besieged by the English. All Ireland was aflame, and this was perhaps the most dangerous moment for the future of Protestant England in Elizabeth's reign. On January 2nd, 1602, New Style, the decisive battle was fought. Outmaneuvered by Mountjoy, the rebel forces, with the Spanish auxiliaries that had joined them from Castlehaven, were utterly routed. 1,200 Irish and nearly 200 Spaniards were slaughtered in the fight, and the rest were captured, killed, or put to flight. Tyrone was wounded and reached his own country in a litter. O'Donnell, broken-hearted, fled from Castlehaven to Spain with Zubier. The news fell upon Spanish pride like death. "The prestige of Spain," wrote the council to the king, "is at stake. Something must be done, or we shall never hold up our heads again." Wild, impossible suggestions of great fleets and armies were made. O'Donnell, O'Driscoll, O'Sullivan, and the Irish bishops prayed earnestly for help, but the poverty of Spain forbade further rash adventure, and all that could be sent were a few small ships, only one of which reached Ireland, to find that the Spaniards had ignominiously surrendered and abandoned the Munster chieftains to the tender mercies of the English. O'Donnell died in despair at Simancas. O'Sullivan became a Castilian noble, and the hope of Irish independence under a Spanish overlord was at its end. The tame ending to young Philip's heroics had an immense effect in Spain, but it was not entirely displeasing to the English Catholic pensioners. They had long been urging that the Infanta should be openly adopted as Philip's candidate for the English throne on Elizabeth's death, and that the Catholic party in England should be liberally subsidized and prepared beforehand for a Spanish armed intervention in favor of that solution. Father Parsons in Rome and his successor, Creswell, at Philip's court, were indefatigable in their efforts, but the English enterprise, as it was called, meant more money even than that required for aiding Irish rebellion, and 3 years passed at Madrid in futile discussion. Some leading personages in England had now been gained for the Infanta's cause, which, at all events, would shut out the King of Scots, and the union of the sovereignty of Flanders with that of England, independent of Spain, would not have been entirely antagonistic to traditional English policy. But though the extreme English Catholics kept asking for the Infanta as their queen, the new ruler of Flanders and her husband had no desire to be drawn into such an impossible adventure as the seizure of England. They were in the thick of their struggle with Maurice of Nassau. They were middle-aged and childless. They knew Spain's poverty, slowness, and disorganization, and looked coldly upon the visionary Jesuit plans of conquest that were discussed so seriously, and ineffectually, in Philip's council. At length, one councillor more sensible than the rest, Count de Olivares, had the good sense to prick the bubble. In December 1602, he asked his colleagues what was the use of keeping up the pretense any longer. The Infanta had no desire for the English crown. Spain was impotent and could not force a foreign monarch upon England. Why not face the facts at once and promise Spain's support to the most popular English claimant, thus keeping out the King of Scots and securing some influence, even for gratitude's sake, to Spain in the new government? The advice was adopted when it was already too late to be of any service. Communications were opened with the English moderate Catholics. Money was ordered to be sent to Flanders, and a naval force under Spinola was to stand ready at a moment's notice for the news of Elizabeth's death. March 24, 1603. Doubtless the design was to forward the election of Arabella Stuart in conjunction with her marriage to Lord Beauchamp, the son of Hertford and Catherine Grey. But while the interminable preliminaries were yet in progress, Elizabeth died. Robert Cecil had secretly prepared everything for James's accession. With the acclamation of the new king in England, Protestantism was safe, and it had become certain that the dream of the emperor and his son would never be realized. Immediately after the Peace of Vervins had been signed in 1598 between France and Spain, Archduke Albert had written from Flanders to Philip II, pressing for permission to make peace with England. Friendly messages had for some time previously been passing between Cecil and the Archduke, whose evident intention was to secure an understanding with Elizabeth's government as soon as the Infanta and himself were acknowledged as independent sovereigns. He could only hope for a peaceful and prosperous reign for his wife and himself by shaking off the strangling toils of impossible Spanish ambitions. Yet, owing to the constantly renewed cries of the Essex party in England about Spanish designs, the foolish bombast of Philip III and Lerma, the aid furnished by Spain to the Irish rebels, and the intolerance of the Infanta, a true daughter of Philip II, the peace between England and Spain and the Archdukes was not signed until after Elizabeth's death in August 1604. In the late autumn of 1599, when the Archdukes came to their new dominion, an attempt was made by Albert to escape from the devastating war which had united against him all the Protestant elements in Europe, and negotiations were opened with Nassau and Elizabeth for peace, Spain itself being represented. But the demands of Philip III were more inflated than ever, and the conferences at Bergen-op-Zoom and Boulogne broke up fruitlessly in May 1600. The new sovereigns began their reign auspiciously during the progress of these negotiations. The Belgic Catholics were overjoyed at the possession of complete independence, such as had been their boast under their Burgundian lords, and both the Infanta and her husband were personally popular. The tolerant and diplomatic Archduke would, of himself, easily have made terms with the Dutch, had not the impracticable Spanish claims stood in the way, and had not there still rested upon the Infanta the shadow of her father, which made it repulsive for her to treat with heresy in any form. The reversion clause, restoring Flanders to Philip if no issue was borne to the Infanta, unhappily gave to the King of Spain a voice in all that concerned the country, and thus effectually prevented the peace for which all Europe was yearning. During the Archduke's absence in Spain, his place in Flanders had been filled by his young cousin, the Archduke Andrew, and the war had still lingered on in Cleves. When the sovereigns arrived, and a new campaign with Spanish help was threatened, now that the peace negotiations had fallen through, Maurice of Nassau, with a great force, carried the war into Flanders itself. It is related elsewhere in this volume how he was unable to pursue his victory over the Archduke at Newport in June 1600, and how the interest of the campaigns of the ensuing years centered in the efforts of the latter to recover Ostend, and in the great military struggle between Maurice of Nassau and Ambrogio de Spinola. The latter had arrived in 1602 with an army of some 8,000 Italians, which he had raised on the guarantee of Spain, and throughout the campaign of 1602, his genius and the efficiency of his troops kept the Catholic cause from defeat. The elder brother, Federigo Spinola, who had also on the Spanish guarantee taken to Flanders a fleet of 8 galleys to blockade Ostend by sea, was less fortunate than Ambrogio, and lost 5 of his vessels by the attacks of the Dutch and English before he arrived at Sluis. Thus, ruined as Spain was, Philip and Lerma listened still to the promptings of old ambitions and consented to wring from the people the resources needed for the hopeless task of forcing Catholicism upon Holland. Under the vigorous action of Ambrogio de Spinola, a new mercenary force, mainly of Germans, was raised with Spanish credit and money, and in the spring of 1603, after Federigo Spinola had been defeated and killed at sea by the Dutch, his brother Ambrogio, who had succeeded to his marquisate, formally took command of the siege at Ostend. During the winters and summers of 1603 and 1604, the siege was continued without a break. In April 1604, Maurice of Nassau determined to attempt a vigorous diversion by besieging Sluis with an army of 17,000 men after defeating a Spanish force sent to intercept him. Once again, the hold of Spain upon Catholic Flanders seemed relaxing. The Infanta and her husband worked heroically, personally exhorting and beseeching their mutinous unpaid levies to trust them yet a while, and summoning Spinola from Ostend to beat Maurice at Sluis. But in this he failed, for Sluis was captured by the Protestants in August 1604, leaving Ostend still in the firm encircling grip of Spinola and the besiegers. But already the great change that was coming over Europe by the death of Philip II and Elizabeth was making itself felt. James I had for many years been endeavoring to ingratiate himself with Spain. He had no motives of pride for maintaining the old enmity, and was willing to admit all the inflated Spanish claims. This of itself was much, for the peace negotiations at Boulogne in May 1600 had broken down mainly upon questions of dignity and precedence, and if concessions were made to Spanish pride, the more important material points could be easily settled. James hated piracy as much as he feared revolt against sovereigns, and was ready to agree to such terms as Elizabeth would never have subscribed. Juan de Tassis, Count of Villamidiana, was sent by Lerma to congratulate the new King of Spain upon his accession in the autumn of 1603. Following the king on his progress in the home counties, he was detained for a time at Oxford in consequence of the death of some of his household from plague, and his first audience of James at Winchester was delayed for several weeks. But he made good use of his time and won all hearts by his frank joviality and numerous presents of perfumed Spanish gloves and dressed kid for garments to both the ladies and the gentlemen. His fame as a good courtier and charming gentleman had preceded him, and when James saw him at Winchester at the end of September, he overcame the rivalry of the French envoy, de Rosny. Count Ehrenberg, the Flemish special envoy, had already broached the desire of the archdukes for peace some weeks previously, and the terms had been tentatively discussed before Tassis's interview. James's principal desire being that Spain should be included in the arrangement, provided that he himself was not drawn into antagonism with the Dutch. Tassis's assurances to the king that Philip III desired nothing better than to make peace with England were therefore very complacently received. The States General were not easy to deal with. When, throughout the spring of 1604, the details of the agreement were discussed in England by representatives of all parties concerned. It was soon seen that the Dutch would bate no jot of their claim to independence, and public opinion in England, still distrustful of Spain, was strongly in favor of standing firm by the Protestant cause. But the Constable of Castile, de Velasco, Duke of Frias, who was sent to London with a splendid train of grandees to conclude the peace, bribed broadcast the Howard interest and the ladies and gentlemen of the court, whilst impressing the king by alternate flattery and veiled threats. To the indignation of those who had been bred in the school of Elizabeth, and in spite of French opposition, the pact was signed in August 1604, and the constable left Somerset House, where he for many weeks had been entertained by James, at a cost of £300 a day, fully satisfied that, with so pliant a king as James upon the throne of England, Spain might yet hope for resurrection. Some of the causes to which James consented were a complete surrender of the policy of Elizabeth and her ministers. No aid was to be given to the Dutch, no English ship was to trade with the Indies, the Inquisition was to be allowed to seize and condemn Englishmen who failed to kneel to the sacrament in Spanish territory, and a firm alliance and friendship was to exist forever between England and Spain. The signature of the treaty changed the position in Flanders. Thenceforward the Dutch stood alone. Maurice of Nassau had captured Sluis almost simultaneously with the settlement of peace, and immediately afterwards the heroic defenders of Ostend came to terms with Spinola, a dearly bought victory that cost the archdukes at least 40,000 men. In Spain, as in England, the peace was welcomed ostentatiously, but not without dissent. The English sailors who had grown rich on privateering plunder, the large Puritan party, and the men who recollected the great days of the Armada looked with frowning brows upon the abandonment of their fixed traditions, while in Spain the great churchmen declaimed almost violently against the shame of making terms with heretics. But however much extreme partisans on both sides might object, the peace with England opened, to Spain at least, a vista of possible prosperity such as she had not enjoyed for 45 years. Lerma's insane lavishness had inflicted upon the unhappy country the last extreme of misery and degradation. His financial experiments had made matters worse. The sudden doubling of the face value of the copper coinage, with the idea of making its purchasing power greater, of course failed in that object, while it practically drove silver coin from circulation and caused the introduction from abroad of vast quantities of forged copper currency, causing a still increased appreciation of the price of commodities. In 1600, Lerma conceived the opinion that the terrible condition of old Castile, the depopulation, the famine, and the dearth that scourged the land would be remedied if the court was removed thither with its luxury and expenditure. By decree, in January 1601, therefore, the capital of Spain was transferred from Madrid to Valladolid. In vain the Cortes protested that the cause of all the trouble was overtaxation and the discouragement of industry. In vain all classes in Madrid appealed against so unwise a step. Valladolid became, until 1606, the capital, and the misery was increased enormously by the greater demand for food and commodities and the appreciation of rents in the poorest part of Spain, while Madrid was utterly ruined and deserted. In vain the household silver was seized, and church plate begged to be turned into coin. It disappeared so soon as it was put into circulation. End of section 54. Section 55 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Spain under Philip III, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 2. While this general wretchedness prevailed, with industry dead, the fields untilled, the husbandmen turned into beggars and vagrants throughout the Castiles, the Cortes continued to vote larger subsidies than ever, which it was quite impossible to raise. It is true that the relief afforded by the improved international relations now enabled the silver ships from America to arrive with some regularity, but for fiscal reasons already given, and in consequence of the general corruption, only a small proportion of the bullion reached the treasury or went to increase the wealth of the country. Through all this penury, Philip III, occupied alternately in devotions and costly shows, entirely failed to grasp the true condition of affairs. Depending implicitly upon Lerma, who kept him in a fool's paradise, he squandered the money, so painfully wrung from his starving people, upon pompous christenings, such as that of his daughter Anne of Austria in 1601, and the sumptuous baptism of his heir Philip in Valladolid, which coincided with the arrival there of the Earl of Nottingham, Charles Howard, in April 1605 to ratify the peace. Grants, offices, and endowments, grandeeships with estates, and knighthoods with pensions were showered upon Lerma's followers, and the king, with no possibility, even if he had possessed the desire, of knowing the truth, hunted, danced, prayed, and trifled, while the country was dragged from misery to misery. No sooner had peace relieved Spain of some of her most pressing troubles and provided an opportunity for retrenchment of expenditure than Spinola hurried to Valladolid to beg for means to carry on a renewed, vigorous campaign against the Dutch Protestants. The capitulation of Ostend, on one hand, had been balanced by the loss of Sluis on the other, and if Philip and Lerma had been wise, or even patriotic, they might have seen that the opportunity was a golden one for a general peace and reconciliation. After 40 years of struggle, it was evident to all the world that Holland could not be forced to submit to the religious tyranny of Spain. The Archduke had no desire to prolong indefinitely a hopeless struggle, and though the Infanta was willing to fight to the end for a principle, she would have been powerless to do so without the great material aid of Spain, which, as a nation, had nothing whatever to gain from victory over the Dutch, even if it had been within her reach. But the vain hope that the Protestants, now that they were deprived of English aid, might yet be subjugated, still inspired the inflated claims of Philip, and when Spinola, the victor of Ostend, arrived with his flattering tale, all thought of the misery of Spain was cast aside, and subventions of money and contingents of men, larger than before, were again thrown into the bottomless gulf of the Flemish War. The Spanish contingent was captured at sea by the Dutch, but just as Maurice of Nassau was threatening Antwerp itself, the Italian and German troops, paid by Spain, fortunately arrived in Flanders by land, and Spinola was able to carry the war into his enemy's country on the other side of the Rhine in 1605. In the winter, again flushed with such success as he had obtained, Spinola returned to Spain for further help. This time he was less fortunate. The Indian flotilla had not come into port, and it was feared had been lost. Not half the taxes voted by the Cortes for the year had been collected, or could be. The change of capital, it was now seen, had made matters worse instead of better, and Philip's treasury was absolutely empty. The Italian bankers would advance nothing upon the king's credit, even at the 30% interest paid by him in the previous year, and Spinola had to pledge his own fortune before even a small loan could be obtained. The next campaign, in 1606, although it was still carried on in the Dutch territory and added to Spinola's military prestige, was less vigorous and effective than the previous one. Whatever visions may have still dazzled young Philip in faraway Spain, it was now clear to the genius of Spinola, on the spot, that unless Spanish arms, men, and money were provided very lavishly, the United Provinces could not be crushed by force of arms. His 2 visits to Spain had opened his eyes to the exhaustion of that country, and he saw that continued and sufficient resources could not be found there. The soldiery, without regular food and pay, were an element of disorder and weakness, not of strength. So he accepted the position and sided with the Archduke and the Catholic Flemings in their desire to end a fratricidal war which could produce no good result to anyone. To propose peace was a difficult matter, for the rebels, as they still were called, had again and again rejected compromise, and would accept nothing short of complete independence, which Spanish pride could not openly acknowledge. After some fruitless wrangling, however, a preliminary truce of 8 months, from May 1607, was accepted, to which, for the first time, the Archdukes appended a private declaration that they entered into the arrangement with the United Provinces as with sovereign states, over which they claimed no authority. Before the truce was ratified by Spain, another heavy blow fell upon Philip. A Dutch squadron off Gibraltar attacked the Spanish fleet and almost annihilated it, and then sailed to the Azores to intercept the American silver flotilla. To surrender so great a source of revenue as the plunder of the Spanish treasure ships was not at all to the taste of Maurice, and he stood out against the very natural demand of Spain that the suspension of hostilities should be operative on sea as well as on land. This difficulty was at length overcome, but it was found that the protocol was signed by Philip in the haughty, ancient form of Spanish monarchs, "I, the king." "Philip is no king of ours," said the Dutch commissioners, and for a time it looked as if the war would be reopened on so small a point as this. James of England intervened, as did the German Protestant princes, on the interests of a permanent peace, but both sides were obstinate. Nothing less than the recognition of their independence would satisfy the United Provinces. Nothing less than the acceptance of their supremacy would content the Spaniards. At length, Philip offered to waive his claim if the Dutch would refrain from trading with the Indies, but to this Maurice would not agree, and the peace negotiations came to a deadlock. France and England together proposed that at least a long truce should be settled in order that old animosities might be allowed to cool. Oldenbarnevelt, in the States General, eloquently advocated conciliation. The Archduke sent his own confessor to Spain to calm the scruples of Philip, and gradually moderate counsels prevailed. It had been a bitter humiliation for Spain and the Infanta to consent to the peace conferences taking place at The Hague, but war for them was no longer possible, and they had bent to what they could not avoid. At the later stages, when the situation was less tense, the negotiations were much facilitated by the transfer of the sittings to Antwerp, where an agreement was finally reached in March 1609 for a 12-year cessation of hostilities by land and sea, the clause respecting traffic with the Indies being purposely drafted so obscurely as to be unintelligible. The compact consisted of 38 clauses, by which the archdukes, in their own name, and in that of the King of Spain, contracted with United Provinces, as with independent states upon which they had no claim, and in a great assembly of 800 representatives of the states at Bergen op Zoom on April 9, 1609, the momentous treaty that was to bring peace to Europe, at least for 12 years, was signed and ratified. It was a political event of the first importance, for it marked the abandonment of the principle by which Charles V and his son had hoped to dominate the world, namely the forcible religious unification of Christendom on Spanish lines. Once more the waning dream seemed temporarily revived, a few years later, by another Philip and another favorite, but its realization was hopeless from the moment when sheer exhaustion compelled Philip III to renounce the struggle and to sign the 12 years' truce with the United Provinces on equal terms. When the war was renewed under Philip IV and Olivares, it was no longer with the hope of forcing the Spanish form of Catholicism upon Europe. It was no longer animated by the burning zeal and supreme confidence in the sacredness of Spain's mission that had lent the facetious strength of a crusade to the struggle in its earlier stages. It was but the despairing effort of an utterly decayed and disillusioned nation to postpone the evil day when its secular enemy, France, should dwarf and crush it. Terrible as had been the drain upon Spanish resources caused by the long wars against France, England, and the United Provinces, and in later years by the prodigality of Lerma, there had been another class of claims for expenditure which could not be neglected. The peace signed with Henry IV at Vervins in 1598 had not included Henry's ally, the Turks, and with them and their fellow unbelievers, the Barbary corsairs, the conflict had never ceased. The Battle of Lepanto had, it is true, to a great extent broken the power of the Sultan in the western Mediterranean, and the task of holding in check the Muslim Empire east of Sicily had been left to the Venetians and the Knights of Malta. The papacy had tried almost unceasingly to draw Spain into the league with the Italian states to pursue the Turk into his own seas, but for reasons already set forth. It was not until the recklessness of Lerma swayed the Spanish policy, and Philip III, without resources, dreamed of rivaling his grandfather's achievements, that overburdened Castile was called upon to contribute to a new Holy League against the infidel. In 1601, a powerful galley fleet of 70 vessels and 10,000 men was raised by Spain and the Italian states, except Venice, to surprise and capture Algiers. There was no Don John now to infuse enthusiasm into the expedition. There was only his evil genius, the incompetent Jean Andrea Doria, nephew of the great Andrea, and he, in accordance with his invariable ineptitude, returned with his fleet to Messina without striking a blow. 2 more attempts, one in alliance with Persia, were made in the following years, with little better result. The Barbary corsairs, insolent before, now became boldly aggressive, and the coasts of Spain in the Mediterranean were harried by the Muslim from end to end. By 1608, these pirates had become intolerable, and English seamen, like the famous Captain Ward, and many others, raised and commanded in their service regular fleets of broadside ships and galleys, which defended the Christian powers and mocked at Spain's supremacy. But with the signature of the truce with Holland, a change in Philip's tactics in the Mediterranean became possible. The day of the galley was nearly over. Sailing ships could now be spared from the Atlantic, and for the first time in history, a great Spanish sailing fleet entered the straits to punish the pirates. It was to join a squadron of freighted ships under Sir Anthony Shirley, but the Spanish admiral, Fajardo, missed them and fell in with the French privateer fleet, which joined him. Together they made a dash upon Tunis, utterly destroying a fleet of over 30 sail there that had been organized by Ward, Verney, Bishop, and Kara Osman, thus breaking for many years to come the pirate power in the Mediterranean. Spain rang once more with joyful hope. Trade was possible again, for the pirates were conquered, Drake was dead, the King of England was the servile friend of Philip, and the Dutch were at peace with Spain. But though Spain had now no foreign foes, the attacks of the corsairs upon the Valencian coast had shown that in Spain itself there was a whole people who would be enemies if they dared. During the peace negotiations, all Europe had watched with distrust the preparation of a great fleet of galleys in the Spanish ports. No one could guess the object of such a mobilization, but after the corsairs were destroyed at La Goleta, in Tunis, distrust gave way to astonishment, and the extraordinary design of Lerma was revealed to the world. The kingdom of Valencia was largely peopled by Spaniards of unquestionably pure Moorish descent and sympathies, and for years accusations, true or false, had been made against them of friendship with the Muslim corsairs to the detriment of Christian Spain. Lerma himself was a magnate of Valencian Christian descent, and, like all his class, bitterly hated his Morisco countrymen, towards whom he had been ruthless during his viceroyalty. The Valencian Moriscos, mostly agriculturists and horticulturists, were thrifty and prosperous, and had made the plain of Valencia the most fertile spot in Spain by means of patient toil and irrigation. Amidst the slothful misery that surrounded them, they were envied and loathed for their prosperity by their Christian neighbors, and petitions had frequently been presented to the king for the expulsion of intruders who, it was said, were eating food intended by heaven for pure Spanish Christians. But the Moriscos were always ready to pay the heavy taxation, and Philip II, bigot though he was, could not afford to lose the contributions of his prosperous subjects. With the rise of Lerma, prejudiced, short-sighted, and impractical visionary as he was, all was changed. The churchmen thundered denunciations against the Valencian Moriscos as doubtful Christians. The poor people were oppressed and persecuted beyond endurance, and at one time, before Elizabeth's death, they had entered into a correspondence with her and the Protestants with a view of organizing a revolt in Spain. When James I made peace with Philip III, he cruelly sent to Spain this correspondence, and the hatred of Lerma against the Moriscos grew. Philip III was a mere puppet in the hands of his favorite and the monks who swarmed around him. For years the Archbishop of Valencia had demanded the expulsion of these sponges who sucked up all Spanish wealth. Fanaticism and envy joined forces against the Moriscos. They were backsliders who secretly carried on their infidel worship, said the priests. By devilish acts they contrived to be rich when worthier Christian gentlemen starved, said the sluggards, who despised industry as disgraceful. They were bad Spaniards and rebel subjects, said the king's officers. Out with the whole vile brood, cried Spaniards everywhere. But there were in Valencia 30,000 families, mostly large, of known Moorish blood. Indeed it was, and still is, difficult to find a Valencian free from the admixture, and to depopulate a kingdom was no easy matter. When total expulsion became the cry, the Valencian landlords, fearful of losing their best tenants and husbandmen, protested, and some of the saner churchmen, who were content to oppress, shrank from deporting the population which had turned Valencia into a garden. At the instance of the Pope, a commission of ecclesiastics and officials met, ostensibly to devise means for the effective conversion of the Moriscos. But the latter, in fear and anger at the threats used towards them, became defiant, and rumors ran that the whole Moorish race in Spain would stand together to resist persecution. Whether this were true or false, it turned the wavering balance against them, and like a thunderclap, there fell on September 22, 1609, the dreadful edict which made clear to all men the real object of the great mobilization of galleys in Spanish Mediterranean ports that had puzzled Europe for months. With the exception of 6 of the oldest and most Christian Moriscos in each large village, who were to be retained to teach their system of cultivation, every man and woman of them was to be deported to Barbary, taking only such personal property as might be carried by the owner. In heartbroken multitudes, the unhappy exiles were driven to the waiting galleys from fields and homesteads, from looms and workshops. Thousands were murdered or plundered on the way, for there was no protection for them. They were forbidden to take money with them, so that their property had to be abandoned. Some resistance to the cruel order was attempted in the winter, but it was suppressed with ruthless severity, and in March 1610 Valencia was declared free from its most useful citizens. During the 6 months, 150,000 Valencian Moriscos were driven from the land which they and their fathers for centuries had made fertile. Nor was this all. Fear and bigotry drove Lerma to greater lengths, and not Valencia alone, but Aragon, Murcia, Andalusia, Castile, and Estremadura also were swept clear of those who were regarded as new Christians. In Castile and Estremadura especially, the races had become so closely amalgamated that it was almost impossible to distinguish, in most cases, the old Christians from the new. And in these kingdoms, the greatest hardship and wrong accompanied the expulsion, which was frequently made an instrument of private vengeance and cupidity. It is difficult to reconcile the many estimates that were made as to the number of Moriscos expelled, but at a moderate computation, it cannot well have been less than 500,000 souls, to which should be added the great number who fled previous to the issue of the edicts, and those who fell victims to the Inquisition and to murderous attack. With these people, the best and most thrifty workers in the country, there went what was left of Spanish skilled industry. In horticulture, gold-working, silk-weaving, embroidering, damascening, and fictile manufactures, they had been supreme, and their productions had been in demand throughout Christian Europe and the East. For more than a century, they had been loaded with disabilities, their industries impeded and clogged, in some cases almost destroyed, by mistaken fiscal edicts and sumptuary pragmatics. The reasons that have already been set forth had made work of any sort despised by most of their countrymen, yet, in the face of all these obstacles and drawbacks, the Moriscos had persevered, and had kept their beautiful crafts from complete extinction, contributing by them to the wealth and revenue of the country, in spite of the purblind governors who thought that the way to make the country rich was to keep the people poor. The expulsion was one of the most popular acts of Philip's reign, a subject for the admiring boast of his eulogists to the day of his death, and in his own eyes his chief claim upon the gratitude of posterity. Such a feeling, which was general throughout Spain, is not easy fully to understand in our more tolerant and enlightened times. It must not be forgotten, however, that Spain's most splendid days were contemporary with, indeed, had mainly been owing to, the fierce spiritual pride of the majority, engendered by the forcible suppression of religious dissent, and it was not unnatural that, led by false guides, the people at large should believe that the decadence which had fallen upon their country was due, to some extent, to a slackening of religious steadfastness among the growing population of New Christians, accused of looking with something more than sympathy upon the Muslim corsairs, whose bold aggressions had reduced Spain to a cipher upon her own seas. The reasons that inspired the expulsion were consequently partly religious, partly social, and partly political, and in the eyes of most contemporary Spaniards, the measure was necessary and meritorious. The underlying error of it, from an economical point of view, was the same as that which had rendered so ruinous the system of taxation pursued by the emperor and his son, namely, that coin was wealth instead of a convenient token of value, and that, so long as the precious metals could be prevented from leaving the country, the creation and dissemination of wealth by industry of the people was a matter of minor importance. The expulsion of the Moriscos practically killed the higher handicrafts in Spain. But another 100 years passed before it began to be understood by Spanish statesmen that the riches of a country do not depend primarily upon the bullion introduced into it as tribute, but upon the net value of its own products. The decadence that had set in as the inevitable consequence of the policy inherited and accentuated by Philip II, very far from being arrested by the lavish recklessness of Philip III and Lerma, had been immensely accelerated by it, and by 1610 had attacked every element in Spain. The next 12 years of peace brought, it is true, greater security and tranquillity than had been enjoyed for many years, and some apparent revival of general prosperity was noticeable, while the political importance of the country had been renewed after the murder of Henry IV in May 1610, by reason of the Spanish leanings of Mary de' Medici and the anxiety of James I of England to outbid her for the friendship of Philip. This phase of Spanish history must be left for a future chapter, and it is mentioned here to emphasize the fact that this temporary revival, during the rest of Philip III's reign, he died in 1621, really aggravated the social dry rot that had fallen upon Spaniards of every class. The craze for ostentation reached from the highest to the lowest. The frequently repeated edicts for the suppression of extravagance were evaded with impunity after the first few weeks, and where the king and Lerma set the fashion for unexampled magnificence of attire and adornment, it was difficult to prevent imitation from becoming general in various degrees. Idleness and corruption filled the towns to the detriment of the country, and every noble and churchman was followed by hosts of threadbare dependents and hangers-on, looking for easy preferment or plunder. The abundant Spanish fiction of the time presents an appalling picture of the demoralization of society, especially in the capital. The stock characters of the picaresque novels are the swaggering, penniless hidalgo, gaining a scanty subsistence by cheating and impudence, the sham student, living, according to his luck, by alms, service, or theft, the self-indulgent, hypocritical priest, and the leering ladies who bandy coarse jests with strangers in the streets. Crowds of crapulous mumpers, false cripples some, and some suffering from awful, self-inflicted diseases, throng the streets and churches and cluster at the convent gates. Office-seekers, panders, and swindlers fill the antechambers of ministers, and assassins for hire stand at the corners of filthy alleys, reeking with sloth and vice. Above all, the scoff of men, the tattered poet seeking for a paymaster, is everywhere. These types, presented to us with a fidelity and vividness peculiar to the genius of the time and country, when mordant satire and luxuriant verbiage ran riot, had all one spirit in common. From the king down to the self-maimed wretch in the gutter, they all scorned work, and sought to live in idleness upon the wealth of others. The state was regarded in some mysterious way as being the fount of riches, from which each citizen hoped to draw, while contributing nothing to it by his own labor. How such a general feeling would affect the life of a country is obvious. Idleness was honorable, work a disgraceful necessity to be avoided whenever possible, and corruption was so widespread that denunciation of the greater peculiators by the less successful caused Lerma more than once to throw some of his too greedy officers to the lions in order to escape unpopularity himself. One such, the powerful Pedro Franquesa, the secretary of the Council of Finance, was made to disgorge nearly 1.5 million of ducats, of which he had defrauded the revenue, and even Lerma finally saved himself from a similar disgrace at the hands of his own envious son, Ucida, by becoming an ecclesiastic and a cardinal, and retiring to pious obscurity. But this period of complete social decadence coincided, as similar periods had in the previous history of Spain, with a development of a literary brilliancy and activity so extraordinary as to have stamped an enduring impress upon European letters. At a time when manual work was at a discount and the Inquisition discouraged science and speculation, the only outlet for the florid fancy, the mocking malice, and the vehement verbosity which are characteristic of the Iberian nature was social satire, based upon the observation of current life. And the period now under review, the golden era of Spanish literature, produced the great masterpieces of imagination, description, verbal felicity, and satire, which have become Spain's principal contribution to the intellectual wealth of the world. The earlier influence of Spain upon European thought had been mainly didactic. The science and culture of Greek and the Orient had been preserved through Hebrew and Arabic texts by scholars of Cordoba and Toledo, and had, previous to the revival of Greek learning in the latter part of the 15th and at the beginning of the 16th century, reached Europe almost exclusively through the medium of Spaniards. The sententious and proverbial form of wisdom, peculiarly Eastern in origin, and the didactic apologue, from a similar fount, had also been revived and strengthened as a literary form in Europe through the translations of Spanish Hebrews and Arabs. Great as these services were, they sink into insignificance before the intellectual debt incurred by Europe to Spain from 1540 to 1640. The revival in Spain, and to some extent thence communicated to the rest of the world, of the Celtic tales of chivalry, at a time when the realities of modern life had weakened their influence elsewhere, was rather in the nature of a manifestation of natural character and ideals than an outcome of the true literary genius of the Spanish people. The central idea which lent to the nation the temporary greatness it enjoyed was individual exaltation by sacrifice. The spirit which had led thousands of Christians in Moorish Spain to insist obstinately upon martyrdom, in spite of opposition, the feeling which provided for every barren hillside an ascetic hermit, and for every convent a bleeding cataleptic nun, which animated alike the ghastly pencil of Ribera, the bitter mortifications of Philip II, and the reckless bravery of the American conquistadores, centered in the special distinction of each individual by self-sacrifice in the face of the Lord. The ruling idea of the romances of chivalry was merely a literary embodiment of the same spirit. The purely altruistic self-sacrifice of the hero for an idea, the seeking of wrongs to remedy, and of the oppressed to liberate, had for its ultimate object the exaltation of the hero in the estimation of a higher power, and the avidity with which the whole nation cast itself upon these stories, foolish and unnatural as they obviously were, was caused by the fact that they represented, for the first time in literary form, the spirit to which Spain owed its passing potency as a nation. For reasons which have already been set forth at length, the spirit itself had decayed rapidly towards the end of the 16th century. The old faith had waned in the face of repeated disaster. The craze for self-indulgence and ostentatious idleness had, by the time of Philip III, taken the place of a desire for suffering as a distinction. The chivalric ideal, when the influence of the Italian Renaissance was making the rest of Europe almost pagan in its love of beauty and ease, had long kept Spain stern and sacrificial, partly, it is true, as a protest against the sensuous Moorish civilization which the Christians had fought so long. But by 1610 a mocking skepticism had ousted the simple faith, and selfishness had supplanted abnegation. Lip service to the old ideal alone remained. When, therefore, Cervantes, the man who, of all Spaniards, most completely personified, with boundless wit, the passing spirit of his countrymen, wove into an interesting story, overflowing with satirical pictures of daily life, a pitiless exposure of the dead ideal, and, stripping it of its glamour, scoffed at its absurdity, Spain seized upon Don Quixote in 1605 and raised it upon a pinnacle as a quintessence of cynical disillusionment that had fallen upon the nation. To other countries that welcomed the marvelous book, it appealed by its wit, its satire, and its truth, and these qualities, together with its pathos, doubtless aided its popularity in Spain also. But to Spaniards, it was much more than a witty book. It was the supreme cry, echoing from the inmost heart of the nation, that the old gods were dead, and that Spain's exalted heroics were now but a laughing-stock. The nation was indeed decadent. Its faith and belief in itself had fled, and presumptuous pretense, personal and national, was but a poor substitute for the spiritual exaltation that had made it great. The chivalric tales had produced, however, another offspring besides the satire that killed them. The mawkish, unreal stories of the self-sacrificing hero had, by the middle of the 16th century, inspired by reaction, a tale which centered around an anti-hero, as selfish as Amadis was altruistic. Lazarillo was but another form of protest against a false ideal of life. The other rogue tales, which followed on the same lines, were purposely cast in squalid scenes as a reaction against the ineffable surroundings of the princes and princesses of chivalry. The hero was not a wandering noble helping others, but a cunning rogue helping himself at the expense of others. The rogue tales, Lazarillo de Tormes, Guzman de Alfaracha, Marcos de Obregon, Pablo de Segovia, and their imitators, appealed to Europe as amusing stories of peripatetic adventure and inspired the modern novel of movement through Fielding, Smollett, and Dickens. But, like Quixote, they meant much more to Spain than to the rest of the world, for they voiced the reaction and disillusionment that had fallen upon the people after the false standards of nearly a century. The vast literary activity of Spain during the late 16th and first half of the 17th century, especially in the drama, did not exercise its greatest influence upon Europe until after the date when this chapter closes, in 1610, although the plots invented by the inexhaustible Spanish dramatists were liberally appropriated by English playwrights at about this period. The swaggering Spanish man-at-arms, who had overrun Europe, had also been accepted by Shakespeare and the Elizabethan dramatists as the type of his countrymen, though he had usually been employed as an object of derision, which was natural enough in view of contemporary international jealousies. But when Anne of Austria was wedded to Louis XIII and Philip IV married a French bride in 1612, Spain became the fashion. Anne of Austria, throughout her life, kept a Spanish court, and for 40 years Spanish actors and authors flocked into France. Spanish dress, demeanor, and manners were the rage. Scores of Spanish words were adopted into French. The games, dances, the favorite dishes, even the terms of endearment of Spaniards were naturalized, and Spanish was the modish language. Spanish plays and novels were translated into French, and thence into English and other tongues, or at least their ingenious plots and intrigues were appropriated. The romantic tradition of Spanish bearing, which permeated the court of Louis XIII, exercised an enduring influence upon the form of French letters, and when the reaction came from classicism to realism under Molière, it was in Spanish originals that models and inspiration were sought. Where France led, England followed, and the dramatists of the late 17th and early 18th centuries perpetuated on the English stage, and this time in English form, the romantic story of intrigue which had its origin in Spain. When, in the 19th century, another realistic reaction took place against the neoclassicism of the Napoleonic period, it was to the Spanish times of Louis XIII that Dumas and other novelists turned, and D'Artagnan and his numerous fellows faithfully reproduced the demeanor and sentiments which popular tradition ascribed to the swaggering gallant of Spain's decadence. In addition to the popular peripatetic rogue tales and the drama of romantic intrigue with which Spain endowed Europe at this period, Spanish literary influence was seen in other directions during the latter half of the 16th century. English maritime ambition, under Elizabeth, promoted the search for information as to foreign countries and the science of navigation, and a large number of Spanish books describing exploration of the western continent, and others teaching the science of seamanship, were translated into French and English, especially the latter, and became extremely popular. The extent to which English knowledge of distant countries was indebted to Spanish originals may be seen from Hakluyt's 3 introductions to his volumes. The fame of the Spanish military commanders, again, led to the adoption of Spanish tactics and army organization in other countries, and many military treaties in Spanish were translated and used as textbooks in England. Literary form in England was, to some extent, influenced at this period by Spanish tradition, the sententious apothegm or didactic proverb, then a fashionable vehicle, being to great extent Spanish in its revived form, while the precocity made popular in England by Lyly in his Euphus was beyond question largely inspired by the philosophical and sententious writings of Antonio de Guevara, which were much read and admired in England in the last half of the 16th century. End of section 55.
Section 56 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Miller. Chapter 17, Britain under James I, by S.R. Gardiner, Part 1. The accession of James I to the English throne was an event of greater importance than anything that he accomplished in the course of his reign. For the first time the whole of the British Isles were, for practical purposes, united under one government. Ireland, indeed, fell into James's hands by conquest, and for some time to come would have to be dealt with by the masters of English power, without contributing anything to the common objects of the three kingdoms. It was otherwise with Scotland, which had maintained its independence through a prolonged struggle, waged with the resources of a scanty but hardy population, upheld by the knowledge that the interest of the continental enemies of England, especially of France, was to support a nation whose alliance gave them the opportunity of attacking England in the rear. This danger was now at an end, though the connection between the two peoples was as yet only a personal one. Scotland, too, imposed a burden on England by giving her a king whose character had been molded by 35 years of kingship. Placed as an infant upon the throne from which his mother had been excluded, James had grown up amidst scenes of war and slaughter. Of the 4 regents who did their best to govern in his name, the first 2, Moray and Lennox, had been murdered, and the 4th, Morton, had suffered death on the scaffold. Only the 3rd, Mar, had died in peace, sometimes under the pretext of a war of principle in which a king's party strove against a queen's party, sometimes without any pretext at all. The ambitions and the hatreds of the great families found vent in mutual slaughter, clothed at times under the form of law, but quite ready to dispense with this if it were not readily forthcoming. Scotland was a prey to feudal anarchy in all its unbridled cruelty. The greatness of the evil roused the indignation of the preachers of the Kirk, of whom John Knox was unmistakably the foremost, to testify against bloodshedding and the more insidious forms of immorality which followed in its train. It was only too probable that in the tremendous struggle which these men had undertaken, their voices should sometimes have been raised too arrogantly, and that they should have called on the civil power to execute their sentences upon offenders, some of whom would have been better left unnoticed. At all events, their main efforts were directed against vice rather than against heterodoxy. Yet, seeing that they owed their recognition by the state to the eagerness of the nobility to appropriate the property of the Church, they had for many years hard work to stand up against their patrons. And in 1572 they gave their consent to the appointment of what were known as Tulchan bishops, named solely with the purpose of passing on the revenue of their sees to lay patrons. It is said, probably with truth, that the massacre of St. Bartholomew later in the same year not only destroyed the Queen's party, but, by the feeling it aroused, gave to the new clergy a far larger basis of popularity than they had before enjoyed. Morton, who was still regent, found his advantage in their growing strength, and kept order among the nobility as it had seldom been kept before. But he was no friend to clerical pretensions, and without support from the powers which divided Scotland amongst them, he was driven in 1577 to resign his office. In 1581 he was condemned to death and executed. Such help as the boy king could give was thrown into the scale against him. James had fallen under an influence hostile to more than the late regent. Amenable to the end of his life to personal flattery, especially when it proceeded from one superior to himself in daring and self-reliance, he was now under the yoke of his father's cousin, Esme Stuart, who had been sent from France expressly to win him to the policy of the Guises and of the Catholic party in Europe. In 1581, the stranger became Duke of Lennox. The new favorite was necessarily detested, not only by the clergy, but by the nobles, who saw a stranger preferred before them. And in August 1582, Lord Ruthven and other nobles seized on the king's person, hoping to control the government in his name. They appealed to the Protestant sentiments of the Kirk as Morton had never done, and before the end of winter, Lennox was driven out of the country. This task accomplished, the lords of the old Queen's party, Huntly and Earl Marischal from the north, and Argyll from the west, rose against the knot of men who had monopolized power, and in 1583 James was liberated, only to fall under the dominion of a new favorite, James Stuart, a man of blood and iron, whom he created Earl of Arran. In 1584, the Earl of Gowrie, who had taken a leading part in the raid of Ruthven, was condemned and executed as a traitor. In the following year, there was another transformation, and Arran was driven from court by the party of the Ruthvens. Meanwhile, the Kirk had been organizing herself under Andrew Melville, who, since Knox's death, had been the clerical leader. In 1581, she put forth the second book of discipline, claiming for herself the right to inflict ecclesiastical penalties, and demanding that the state should see them executed. It made for the strength of the Kirk that her assemblies were not composed of ministers alone. In the Kirk sessions in parishes, in the presbyteries, and in the general assemblies themselves, laymen sat as deacons or lay elders. In those days, no line could be exactly drawn between politics and religion, and in testifying against the young king's favorites, the Kirk was expressing her abhorrence of a policy which would bring Scotland under the influence of the Catholic powers, and so endanger her Protestantism. James himself, not unnaturally, wished to free himself from both nobles and clergy, and did his best to play off the one against the other. In 1584, he obtained from Parliament an act striking at the independence of the assemblies of the Kirk, and placing its government in the hands of bishops. The crisis of Elizabeth's struggle with Spain was, however, drawing near, and when, towards the end of 1585, the Ruthven party regained power, a league with England played Scotland on the Protestant side. The execution of Mary in 1587 did not disturb the alliance, and when the Armada appeared in 1588, Spain could count on no help from the Scottish government. In the year before that of the Armada, James reached his majority. In 1589, he married Anne of Denmark. However exaggerated were the pretensions of the Kirk, it was only with her support that James could make the turbulent nobles feel his hand. And in 1592, he consented to an act re-establishing the full Presbyterian system. In 1593, he defeated, with the support of the clergy, a conspiracy of the Catholic Earls Huntly, Errol, and Angus, who had risen not so much against the king as against the harshness of the clergy. This victory brought him into collision with the ministers, who called for the forfeiture of the rebels' lands and the sternest measures against all who shared their faith. In 1596, the quarrel broke out. Melville told James to his face that he was but, quote, God's silly vassal, unquote, and charged him with attempting to balance Protestants and Papists that he might keep them both in check. There was enough of truth in this to sting, and a pretext for attacking the clergy was found in a political sermon of David Black. When the ministers supported Black, on the ground that in the pulpit he was free to say what he pleased, James banished him beyond the Tay. Edinburgh rose in support of the clergy, but was brought to submission by James's removal of the law courts to Linlithgow. The ministers beyond the Forth had little sympathy with Melville's opinions, and by holding assemblies in the north, James succeeded in obtaining their assent to measures intended to reduce the clergy to political obedience. His plan was to bring certain of the clergy into connection with the government, with the intention of using them to control their brethren. Before the end of 1597, an assembly had agreed that clerical commissioners should be appointed to confer from time to time with the king's representatives. And in 1598, another assembly resolved that 51 representatives of the clergy might vote in Parliament. Parliament, however, in which the nobility predominated, would only accept as voters bishops nominated by the king. And in 1600, the nominations were made and the new bishops allowed to vote. Though as yet they had no ecclesiastical position, the foundation had been laid for that work of conciliation which James hoped to carry out. The next few years were occupied by James in securing his position as the heir of Elizabeth. And when she died in 1603, he was accepted by all parties in England as their rightful sovereign. He took with him the consciousness that he had succeeded in so making use of the circumstances of his time as to secure for the crown in Scotland a position which it had not held for many a year. The nobles were no longer ready to rebel on the slightest pretext, and the clergy had been driven to abate the claims of their leaders to the right of interfering in politics. This James had accomplished rather by dexterous management than by supreme wisdom. It was natural that he should fancy himself equally capable of solving the problems awaiting him in England. Unfortunately, he had little knowledge of those problems, and still less of the weaknesses of his own character. The impatience of opposition, the carelessness about details, and the reluctance to take trouble, which rendered nugatory his broader views of policy. often in advance of the peoples with which he had to deal. If he was, as he was called by Henry IV, the wisest fool in Christendom, it is well to remember the wisdom as well as the folly. So far as foreign policy was concerned, hostilities with Spain were suspended on James's accession, for he felt that, as in his capacity of King of Scotland, he was not at war with that power. He could not be at war with her in his capacity of King of England. The first note struck in the reign was the predominance of the dynastic over the national interest, a predominance which was to characterize the whole of the foreign policy of his family. The suspension of hostilities was, in 1604, followed by a treaty of peace. By coming to terms with Spain, now that England was safe from attack, James was but carrying out the wish of Elizabeth. Nor was he diverging from the path traced by her in leaving the Republic of the Netherlands to continue its resistance without open aid. Though it is probable that, had Elizabeth been still on the throne, she would have taken care, as Henry IV did after the Peace of Vervins, that the Republic, whose independence was so valuable to the maritime defense of the country, was in some underhand way supported against absorption by Spain. Of more immediate importance was the question how James would deal with those ecclesiastical problems which, in that age, constituted a great part of politics. The Church of England had, under the Tudors, been in the main molded by two influences. In the first place, by the spirit of learning and inquiry, which attached itself to the European Renaissance, and in the second place, by the more specially Protestant individualism of religious life, which had steadied itself through the acceptance by the verbally inspired Bible as a rule of faith and practice, and by the belief that the Calvinistic creed and even the Calvinistic discipline was inculcated by the teaching of that Bible. The second of these elements had been strengthened by the long struggles against Spain and the Pope, and by far the larger number of religious Englishmen accepted at least the Calvinistic creed, though from their love of individual freedom they were hostile to the introduction of the Calvinistic discipline. To James, who had taken no part in the conflict with Spain, it was rather the other phase of the teaching of the Church of England which was acceptable. And he was likely to find support in a small but growing section of her clergy who had revolted against the Calvinistic teaching, and in a much larger body of the laity which was stoutly opposed to the introduction of the Calvinistic discipline. Yet the immediate cause of strife centered rather in external forms than in intellectual doctrines. Elizabeth, though enforcing in conspicuous instances the ritual enjoined in the prayer book, took care not to be too ready to mark divergences of practice where they could conveniently be overlooked, with the result that large numbers of the clergy were remiss in their observance of certain outward forms, such as the use of the surplice, the ring in marriage, and so forth. On his arrival, James was met by a body of clergy who wished to have his sanction for certain changes in the law which would allow them to dispense with ceremonies regarded by them as hostile to true religion. Bacon, the most thoughtful publicist of the day, recommended that the law should be changed so as to admit diversity of ceremonial in the Church. And James, in order to feel his ground, summoned a conference between conformists and nonconformists, those thus specified having as yet no wish to separate from the Church, which met on January 14th, 1604, at Hampton Court. James, recollecting the opposition of the Scottish Presbyterians, grew impatient of language which seemed to show tendencies in a similar direction, and, breaking up the conference, gave his support to the bishops in driving out of their cures those amongst them who refused to conform to its existing rules. Such measures required prolonged watchfulness and consistency of purpose if they were to be even temporarily successful. And James was not the man to be either watchful or consistent. Puritanism, in the sense of attachment to Calvinistic doctrines, was too widely spread not to lead, amongst many of the clergy, to Puritanism in the shape of resistance to ceremonial observances. And in spite of fitful episcopal activity, the neglect of ceremonial continued to creep in. Yet, for all this, the mental and spiritual movement of the time was not making for Puritanism. The Calvinistic doctrines, though still triumphant in the universities, were at issue with the broader outlook of the men in whom the spirit of the Renaissance was still active. And the seed which a Shakespeare and a Bacon were sowing in the world would find its counterpart in the church in the work of a learned clergy, prepared to sift the theology of the day, and to find it wanting. If these men attached themselves, like the bishops at Hampton Court, to the maintenance of an established ceremonial, or if, with Bancroft, who in 1604 succeeded Whitgift as Archbishop of Canterbury, they maintained that episcopacy was of divine institution, they did but act in accordance with the law of human nature, which makes men the more inclined to immutability in one direction, in proportion as they treat matters as open to question in another. The Puritan could be careless about order and ceremonial, because his creed was strict. The rising school of ecclesiastics was strict about order and ceremonial, because it questioned the prevailing creed. One result of this activity of parties in the English Church was the weakening of the hold of the Church of Rome on cultivated Englishmen, who were no longer left with the Puritan system as the only possible alternative to that of Rome. Men of thought were now found who refused to consider the doctrines of that church as of diabolical origin, and who yet rejected them as fettering human intelligence, and subjected them to the searching investigation of historical study. So far as political danger from Rome was concerned, it was far less than it had been when Spain had been formidable, and the spirit of domestic faction ran high. And it might seem that the time had come to relax the penal laws against recusants. Effects, however, long outlast their causes, and the ordinary Englishman was persuaded that the danger from Rome was as great as it had been 20 years before. It is to James's credit that he aimed at relieving the tension by contenting himself with civil obedience. He had given good words to the Catholics before leaving Scotland, which he was too indolent to translate into practice in defiance of the opposition of his ministers, especially of Sir Robert Cecil, to whom he gave a leading place in the council. A few hot-headed Catholics, led by a priest named Watson, formed a plot to capture the king, and their detection was followed by a promise from James to remit the recusant fines, while an underhand negotiation was carried on with Pope Clement VIII in the hope of inducing him to appoint a representative in England with orders to excommunicate Catholics believed by the government to be dangerous to the peace of the realm. The traditions of the papacy forbade the acceptance of a plan which would have virtually given to the civil power a voice in the issue of excommunications. And early in 1604, James learnt that the modus vivendi from which he had hoped much had failed to be accepted on the other side. His fears were also excited by discovering that, as might have been expected, the number of recusants had largely increased since the remission of the fines. Imagining that this portended a vast increase of Catholics of whose loyalty he could not be assured, and wishing to conciliate the Parliament that was shortly to meet, he ordered the banishment of the priests. A consequence of this order was the formation by a little knot of exasperated Catholics of the conspiracy known as the Gunpowder Plot for the destruction of king, lords, and commons by means of an explosion of materials to be placed under the House of Lords. It was impossible for the design to take effect during the coming session, and when Parliament met on March 19, 1604, it could deliberate in safety. Between James and a House of Commons filled with country gentlemen and lawyers, misunderstandings soon declared themselves. A claim by the king to have disputed elections referred to Chancery was defeated under the semblance of a compromise. James was, however, eager for a complete union with Scotland, which the Commons were too conservative to accept, and for an increase of financial resources, which had been scarcely sufficient for the frugal Elizabeth, but had been further impaired by his own extravagance, especially through the gifts he had lavished on Scottish favourites. The Commons desired the removal of evils connected with wardship and purveyance, the removal of ceremonies obnoxious to the Puritan clergy, and the enforcement of recusancy laws. In the end, little or nothing was done, and James prorogued Parliament after administering a sharp rebuke to the House of Commons. One of the bills which had received the royal assent reinforced the laws against Catholics. And to this, after some hesitation, James gave his consent. At the Common Assizes, the judges put the law in force, and several executions took place. Furthermore, towards the end of the year, the recusancy fines were again required from a few of the richer Catholics, though James sent a messenger, Sir James Lindsay, to Rome to endeavour to come to an understanding with the Pope. Either Lindsay or the authorities at Rome mistook the royal intentions, and early in 1605 it was noised abroad that the king was about to abandon his religion. James took offence, and on February 10, 1605, announced his purpose that the penal laws should again be put in force. His good intentions had broken down, partly because he could not obtain the Pope's cooperation in the enforcements of obedience, partly because he shared the anxieties of those around him lest the Catholics, if suffered to increase, should prove a danger to his throne. The gunpowder plotters were naturally even more exasperated than before, and previously to November 5th, 1605, the day fixed for the opening of the second session of Parliament, they had conveyed a large quantity of gunpowder to a room under the House of Lords. The government, however, got wind of their enterprise. Before long, the conspirators were either killed or executed. Father Garnet, the provincial of the Jesuits, being also executed on a charge of having a guilty knowledge of the plot. The second session of Parliament, 1605 through 1606, was given up to the passing of a sharper law against recusants, accompanied by a new oath of allegiance, not in order that Catholics who took it might be spared the ordinary hardships of recusancy, but merely that those who refused to take it might be subjected to the additional penalties of a praemunire. Those who took the oath declared, not against the Pope's right of excommunication, but against his claim to pronounce the deposition of kings and to authorize their subjects to take arms against them. The Pope, by pronouncing the oath inadmissible, placed Catholics who wished to be loyal subjects in an awkward position. Though the law was not put in general execution, its results pressed with no little harshness upon those against whom it was directed. The gunpowder plot had delayed James's attempt to bring about a closer union between England and Scotland. Parliament, in its first session, had contented itself with authorizing the appointment of commissioners to consider the question. But it was only upon the opening of the third session in November 1606 that the report of the commissioners was made. They recommended the repeal of laws passed in each country to repel hostile attacks from their neighbor, legislation for the mutual extradition of criminals, freedom of trade, and the naturalization in each kingdom of the natives of the other. The first two suggestions were adopted by Parliament, but the opposition to the last two was strong. Englishmen feared lest the more economical Scots might undersell them, and they were alarmed lest James's Scottish favourites might compete with them in other ways. Those whom James had brought with him had received large donations in land and money, and did not scruple to sell their influence with their master. In the end, the bills proposed to give effect to these two measures were talked out, and the session was brought to a close. Some effect was given to one of these measures by a judgment delivered in the Exchequer Chamber in 1608, by which the post-natii, or subjects of the king born in Scotland after James's accession to the English crown, were declared to be natural subjects of the King of England. Partly through the narrowness of the means on which Elizabeth had contrived to subsist, but still more through his own extravagance, James found himself in grave financial difficulties. In 1606, he had added a debt of £261,000 to one of £400,000 bequeathed him by Elizabeth, while the excess of ordinary expenditure over revenue was £51,000, to say nothing of extraordinary expenses amounting to an average of nearly £35,000 a year in his first 3 years. In the enthusiasm caused by the discovery of gunpowder plot, Parliament voted subsidies amounting to £370,000. Such liberality could not, however, be reckoned on as a constant source of supply, and when in 1608 Cecil, now Earl of Salisbury, became treasurer, it was incumbent on him to find some means of replenishing the exhausted treasury. Elizabeth had laid an imposition upon imported currants, that is to say, a duty additional to the tonnage and poundage voted to each sovereign for life by the first Parliament of his reign. In 1606, a merchant named Bate refused to pay the duty, on the ground that it had not been granted by Parliament. The judges, however, in the Court of Exchequer decided against him, and in 1608 Salisbury took advantage of their decision to lay new impositions on imports and exports, estimated to bring in 70,000 a year. At the same time, he issued a new book of rates, fixing more highly than before the value of each pound weight or measure of goods, both the ordinary customs and the new impositions being raised on the value and not on the weight or measurement of dutiable articles. When Parliament met in 1610 for its fourth session, it was alive to the importance of the question of the legality of this new taxation, though it found itself hampered by the consideration that the judges, who were constitutionally empowered to lay down the law, had already given their decision, and that no resolution of the Commons, nothing in fact short of an act of Parliament, could overthrow it. On the other hand, it was possible that they might take advantage of the necessities of the government to obtain an act which would give them what they wanted. This is indeed what very nearly happened. Salisbury, still in need of money, entered into a bargain with the Commons, known as the Great Contract, by which the king was to abandon such of his feudal rights as were burdensome to his subjects, receiving in return a permanent grant of 200,000 a year. Outside the contract, it was agreed that a bill should be passed, annexing to the crown the least hurtful of the impositions, amounting to about 50,000 pounds a year, while the crown was to renounce any right it might possess to levy customs in future without consent of Parliament. When Parliament was prorogued, the understanding was that it should meet again in October to settle the detail of this arrangement. The fifth session of James's first Parliament was of short duration. The members, after consulting their constituents, returned under the impression that the sum of 200,000 pounds a year was too much to grant. James, on the other hand, thought it too little. The Great Contract was dropped, and the House, in an ill temper, not only refused to grant supply in any form, but fell foul of the king's Scottish favourites. James angrily prorogued Parliament, and on February 9th, 1610, dissolved it. The struggle with the Commons, which was to end with the decapitation of his son, had begun. As yet, however, it was want of sympathy, rather than any definite variance of principle or practice, which separated the two authorities. Building his theory upon Elizabethan practice, Bacon held that the strength of a ruler was to be found in his representative character, and that financial support would not be withheld from a king who set himself to lead his people in the paths in which they would willingly go. The voice of the people, said the House of Commons in words which probably flowed from Bacon's pen, in things of their knowledge is said to be as the voice of God. This was exactly what James could not understand. His own superior judgment was to set the standard of progress. The aims which interested himself were to be alone pursued. He had little of the patience required for the leadership of men, and still less of sympathetic interest in the opinions of those who, like the opponents of the union with Scotland, were less wise than himself. James's foreign policy was, in principle, at least as unexceptionable as was his desire to bind together his own kingdoms. The religious antagonism was still powerful in Europe, The attempt of Spain to establish her own predominance as the champion of the papacy had signally failed, and when James made peace with her in 1604, there seemed to be a chance that religious wars might be brought to a close. James, having therefore recognized that this was so, his foreign policy was marked out for him by the facts of the case as well as by his own temperament. He had but to discountenance all efforts to revive the past strife, from whichever side they proceeded, and to transfer conflicts, if conflicts arose, from the domain of religion to that of politics. If Spain, under Philip III, was prepared to keep the peace, there was no reason to count her as an enemy. If Henry IV of France was nursing designs of future aggrandizement at the expense of Spain, there was no reason to support him. The point of danger during the early years of the reign lay in the Netherlands, where Spain was winning ground from the Dutch Republic. Spain was, however, financially exhausted, and in 1608 a conference opened at The Hague, in which England and France took part. This resulted in 1609 in the Truce of Antwerp, which put a stop to hostilities for 12 years. Later in the same year, a disputed succession in Cleves and Jülich seemed on the point of being seized by Henry IV as a pretext for attacking the Spanish monarchy. But his murder in 1610 put an end, for the time, to the danger of a European war. His widow, acting as regent in the name of Louis XIII, was prepared to rescue Jülich from the Archduke Leopold, who had occupied it in the emperor's name. She was, however, in no hurry to act, and the place was besieged and taken by a force to which James and the Dutch Republic had jointly contributed. Whether rightly or wrongly applied, James's principle was that the peace should be kept by leaving each power in possession of what was already its own. Unfortunately for his popularity, he tried to carry his impartiality into his family relationships. 3 of his children had escaped death in infancy: James, Elizabeth, and Charles. Since the treaty with Spain in 1604, James had been hoping to secure the hand of an infanta for his eldest son, regarding the alliance partly as likely to bring personal credit to his family, and partly as placing in his hands an instrument by which he might, in conjunction with Philip, secure the peace of Europe. It seemed to him that a union of the chief Protestant state with the chief Catholic state of the day would be irresistible. The question whether he was himself quite the man to place a bridle in the mouth of the Spanish monarchy appears not to have occurred to him, and still less the doubt whether his own subjects might not be justly aggrieved by the introduction into the heart of the royal family of a religion which the nation had rejected. For the present, however, the danger was averted. An application made at Madrid in 1611 for the hand of Philip's eldest daughter, the Infanta Anna, was met by the answer that the princess was engaged to Louis XIII. The Prince of Wales, it was added, might have her sister, Maria, a child in her 9th year, and even this was only to be permitted on the impossible condition that the young Henry should conform to the religion of his bride. Salisbury, as an old minister of Elizabeth was pleased with this turn of events. The prince, he said, could find roses everywhere. He need not trouble himself about this Spanish olive. Yet he was compelled to seek his rose in a Catholic court. Salisbury's own career, however, was drawing to a close. His financial scheme had proved a failure, and in diplomacy he had dwindled into a mere exponent of his master's schemes. In May 1612 he died. The prince himself seemed likely to be a warmer opponent of his father's plans than Salisbury could be. He was resolved, he said, that two religions should never lie in his bed. This opposition, however, was brought to an end by typhoid fever, which carried him off in November 1612. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Britain under James I, by S.R. Gardiner, Part 2. James, indeed, had no desire for an exclusively Protestant alliance. He wanted to have a foot in both camps, and in February 1613 he married his daughter to Frederick V, Elector Palatine, leader of the Union, an aggressive combination of the Protestant princes of Germany. The Spanish government replied by dispatching to England the ablest of its diplomatists, Diego Sarmiento de Acuna, afterwards known as the Count of Gondomar, to bring James, if it were still possible, into strict conformity with Spanish policy. For the present, however, Sarmiento thought best to watch the situation till he was able to master it. It was in his favor that after Salisbury's death, James fell more completely into the hands of the Howard family. The Earl of Northampton and his nephew, the Earl of Suffolk, together with the old Earl of Nottingham, who had commanded the fleet which defeated the Armada. Northampton was secretly a Roman Catholic, though he conformed ostensibly to the established church, and both he and the other members of his family were favorable to the Spanish alliance, and to the detachment from Protestant interests on the continent which it implied. Their hold upon James was strengthened in 1613 by the marriage of Suffolk's daughter, Frances, who had been divorced from the Earl of Essex under disgraceful conditions, with the king's Scottish favourite Carr, created successively Viscount Rochester and Earl of Somerset. Yet, for all that, financial necessity compelled James at least to attempt a more popular course. The deficit was increasing, and the extraordinary expenses were mounting up. It was determined to summon another parliament, and in 1614 Winwood, an opponent of the policy of the Howards, was named secretary. When Parliament met, however, no attempt was made to come to that general understanding which must form the basis of any permanent settlement. Winwood merely announced that the king was prepared to grant a certain number of concessions in consideration of a certain amount of supply. There was still to be a bargain, as had been proposed in 1610, between the Crown and the House, though it was to be a bargain on a smaller scale. The Commons, on their part, passed a bill declaring the illegality of the impositions. In this step the Lords refused to concur. There was an outburst of excitement in the Commons, and Parliament was dissolved after a session of little more than 2 months. It had not produced a single public act, and was consequently known as the Addled Parliament. The dissolution necessarily threw power into the hands of the Howards. Northampton having died in this year, Suffolk was appointed treasurer, and his son-in-law, Somerset, Lord Chamberlain. The Spanish alliance was now taken up more seriously. Before dissolving Parliament, James had consulted Sarmiento as to the likelihood of the King of Spain's consent being given to a marriage between Prince Charles and the Infanta Maria. The ambassador's reply was vague, but on the whole favorable, and Digby, James's ambassador in Spain, was instructed to make the proposal at Madrid, where it was resolved to open the negotiations on the ground that it might be a means of converting England. When the proposed articles reached England in 1615, it was found that they included a demand not only for the suspension of the penal laws against Roman Catholics, but for the education of all children born of the marriage up to the age of 12 by their mother, whose household was to be exclusively composed of persons of her own religion. James hesitated, but in the end offered to empower Somerset to treat on the matter with Sarmiento. So marked a danger to the Protestantism of the future king brought on a fierce conflict in the council between Somerset and the Howards on the one side, and the supporters of the Elizabethan tradition, headed by Archbishop Abbott and Lord Chancellor Ellesmere, on the other. The main attack was directed against Somerset, whose position was known to be shaken. Spoiled as he was by good fortune, his arrogance had shown itself in rudeness, even towards the master who had raised him from obscurity. His enemies had been doing their best to induce James to accept in his place a new favorite, young George Villiers. A discovery was opportunely made that the Countess of Somerset, 2 years before, had poisoned Sir Thomas Overbury, who had remonstrated with her present husband against his marriage with her, and rightly or wrongly Somerset was implicated in her crime. The pair were put on their trial and condemned to death, but were spared the extreme penalty by order of James, who never saw them again. Villiers was now accepted as favourite, and raised rapidly to wealth and honour. In 1616 he became Viscount Villiers, in 1617 Earl, and in 1618 Marquis of Buckingham. Nevertheless, Somerset's enemies failed in their main object. In 1615, the question whether Parliament should again be summoned was debated in the Council, and though it was answered in the affirmative, the proposal was ultimately abandoned. James felt that an understanding with Parliament was incompatible with the Spanish alliance, and, as he was now resolved to continue the marriage negotiations, decided that Parliament should not meet. The marriage question was financial as well as political. In 1614, after the dissolution of Parliament, the Council had sent out letters to persons of means asking for benevolence, holding it justifiable to ask for money on the ground that the Statute of Benevolences condemned the exacting of gifts to the Crown, not the simple request. Informal pressure was, however, used, and a gentleman named St. John was fined in the Star Chamber, not, however, for refusing payment, but for stirring up others to refuse. The whole sum collected was little more than £66,000. It was not a remedy to be repeated, and in the spring of 1617, when the opening of a formal negotiation for the marriage treaty was discussed, it was a powerful argument that, whereas the portion of a French princess would be but £200,000, the Spaniards offered £600,000, with the Infanta. To a body of commissioners selected out of the council to advise him on the business, James declared that the state of his affairs was such as might give him cause to make the best use of his son, thereby to get some good portion towards the payment of his debts, adding an assurance that Sarmiento had assured him that no alteration in the prince's religion was required by the King of Spain, nor any liberty or toleration for his subjects. The Spaniards were doubtless promising more than they intended to fulfill, in the hope that by dragging James a step in advance, he would ultimately be induced to go as far as they desired. At all events, in May 1618, when Digby returned to England with the Spanish terms, it appeared that though toleration was not asked for in the articles themselves, it was expected that James should agree to the repeal of the penal laws. James, who was obviously incompetent to do anything of the sort, refused to make the promise required of him. The negotiation, though not absolutely broken off, was suspended, and Gondomar, as Sarmiento was now styled, left England in July. It was probably in consequence of the same financial distress which made James so eager for the Spanish marriage that he had sanctioned an enterprise which, if successful, could hardly fail to bring him into collision with Spain. One of his first acts on his arrival in England at the commencement of the reign had been to deprive Raleigh, the outspoken advocate of war with Spain, of all his offices, though not without some compensation for his loss. Very soon afterwards, Raleigh was charged with having taken part in a plot to bring Spanish troops into England, a crime of which, though he may possibly have been guilty of rash and thoughtless speech, he was undeniably innocent. Raleigh, however, was condemned to death, though his punishment was commuted by the king to imprisonment in the Tower. In his eagerness to recover his freedom, he assured James that if only he were relieved of his imprisonment, he was ready to secure for him a gold mine on the Orinoco, the existence of which he had ascertained in a former voyage to Guyana. Supported by the new favorite, Raleigh was allowed to try his fortune, and in 1616 was released from the Tower. The Spanish ambassador at once declared the enterprise to be an infringement on his master's right to the east of Guyana. James, instead of deciding the question, left the whole responsibility to Raleigh, who was given to understand that, if he meddled with any part of the King of Spain's dominions, he would answer for it with his head. Since it was precisely the extent of those dominions that was in dispute, this practically meant that if Raleigh brought back the assurance of large quantities of gold for James, the site of the mine would be held at Whitehall to be outside the limits of Spanish territory. Under these conditions, Raleigh sailed in 1617. Reaching the mouth of the Orinoco, he sent an expedition up the river, but the Spaniards were able to stop its passage through the woods, and the venture ended in total failure. Raleigh, on his return in 1618, was offered as a sacrifice to Spain and executed, nominally in accordance with the sentence delivered in 1603. In reality, because he had failed to secure the gold of which James was in need. The real crime was the king's, who had sent him out without first defining the limits of Spanish sovereignty. It was not by the acquisition of gold mines that English influence was to grow beyond the sea. Commerce was advancing steadily in the midst of political complications. The East India Company was driving a lucrative trade, though it received but scanty support from the Crown in its resistance to the overbearing interference of its Dutch rivals. In the West, an attempt to colonize Virginia was made in 1607. and the new settlement proved successful after some years of struggle. In 1620, a more remarkable body found a home in the New World, a party of separatists who had fled from persecution to Holland, finding themselves ill at ease in their new surroundings, crossed the Atlantic and established themselves at Plymouth in New England. The foundations of the empire were laid in strenuous labor. At home, attention was little fixed on these seeds of future greatness. The minds of men, so far as they were bent at all on matters outside the domain of private life, were drawn to the constitutional struggles which were to render the mother country worthy of her offspring. The strife between the Crown and the House of Commons, which had twice culminated in a breach between them, had given increased importance to certain questions which arose as to the functions and limitations of various branches of the judiciary. So long as the parliamentary system was in working order, legislation might be called in to redress any defects in the existing system. Now that it was out of gear, a conflict of jurisdiction could only be ended by the direct interposition of the Crown, a result of little importance so far as the rights of private individuals were concerned, but one which, by rendering the judges subservient to the king, might lead to evils of no slight magnitude, if his claims encroached on the subjects' rights. If, on the other hand, this undue influence of the Crown was to be resisted, it could only be opposed, under existing circumstances, by exalting the judiciary into a position in which it would have to decide between the rights of the king and his subjects, thus placing the final control in political disputes in the hands of lawyers, a class of men inclined to lay down hard and fast rules more suitable for a court of justice than for political life. It so happened that Coke, who had become Chief Justice of the Common Pleas in 1606, was the very man to claim this high position for himself and his colleagues. Ambitious and overbearing by nature, he was ever prone to overvalue his immense stores of legal knowledge, and to undervalue those broader perceptions and sympathies which enter into the making of a statesman. Whatever might have been his office, he would have been sure to do his best to magnify it, and as a judge of a common law court he was determined, so far as in him lay, to exalt the authority of the common law courts above all others. Even before he became a judge, these courts had been accustomed to issue prohibitions to the ecclesiastical judges, stopping cases before them till they had shown that the matter in hand rightly fell under their jurisdiction. The clergy, on the other hand, held that the ecclesiastical courts derived their jurisdiction immediately from the Crown, and that their powers could only be defined by the king. In 1605, Bancroft, then Archbishop of Canterbury, presented to James a statement of their case, entitled Articuli Cleri, and asked that the disputes about jurisdiction might be decided by the Court of Chancery. In 1606, after Coke's appointment, the judges gave in their answer, contending that the points at issue could be settled by Act of Parliament alone. The smaller dispute between two sets of judges was thus brought into connection with the large one between Parliament and the Crown. In 1607, a further question arose. A lawyer named Fuller appeared before the Court of King's Bench to ask for a prohibition forbidding the Court of High Commission to tender to two of his clients an oath, known as the ex officio oath, which bound the person taking it to reveal all he knew, even against himself. The High Commission proceeded to summon Fuller before it on a charge of schism and erroneous opinions, upon which the King's Bench issued another prohibition, this time on behalf of the lawyer. Bancroft appealed to the King, who summoned the judges before him. An altercation ensued between James and Coke, in which the latter claimed the supremacy of the law, which to his mind meant the supremacy of the lawyers over the King. The 12 judges were next consulted, who admitted that the High Commission had the right of trying schism and heresy, but that it was for the common law judges to decide on the legality of its acts. On this answer, Fuller was condemned to a fine by the High Commission and found no more support in the King's Bench. The assumption by the common law judges of a right to test the legality of proceedings in ecclesiastical courts was, however, still contested by Bancroft. But, though the question was debated in the King's presence, it was still unsettled in 1609. Another question in which the jurisdiction of the common law courts was disputed arose out of an attempt made to reform the navy. Nottingham, who, as Lord Howard of Effingham, had commanded the fleet which foiled the Armada, was now growing old, and was altogether destitute of organizing capacity. Since 1604, the administration of the navy had fallen into the hands of Sir Robert Mansell, a man whose inefficiency was only equalled by his dishonesty. And under such control the navy, which had been handed down in admirable order by Elizabeth to her successor, was falling into ruin. In 1608, a commission of enquiry was appointed, and ended in a speech by James, who contented himself with hoping that those who had misbehaved themselves would see the error of their ways. Bribery and corruption were hardly to be checked by so feeble an intervention. And in 1613, after a fresh commission of inquiry had been issued, Mansell obtained from James Whitlock, a lawyer who in 1610 had taken a part adverse to the claim of the Crown in the matter of the impositions, an opinion that the commission was illegal as containing a clause authorizing the commissioners to, quote, give order for the due punishment of offenders, unquote. Whitlock and Mansell were forced to acknowledge before the council that they had been in the wrong, but no further attempt was made at this time to reform the navy. Two conceptions of government were thus confronted with one another: that of confining the royal authority strictly within the limits of the law, thus bringing in the judges as the arbiters of the Constitution, and that which left considerable latitude to the prerogative, hoping to find in the king a center of reforming activity. The former view was championed by Coke, the latter by Bacon. Bacon no doubt had acquired, through his long experience of courts, much of the suppleness of the courtier, but there was at the bottom of his heart a warm and ever-active patriotism, never allowing him to lose hope that the wearer of the crown would stand forth as the leader of the nation, and at last prove himself acceptable to the Parliament by which the nation was represented. Bacon must work with James or not work at all, and it was the real tragedy of his life that James, with all his good intentions, could never rise to the occasion, and that the best servants of the crown were employed in building up an authority which their master knew not how to use. In 1614, the conflict between Coke and Bacon was emphasized by the proceedings arising out of the case of a clergyman named Peacham, who was charged with a libelous attack on the king, in which he had suggested that the people might rise in rebellion. In 1615, in order to discover whether he had acted in collusion with others, Peacham was tortured by order of the council, and when nothing was discovered by this means, it was resolved to ask the judges whether Peacham was a fit subject for prosecution on the charge of treason. Bacon, then Attorney General, was employed to ascertain the opinion of the judges of the King's Bench, and, dreading lest Coke should overawe his brethren, resolved to put the question to each of them separately. Coke, as might have been expected, was highly indignant. "Such particular and auricular taking of opinions," he said, "is not according to the customs of the realm." The conflict between Coke and Bacon came to a head in 1615, in a case in which the king was interested. Bacon produced before the King's Bench a writ de non procedendo rege in consulto, directing the judges to proceed no further till the question had been referred to the Chancery, and till the king's leave to proceed further had been obtained. Bacon appears to have thought that the Chancellor, as a political as well as a judicial officer, would be a fitting mediator between the Crown and the judges. The case, however, was compromised out of court, and it was on another point that the final struggle took place. Embittered against the Court of Chancery, Coke took up the case of two swindlers whose victims had obtained in Chancery justice, which had been denied them in a common law court, and on their application to himself declared all who had taken part in the Chancery proceedings to be liable to the penalties imposed by the statute of praemunire. In another, a case of common law, Coke and the other judges of his court refused to take notice of an order from the king to suspend action, inasmuch as the matter was one in which the Crown was interested. On this the 12 judges were summoned before James. 11 of them gave way, acknowledging that they were bound to consult with the king before deciding a question in which he was concerned. Coke alone held out, and was dismissed from his office. It was November 15th, 1616. "This," said James, "is a thing regal and proper, to keep every court within his own bounds. As for the absolute power of the Crown, that is no subject for the tongue of a lawyer, nor is it lawful to be disputed. It is atheism and blasphemy to dispute what God can do. Good Christians content themselves with his will, revealed in his word. So it is presumption and high contempt in a subject to dispute what a king can do, or say that a king cannot do this or that, but rest in that which is the king's will as revealed in his law." Stripped of James's verbiage, the meaning of this declaration of principle was that the Crown, and not the bench, was the ultimate disposer of sovereign authority. The defeat of the judges was complete, a defeat which left king and parliament face to face, and ensured the grave questions at issue being dealt with on political rather than on strictly legal grounds. In this conflict, Coke was again to be heard of, but as a member of the House of Commons, and not as a judge. For the present, there was no House of Commons in which Coke could find a seat, and he therefore strove to climb back into power by the only means available. In 1617, James, having set out to revisit his old kingdom, Coke sought to curry favor by supporting a marriage between his daughter and a brother of the favorite, a marriage which was strongly opposed by her mother, Coke's wife. At once the court split into factions, Bacon, who had just been made Lord Keeper, taking part against Coke, in whose return to influence he recognized a grave political danger. Buckingham, however, was always eager to have as many dependents as possible, vehemently encouraged the marriage, and it was only by a profound apology that Bacon succeeded in warding off the danger which threatened him from the favourite's displeasure. The position now assumed by Buckingham was, in fact, a greater danger to the crown than anything that could arise from the pretensions of lawyers. As yet, indeed, the favourite claimed no more than to be the mouthpiece of the policy of the king. But he was allowed to be the master of the patronage of the crown. Welcomed at first for the friendliness and good nature which distinguished him from the overbearing Somerset, he soon developed an impatience of opposition, and an insistence on personal submission by all who sought his favour, which might gain him obsequious idolaters for the present, but were certain in the end to cost him the good opinion of those standing outside the circle of the court. Day by day he grew more self-confident, taking increased delight in the flattery of those who sought his favour. Brilliant in conversation, and affable of demeanour towards his inferiors, and there was no man at court whom he did not regard as such. He made the path easy to flatterers, and hard to those who respected themselves too highly to pay him the extravagant court that he demanded. His intervention in the question of his brother's marriage led to Coke's restoration to the council board, and though Coke gained little in real influence thereby, the interference of the favourite was significant of the weight which personal considerations were now to have over politics. It was unlikely that a youth so constituted would long be content to remain a mere court favourite. Somerset had risen to power in conjunction with the Howards, and Buckingham now set his heart on ousting the Howards from power. In 1618, Thomas Howard, the Earl of Suffolk, was suspended from the office of Lord High Treasurer, and in the following year he was condemned by the Star Chamber to a heavy fine for corruption in complicity with his wife. Wallingford, Suffolk's son-in-law, was, also in 1618, turned out of the mastership of the wards. In 1619, the secretary, Sir Thomas Lake, who had been introduced to the office under the protection of the Howards, having indiscreetly taken sides in a private quarrel, was fined in the Star Chamber and dismissed from office. The most important change, however, took place at the Admiralty. Buckingham's determination had succeeded when James had failed in setting at work a commission of enquiry into the scandals of the Navy. So enormous was the malversation now detected and exposed that Nottingham was driven to relinquish his post, and in January 1619 Buckingham became Lord High Admiral. Mansell had got rid of, and a new body of Navy commissioners was appointed to take charge of the details of naval administration. The leading spirit among the commissioners was Sir John Coke, a man of probity and a fair administrator. Under his influence, the Navy made some recovery from the slough of corruption into which it had sunk in the former part of the reign. Ships were built at cheaper rates, yet Buckingham, with the best will in the world, was too ignorant of naval matters and too prone to dispense his patronage amongst sycophants to obtain all the good results that ought to have followed from the dismissal of Nottingham. The more economical handling of the expenses of the Navy was paralleled by financial reforms in other directions. Buckingham's eagerness to lift the crown out of financial embarrassments had found an instrument in Sir Lionel Cranfield, who, having been bred as a London merchant, brought his commercial expertise to bear on the public revenue. The time had come when, unless something were done to check the outflow of expenditures, James would be compelled to surrender at discretion to the House of Commons. The deficit for the year 1617 reached £150,000, and a loan of £100,000, obtained with difficulty from the city, had been swallowed up. The Crown debts amounted to £726,000, and this in spite of the fact that the revenue was automatically rising through the growth of commerce, so that the customs, which at James's accession had brought in £86,000, were now leased for £140,000. In 1619, Gondomar estimated the growth of the trade of London since the peace with Spain at £7,500,000. It was Cranfield's task to battle with officials whose perquisites were threatened. Yet, in spite of all opposition, he reduced the annual expenditure of the household by £23,000. In 1618, he was himself named Master of the Wardrobe, with the expectation that he would be able to reduce expenditure in that department. And in the same year, with a similar object, he was appointed Master of the Wards. He was looking forward to a seat in the council when he was threatened with a loss of favour, till he consented to marry one of Buckingham's poor kinswomen. It was by proceedings of this kind that Buckingham spoiled his own career. It was only a lucky accident that gave him a man of ability like Cranfield as a tool, who was at the same time prepared to accept the position of personal subservience, which the favourite regarded as indispensable. In the long run, it is better for a government to attract men of independent character than to be served for a time by the ablest of financiers. And so long as Buckingham held the patronage of the Crown, it was hardly likely that men of independent character would consent to serve under him. The immediate result was, however, to the advantage of the Crown. Cranfield's efforts resulted in bringing about something more approaching a balance between revenue and expenditure than had been known since the death of Elizabeth. If, as was not unlikely, an actual balance could be reached, it would be on the sole condition that James should abstain from expensive entanglements in foreign politics. Yet this condition was becoming increasingly difficult of observance. In 1618, a revolution broke out in Bohemia, and in 1619, James's son-in-law, Frederick V, Elector Palatine, was elected king by the revolutionary estates of that country, in opposition to Ferdinand, who claimed to be the legitimate king, and who himself was elected emperor under the title of Ferdinand II 2 days later. The conflict which followed the Bohemian Revolution, usually known as the 30 Years' War, was partly a war of religion, partly also a war in which the imperial authority was pitted against the territorial authority of the princes. James had no reason to take sides on the latter issue, and no wish to plunge into war on the former. What was wanting in him was the capacity for understanding the sentiments of those who were actuated by motives different from his own. And he only succeeded in making himself the laughingstock of Europe by sending one diplomatic mission after another to urge the parties to a peaceable compromise which was detested by each. In the circumstances, it is impossible to blame him for refusing to send aid to his son-in-law in Bohemia. but it is difficult to overestimate his folly in consenting, when Gondomar returned to England in 1620, to take up once more the thread of the negotiation for the Spanish marriage. He was swayed by the vain hope that Spain, whose whole foreign policy was and must be based on her position as chief leader of the Roman Catholic Europe, would join him in an effort to mediate between Protestant and Catholic, and would subordinate the interests of her church to the petty question whether the King of England's son-in-law should retain his territorial dominions in the Palatinate. End of section 57.
Section 58 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Britain under James I, by S. R. Gardiner. Part 3. No doubt James's means of making war were defective. England had no standing army ready to take the field. It was only by permitting Vere to carry a regiment of volunteers in July to the defence of the Palatine that he was able to signify his intention to secure that country for his son-in-law. The Spanish government, recognizing his weakness and sure of their power to lull him to sleep, in August sent Spinola with a Spanish army to seize the western portion of the Palatine. In November, the defeat on the White Hill, outside the walls of Prague, drove Frederick out of Bohemia, and the question for James to decide was whether he would ally himself with other interested powers to check the vengeance of the Emperor and his allies. At first, James seemed now inclined to make a stand. He offered a military alliance to Christian IV of Denmark, and called Parliament to provide supplies for the undertaking. When Parliament met in January 1621, the House of Commons enthusiastically voted 2 subsidies, worth about £140,000, in token of its loyalty, but prudently abstained from discussing ways and means for a military intervention till the king was able to announce that intervention would positively take place. The postponement of the final decision gave an opportunity to Parliament to turn its attention to domestic affairs. Complaints had of late been rife against the issue of patents of monopoly. Elizabeth, indeed, had counselled some of these against which an outcry had been raised, and James, soon after his accession, had counselled many more. Fresh grants, however, had taken the place of those which had been recalled, and the public disposition was such as to cry out against them, not merely as evil in themselves, but as having been launched for the sole purpose of diverting money into the pockets of the favourites of the favourite. Yet this latter belief, though justified to some extent, was not nearly so well founded as was supposed. The claim of the Crown to grant patents of monopoly had never been abandoned. It was held by James's advisers, long before Buckingham had been heard of at court, that it was desirable to exercise the king's powers when the public advantage could thereby be secured. It is true that it was held in those days that the public was benefited not only by protective measures, but by other expedients which would now be rejected. A patent, for instance, was granted in 1611 for the manufacture of glass by means of coal furnaces, and in 1618 all manufacture of this article by other persons was prohibited on the ground that the use of wood in their furnaces would be injurious to shipbuilding. Another patent for the manufacture of gold and silver thread was issued, and enforced on the plea that the patentees pledged themselves to import the bullion they consumed, whereas it was exceeding likely that private persons would melt down the gold and silver within the realm. The process, which according to the economic doctrine of the time, signified the consumption of the wealth of England for purposes of display. Manufacture was not so easily carried on surreptitiously that stringent, perhaps illegal measures were taken to maintain the patentees in the rights conferred on them, and these measures brought the greater obloquy on those with whom they originated, since Sir Edward Villars, Buckingham's half-brother, having invested £4,000 in the concern, had a pension of £500 secured to him out of the profits, while a full brother of Buckingham's, Christopher Villars, was to enjoy a similar pension of £800 for no reason at all. It was easy to base on these facts a belief that the whole proceedings had been due to no more exalted cause than a desire to find money for the Villars family. Large numbers of other patents were granted them, with some excuse of being, at least at the outset, for the public advantage, but all of them tainted with the slime of favouritism, though Buckingham himself gained nothing in the process. Another patent, not strictly to be termed monopoly, brought even greater obloquy on the government. There was as good a reason then as now for keeping inns under special supervision, and in 1617 a project of one of Buckingham's kinsmen, Sir Giles Mompesson, having been adopted, all innkeepers were forced to receive a licence from certain commissioners, of whom Mompesson was one, which licenses would be forfeited through overcharge or ill treatment of travellers. A somewhat similar method was adopted with alehouses, Christopher Villars and other courtiers receiving a share of the forfeitures expected to accrue. The mischief was that the commissioners had an interest in gathering in fines and forfeitures, but had no local knowledge to enable them to deal justly with the keepers of inns and alehouses, even if they had had any interest in so doing, and several cases were adduced in which the agents of the commissioners had extorted undue payment. When therefore the Commons turned to domestic affairs, it was on these patents that they fell. They found a leader in Coke, who had been elected a member, and being always prepared to magnify his own office, urged the House to limit the powers of the Crown to interfere with the ordinary process of law. Sir Francis Mitchell, as a Middlesex justice, had supported the patent for alehouses, and the House, without hearing his defence, ordered him to the Tower. Mompesson was thereupon ordered into custody. He, however, succeeded in making his escape, and the Commons discovered that they had no right to inflict punishment without the consent of the House of Lords. These intemperate proceedings showed that the Commons were hardly fit to be trusted with unchecked power. Buckingham, at all events, was thoroughly frightened, and explained that if anything had gone wrong, it was all the fault of the referees, the privy councillors who had recommended the adoption of the patents, on the ground either of legality or of the public interest. James had naturally no wish to see his chief officers brought to book for advice given by them in the exercise of their duty as councillors, but he soon found that he could only gain his point by throwing over less important personages, and in this view he acted with the concurrence of Buckingham, now under the influence of Williams, the worldly wise Dean of Westminster. On March 13, 1621, Buckingham announced his readiness to join in punishing even his own brothers if they had been the cause of grievance to the Commonwealth. The Commons, on this, diverted from any further attack on himself, prepared to deal with Mitchell and Mompesson by way of impeachment, and turned their attention to a bill drawn up by Coke with the object of securing that the rules under which patents of monopoly were to be granted should be interpreted by the judges and not by the council. Among the names of the referees that of Bacon, now Lord Chancellor and Earl of St Albans, was conspicuous. When therefore a charge of bribery in execution of his office was brought against him, it seemed at first as if those who brought it merely sought to punish him in an indirect way for his share in the enforcement of the monopolies. Other charges, however, followed in quick succession, and were referred by the Commons to the consideration of the Lords. In the end, Bacon acknowledged himself to have been guilty of corruption, and was sentenced to deprivation of office, together with fine and imprisonment, the latter two penalties being ultimately remitted by the King. Subsequent investigation makes it almost certain that Bacon committed corrupt acts without corrupt intention, but it is impossible to blame the Commons for accusing him or the Lords for sentencing him. Bacon's case was indeed but an indication of a widely spread disease. The royal, or as we should now say, the public revenue, was insufficient for the due payment of services rendered. Add to this that there was no line drawn between the public and the private revenue of the Crown, and it is obvious that not only officials who ought to have been paid in proportion to their services, but also court favourites, who, if they rendered services at all, rendered them only to the King in his individual capacity, would seek to benefit themselves in irregular ways. Though the system did not originate with James, it undoubtedly flourished under him with increased vigour. Persons in office expected to be paid by those who sought their aid, and courtiers were not remiss in following suit. Occasionally, as when Suffolk was sentenced in the Star Chamber, an attempt was made to distinguish between legitimate gratuities and illegitimate bribery, but the attempt could not properly be crowned with success, especially as James was himself an offender in the matter. It is true that in 1611, when James created the Order of Baronets and required the payment of £1,080 from each recipient of the new title, he at first expended that sum upon the maintenance of cavalry in Ireland, and afterwards took care to return the money to each payer. But in 1618 he openly sold 4 earldoms, and in 1620s he took, either for himself or for Buckingham, £20,000 from Chief Justice Montague for creating him a viscount and conferring on him the Lord Treasurer's staff. The causes which had wrecked Bacon's career had also frustrated the success of his political expectations. Looking as he did to the Crown to be a leader in reform of everything, he had sunk into the position of a mere courtier because James had no leadership in him. The House of Commons, feeling that the reins were slackly held, was taking the bit between its teeth. In the case of Benison, and then in that of Bacon himself, it had brought its charges before the House of Lords, and had thereby revived the system of impeachment, dormant since the reign of Henry VI. There was as yet no direct claim put forward to assert the responsibility of ministers of the Crown for political action. That had been for the time abandoned, when the idea of questioning the referees had been laid aside. But the claim to accuse before the Lords ministers who had been guilty of misconduct or crimes had been successfully asserted, and it was no long step from the one to the other. Yet how unfit the House of Commons was to exercise supreme power appeared when, in May 1621, it ventured to sentence a certain Floyd to be 3 times pilloried, ride on a bare-backed horse with his face to the tail, and pay a fine of £1,000, simply because, being a Roman Catholic, he was said to have spoken contemptuously of the Elector Palatine and his wife. Here again James intervened. and the Commons had to carry their complaint before the Lords, who passed a still more cruel sentence on the unfortunate man. From a constitutional point of view, the result of the session at this stage was that while the Commons were unable to secure for themselves the right of inflicting punishment, they actually secured it for the two Houses in cooperation. When the usual time for the close of the session arrived, James had come to no definite conclusion on the subject of the Palatinate. His negotiation with the King of Denmark had failed, because Christian IV, though ready to join England in an active alliance for the support of the Palatinate, had no patience with James' continued trust in negotiation unbacked by military force. James, who persisted in renewing his attempt to turn aside the Emperor's wrath by argument, dispatched Digby to Vienna and commended the adjournment of the House, in the hope that it might be ready to take warlike measures should Digby's report prove unsatisfactory. On June the 4th, in the last sitting before the adjournment, a declaration was moved in the Commons to the effect that if the negotiation failed, they would be ready to the uttermost of their powers, both with their lives and fortunes, to assist the king, so that he might be able to do that by his sword which by peaceable courses shall not be affected. Waving their hats in the air, the members adopted the declaration with resolute shouts. But James did not use his opportunities well. In the course of the same month, he ordered the arrest of Southampton and two members of the House of Commons, and though he had it given out that they were not under restraint for anything done by them in Parliament, it was difficult to persuade his subjects of the truth of the explanation. The arrest of Essex followed. Then the king placed the Great Seal in the hands of Williams, whom he also made Bishop of Lincoln. If William's character had been equal to his parts, he would have been a great statesman. At all events, he had the sense in which James was wholly wanting, the sense of what the state of public opinion would allow a government to do with impunity. The first fruits of his advancement was the liberation of the imprisoned members and of other prisoners who had been in durance for a long time. About the same time Cranfield became Lord Treasurer. For the first time in the reign, the finances were placed under the control of an expert. If James could save the Palatinate by diplomacy, all might yet be well. Unfortunately for James, neither the passions nor interests of the German princes were likely to bring about such a consummation. The Emperor Ferdinand desired to establish the authority of his crown and his religion in Germany, while the Duke of Bavaria craved Frederick's electorate, and at least part of his territory. When Parliament met in November, it was to hear from Digby's lips that the Upper Palatinate had been overrun by Tilly, and that the Lower was in danger. Digby was himself a warm supporter of the policy of an understanding with the Catholic powers, a warm opponent of the policy which assumed that Protestant states must in every case be in the right. Yet he knew what James never perceived, that the power which aims at an understanding with others must begin by inspiring respect, and he proposed that as winter was coming on, sufficient money should be voted to pay the elector's troops in the Lower Palatinate under Mansfield, including the English volunteers who garrisoned the fortified towns. In this way only would it be possible to hinder these troops from plundering in the neighbouring Catholic states, and thus irritating the enemy into hostile resolutions. Before the summer arrived there would be time enough to obtain from the Emperor a final declaration of his intentions as to Frederick's retention of his hereditary dominions. As to his retention of Bohemia, there could be no longer any question. The Commons voted that the supply required should be granted, but they coupled their vote with a petition complaining that the King of Spain was aiming at universal monarchy, and that in England itself the expectation of the Spanish marriage and the favour of the Spanish ambassador had elated the spirits of the recusants. They therefore asked that the king should pursue a merely Protestant policy at home and abroad, enforce the necessary acts, make war upon Spain, and marry the prince to one of his own religion. Against this petition James protested as derogatory to his rights, and the Commons admitted that they had no power to control him, especially as regarded the marriage of his son, but insisted on their right to debate all matters relating to the welfare of the kingdom, and to bring their sentiments humbly before the throne without demanding an answer. No assertion by James that they had only the right to debating questions on which he asked their opinion could drive them from their position, and they finally embodied their claim in a protestation that the liberties, franchises, privileges, and jurisdictions of Parliament are the ancient and undoubted birthright and inheritance of the subjects of England, and that the arduous and urgent affairs concerning the king, state, and defence of the realm, of the Church of England, and the making and maintenance of laws and redress of grievances are proper subjects, a matter of counsel and debate in Parliament. They further declared that the Commons had liberty to treat of such matters in what order they pleased, and that every member had freedom from all impeachment, imprisonment, and molestation other than by the censure of the House itself. The King's reply was to tear the protestation out of the journal book, and to dissolve Parliament, even at the expense of foregoing the subsidy which the Commons had resolved to grant. Coke and 2 other members of the House were imprisoned for some months, and Pym, who had taken a leading part in the opposition, was ordered into confinement in his own house. The dissolution of James's third Parliament was a triumph for Gardiner. Without a Parliament behind him, James's plan of mediating between the powers in collusion on the continent had been reduced to a shadow. The benevolence to which he again had recourse produced no more than £88,000, a sum that, if it had come in at once instead of in driblets, would have gone but a little way to meet the expenses of war. In the meantime the blow which James dreaded had fallen upon his son-in-law. Mansfield, receiving no money from England, was under the necessity of plundering the neighbours of the Palatinate. An excuse was eagerly seized by the armies which sought his downfall. Despite of fresh English embassies pleading for times to negotiate, the armies of Frederick were defeated, and the Lower Palatinate was overrun before the summer of 1622 had far advanced. 3 fortresses only, Heidelberg, Mannheim, and Frankenfell, held out for the Elector. So completely had James played his part in bringing about the ruin of his own policy that Gardiner had been able to leave England in May, safe in the consciousness that nothing that England could now do would rob the Catholic powers of their supremacy on the continent. Even then James could not see how complete his failure was. Starting from the simple proposition that both the Upper and the Lower Palatinate were the property of his son-in-law, and that everyone with a sense of justice ought to be ready to give effect to claims so well founded, he persisted in believing that the Spanish government of Philip IV would not only recognize that his demands were just, but would also consent to renounce the solidarity of its religious and political interests with those of the Emperor, in order to restore to his inheritance a prince who was the enemy of the religion professed by every Spaniard, and whose only merit was that he had married the daughter of an English king. Seeing foreign policy not as it really was, but as he wished it to be, James sent Digby, now Earl of Bristol, back to Madrid to complete the arrangements of the Spanish marriage, March 1622. Nor was it only over James himself that Gardiner had cast his net. Prince Charles, now in his 22nd year, had developed slowly. Shy and constrained in his intercourse with others, he had fallen entirely under the influence of Buckingham, who at this time shared the king's belief that Philip could not give his sister in marriage to the Prince of Wales without restoring the inheritance of Frederick and Elizabeth. During the last weeks of Gardiner's stay, Buckingham had been on terms of close intimacy with him, and it could hardly have been without his approval that Charles had promised to come in person to Madrid incognito, should the ambassador advise him to do so. There is no doubt that the Spanish government at this time desired to effect the marriage, if only to avert the danger of war with England. Yet it was morally impossible to assure James of the results which he expected from the marriage. The invaders of the Palatinate could not be held back. Heidelberg surrendered in September 1622. Mannheim in November. The news of the first disaster brought about the mission of Endermine Porter to summon the King of Spain to obtain the restitution of Heidelberg within 70 days, to engage to take the field against the Emperor if he refused to make peace on terms agreed on by Spain and England. Buckingham, with the prince in his train, threw himself on the side which was in favour of warlike measures. Before Porter left England, the control of Spanish affairs had fallen into the hands of Owlivia, a minister anxious to stave off financial ruin by keeping, if possible, out of war, and yet resolved to do nothing derogatory to Spain's position as a great, perhaps still the greatest, of the Catholic powers. His position was moreover hampered by a declaration of the Infanta to her brother that she would never marry a heretic, and by Philip's consequent resolution that the marriage must be broken off in such a way as to give no offence to James. Porter, therefore, could but carry back a dilatory answer in regard to the Palatinate. At the same time, more stringent demands were made in regard to the marriage articles, and these were accepted by James and his son on January 1623. If Philip took no step to reveal his determination to break off the marriage, it was doubtless because Porter had brought a secret message revealing Charles's wish to come to Madrid in person, such a message being in the eyes of the Spanish ministers equivalent to an offer to change his religion, and in which case the repugnance of the Infanta to the marriage would be readily overcome by Buckingham and also by Charles, whose irresolute mind had surrendered itself absolutely into the keeping of the strong-willed favourite. The proposed visit to Madrid was regarded from a very different point of view. The visit would, they thought, be a personal compliment to Philip, which would impose on him an obligation to effect the restoration of the Palatinate. It was the misfortune of these two youths not only to subordinate political to personal considerations, but to imagine that others would do the same. Thus, when in March 1623 they arrived in Spain, they were surprised to find difficulties thrown in their way. Some time elapsed before the papal dispensation for the marriage was obtained, and when it arrived it was clogged by a condition that before it was handed over, Philip must swear that Charles and his father would fulfil the articles inserted in the marriage treaty to protect the religious liberty of English Catholics. James, indeed, after some hesitation, swore to observe these articles, but Charles, annoyed at discovering that no binding engagement to re-establish Frederick in the Palatinate was to be had from Philip, left Spain in disgust in September. When he landed in England, he was received with every sign of popular joy, not so much in consequence of his own safety, as because he had not brought the Infanta with him. Charles at once put pressure on the king, not merely to break off the marriage negotiations, but to declare war against Spain. Naturally, the old man hesitated to abandon the policy to which he had clung during so many years, but the logic of facts was against him, as well as the petulant insistency of his favourite and his son. The Spanish alliance was one thing, and the restoration of the Palatinate was another. There was no way possible by which the two could be combined. Step by step he yielded to the inevitable, till at last he was driven to summon Parliament, and Parliament, which met in February 1624, at once recommended the dissolution of the treaty of the marriage, and an attempt to recover the Palatinate. It was by this time obvious, even to James, that his double object was unattainable, and with a heavy heart he directed that effect should be given to the wishes of Parliament. Not only had his diplomacy broken down, but the policy behind that diplomacy. It was none the less a noble object that he had had in view, the object of smoothing away the differences arising from the great religious struggle of the last century, and of bringing Catholic and Protestant governments to work together upon the lines of civil justice. But even if the scheme had not been in itself too far in advance of his age to have a chance of success, James was too deficient in skill or firmness to have averted its disastrous failure. From that time onward the true ruler of England was Buckingham, and for the time being he saw his advantage in the corporation of Parliament. He steered for war, not in the spirit of the statesman, but in the spirit of a rash youth, eager to revenge the slights put on him, and careless of measuring his designs by the powers at his command. However warlike her sons might be, England was unorganized in military operations outside her own territory, nor, even if such an organization could be improvised, were Englishmen habited to the financial burdens for which alone such operations could be supported. Before the end of March, Parliament had voted free subsidies and 3/15, about £300,000, for the defence of the realm, the securing of Ireland, sending of assistance to the States of the United Provinces and other allies of His Majesty, and for the putting out of a fleet to sea. The sum named was inadequate for these four purposes, especially if Buckingham construed liberally the vague mention of assistance to be given to allies rather than the United Provinces. So far as domestic matters were concerned, the good understanding between him and the powers bore fruit. On the one hand, in the passing of the Monopoly Act, which confined the privilege of a monopoly to 14 years in favour of those who had invented or introduced a new discovery. On the other hand, in the impeachment and punishment of Lord Treasurer Middlesean on a charge of corruption, his real offence being his opposition to a war with Spain. So far as foreign affairs were concerned, the rift which led to a breach between King and Commons in the following year was beginning to be discernible. Buckingham, seeking for allies, aimed at a marriage between the Prince of Wales and Henrietta Maria, the sister of Louis XIII, whereby the Commons, though preferring a French to a Spanish alliance, would much rather have welcomed a Protestant lady as their future queen. They were only to some extent reconciled to the prospect before them by a promise from Charles and James that no liberty of religion should be accorded to any Roman Catholics, not of the princess's own household. On the subject of the war, too, divergences of opinion soon revealed themselves. The Commons, regarding Spain as more powerful than she was, were eager for a war, mainly naval and commerce destroying, which would weaken Spain's financial resources and thus render her incapable of furnishing help to her continental allies, while Buckingham was eager not only to send forth the fleet with this object, but also to dispatch a land expedition under Mansfield to liberate the Palatinate in conjunction with the King of France. And Parliament was procured in May. It was understood that the Houses were to meet at the beginning of the winter to receive a communication from the government on the plans which would by that time have been matured, and to vote such supplies as might then seem necessary. By that time Buckingham had discovered that he could not dispose of foreign governments at his pleasure. Louis XIII called Richelieu to his councils, and through him refused his sister's hand, unless she were to take with her to her new home concessions to the English Catholics, at least equal to those which had been promised to Spain. Buckingham, to save his house of cards from falling to pieces, persuaded James and Charles to throw over the promise made by them to Parliament, and in December the marriage treaty was ratified by James, while Charles, with the counter-signature of a Secretary of State, ratified a secret engagement to grant religious liberty to the English Catholics as fully as had been promised in the Spanish treaty. That which, at least according to the notions of the present times, ought to have been accorded spontaneously, was made a matter of obligation to a foreign power in the teeth of the ill will of the English nation. Such humiliation brought with it a swift recompense. Louis XIII had promised to allow Mansfield to pass through his territories with an English army on the way to the Palatinate, and to support him with a French contingent of 2,000 horse, partly through dread of the consequences of admitting so undisciplined a host, partly through his desire to divert the expedition to the relief of Breda, which was undergoing a siege by a Spanish army. The King of France retracted his promise, and Buckingham, having, in consequence of Charles's breach of promise in the matter of toleration, been unable to advise the summoning of Parliament, was driven to choose between sending Mansfield through Dutch territory with his men unpaid and unprovided, and abandoning altogether the scheme of intervention in Germany on which he had set his heart. Being what he was, he preferred the former and more reckless course. In January 1625, Mansfield crossed the Channel at the head of 12,000 men. In a few weeks 9,000 of that number were dead or invalided. Of the 2,000 French horse, only 200 made their appearance. Never had an English government been more thoroughly discredited. James had shown himself incapable of making peace. Buckingham and Charles had shown themselves incapable of making war. On March 27th, James died, and Charles and his favourite were left to bear the brunt of the struggle in which they had heedlessly engaged. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster, by R. Dunlop, Part 1. Cut off by its position, but even more by the relapse of the greater part of its inhabitants into a state of semi-barbarism from the general currents of European development, Ireland, which despite its insularity had done so much in the past for European civilization, was to most Englishmen at the beginning of the 16th century a mere terra incognita. Quite recently it had, it is true, acquired a certain notoriety, by its espousal of the claims of Lambert Simnel and Perkin Warbeck. French wines found their way into the country through Cork and Waterford. The long-established commercial relations between Dublin and Bristol still subsisted. Spanish traders landed their wares on Galway Quay. The fame of St. Patrick's Purgatory attracted an occasional pilgrim from foreign lands, and of one Irish chieftain it was placed on record that he had accomplished the hazardous journey to Rome and back. But of those larger influences which were transforming the face of Europe politically, intellectually and morally, Ireland knew nothing. The wave of the Renaissance expended its force without touching her shores. Vast woods and impenetrable thickets, the lair of the wild boar and the wolf, interspersed with pathless bogs, covered the island, rendering communication with the interior dangerous and difficult, and preventing that political development which trade and intercourse with other nations can alone promote. Of the 750,000 of inhabitants which by a rough estimate then composed the population of Ireland, 2/3 at least led a wild and half-nomadic existence, possessing no sense of national unity beyond the narrow limits of the several clans to which they belonged, acknowledging no law outside the customs of their tribe, subsisting almost entirely on the produce of their herds and the spoils of the chase, and finding in their large frieze mantles a sufficient protection against the inclemency of the weather, and one relieving them from the necessity of building houses for themselves. They had little in their general mode of life to distinguish them from their Celtic ancestors. 3 centuries or more had passed away since the Anglo-Normans had set foot in the country. The marks of their invasion were everywhere visible. In the better cultivated district of the Pale, where they had obtained a firm hold of the land, in their castles scattered up and down the country, and in the beauty of the ecclesiastical structures that their piety had raised. But conquerors and conquered had long since merged into one common race, and if it was perhaps not literally true that the former had become Hebernus ipsis Hebernioris, there was in fact little difference either in language or in customs between them. Only in the 4 counties of Louth, Meath, Dublin and Kildare that comprised the Pale were any signs of English authority visible. Hence the saying that they dwelt by the west, the law which dwelt beyond the river of the Barrow. To preserve this last vestige of its dominion had been, in so far as it concerned itself with Ireland at all, the one object of the English crown from the days of Richard II down to those of Henry VII. Acts of the most stringent description had been passed to prevent the assimilation of the 2 races. Threats of confiscation had been hurled against the degenerate English nobles unless they abandoned their pestiferous customs of coin and livery. The aid of Rome had been solicited, and the Church had thundered her anathema against the rebellious Irish, but all to no effect. Year by year the position of the Pale men became more precarious, worst of its many respects than the wild Irish, from whose inroads they were compelled to purchase an uncertain immunity by the payment of a heavy black rents. They seemed to exist on sufferance only because it suited the policy of the dominant house of Kildare to make use of the royal authority in its feuds with the Butlers and O'Neills. In order to remedy this condition of things, Henry VII had authorised his deputy, Sir Edward Poynings of 1494, to consent to a law restraining the freedom of the Irish Parliament and subjecting its legislation to sanction of the Privy Council. But the remedy hardly touched the disease. Before long, affairs drifted back into their old channel of how long Ireland might have continued an object of more or less indifference to England. It is impossible to say, had not the political consequences of Henry VIII's divorce rendered active intervention there necessary. Perhaps in no domain had the antagonism between the 2 races been attended with more peculiar results than in that of the Church. Despite the efforts of the Synod of Cashel to secure conformity in doctrine and ritual, the Irish had never entirely abandoned their own primitive form of church government, and this for 2 reasons. First, because, being of indigenous origin, it had grafted itself permanently onto the clan system, and secondly, because the Church of Rome, by associating herself closely with the policy of the invaders, had failed to gain the sympathy of the natives. Of course, as the power of the crown in Ireland grew, so also grew the influences of the Roman Church. But though pushed into the background, the old Church, if we may venture to call her, never completely lost her hold on the people, and with the revival of Celtic ideas in the 14th and 15th century, her influence became more pronounced. Still, the consequences were not so fatal for the Church as they had proved for the state. Naturally, the secular clergy had lost in the contest, notwithstanding the severe enactments by which they sought to exclude Irishmen from their cures and benefices. But wherever monasticism had firmly established itself, where the Church managed to hold her own, albeit Irish in lieu of English hands now trimmed the lamp that had been lit at Rome, nevertheless it was hardly to be expected that in a country so much the prey of civil discord, where the plundering of an abbey or the burning of a cathedral was a common incident of tribal warfare, the feeling of religion should be anything but superficial. And there is every reason to believe that the picture drawn by a contemporary describes accurately enough the state of degradation into which the Church in Ireland had fallen at the beginning of the 16th century. Some say that the prelates of the Church and clergy are much cause of all the misorder of the land, for there is no archbishop, nor bishop, abbot, nor prior, parson, nor vicar, nor any other person of the Church, high or low, great or small, English or Irish, that useth to preach the word of God, saving the poor, friars, beggars. The proceedings connected with Henry's divorce from Queen Catherine had hardly entered on the last critical stage, which signs of political complications likely to follow from an open breach with the Emperor Charles V began to show themselves in Ireland. James FitzJohn Fitzgerald, 11th Earl of Desmond, who, in order to strengthen his position in Munster against the McCarthys on the one side and the Butlers on the other, had lately been coquetting with Francis I, had seized the opportunity to open negotiations with the Emperor, promising in return for assistance to transfer his allegiances from the English to the imperial crown. This would have attracted little attention had it not been that Charles, in the hope of creating embarrassments for Henry, had shown a willingness to entertain Desmond's proposals. And though his death nipped the scheme before it had time to take any practical shape, his example has not been lost on the others, and more than one Irish chieftain showed a readiness to follow in his footsteps. Thus the necessity of vigorous intervention in the affairs of Ireland was brought forcibly home to Henry. The Viceroy Gerald, 9th Earl of Kildare, was accordingly summoned to London, and immediately on his arrival there clapped in the Tower. A report of his death, premature as it proved, was instantly followed by the rebellion of his son Thomas, Lord Offaly. Troops were dispatched to Ireland, and on February 3rd, 1537, Earl Thomas and his 5 uncles, having been previously attainted, were hanged at Tyburn. The downfall of the House of Kildare cleared the way for energetic action in Ireland. Already in the previous year, a parliament professing theoretically at any rate to represent Ireland had given its sanction to legislation bringing Ireland into line with England in ecclesiastical matters by confiscating the estates of habitual absentees, had removed at least one great obstacle to a permanent settlement in the country. But the purely formal character of this Parliament's proceedings was too apparent to allow anyone to expect a sudden reformation, and it spoke well for Henry's appreciation of the difficulties of the task he had undertaken that, before proceeding further in the matter, he should have sought to obtain as much light as possible on the nature of the problems to be solved. With this object, he ordered on July 31st, 1537, the appointment of a commission presided over by Sir Anthony St. Leger, for the order and establishment to be taken and made touching to the whole state of our land of Ireland, and all and every of our affairs within the same, both for the reduction of the said land to the due civility and obedience, and the advancement of the public weal of the same. The commissioners, having collected information from every available quarter, completed their labours early in 1538, but it was only with the appointment of St. Leger as Lord Deputy in the summer of 1540 that the scheme for the reformation of Ireland, as it was called, began to take practical shape. Incidentally, Henry's breach with Rome had the effect of attracting special attention to the so-called donation of Ireland to Henry II by Pope Adrian IV. The discussion to which the subject gave rise was not of a purely academic character. What one pope had the power to grant, another, it was argued, had the power to recall, and a disposition manifested itself in papal circles to give practical expression to this view of the question. To obviate this danger and to place the Crown's claims on an indisputable basis, a bill was prepared conferring on Henry and his heirs the title of King of Ireland and submitted to a parliament which met at Dublin on the June 13th, 1541. The bill readily passed both houses and, having been read again in plain Parliament, received the royal assent on Saturday, June the 18th. This act, though of comparatively little importance in itself, is useful as serving to mark the beginning of a new epoch in the history of Ireland. With it, the long period of inaction came to a close, and a period of active intervention leading to a final conquest and settlement of the country began. It was the first step towards what was called the recovery of Ireland. Starting at this point, it will be the object of the present chapter to sketch in broad outlines the history of this recovery down to the eve of the Great Rebellion, and to show how a policy of its inception, essentially conciliatory, gradually, and to all appearance, inevitably developed into one of a directly opposite tendency. On being informed that the Parliament had conferred upon him the title of King of Ireland, Henry remarked with much rudeness that it behoved his good subjects in that kingdom to see to it that his revenues were made sufficient to maintain the state of the same. For the guidance of his Lord Deputy and Council, he would have them observe that Irishmen and the lands they occupy were to be divided into two classes. First, those whom, like O'Reilly, O'Connor and the Kavanaghs, we take to lie so far upon the danger of our power as you may easily bring them to any reasonable conditions. Secondly, those like O'Donnell and O'Brien, whom we think to lie so far from our strength there as without a greater force it will be difficult to expel them out of their country, and to keep and to inhabit the same with such as we would therefore unto appoint. Consequently, in entering into any agreements with them, it was necessary to bear this fact in mind. For the first mentioned, they might follow the precedent set in the case of Turlough O'Toole, who was to receive a grant of a district of Faircullen in Tail Mail, by the service of one knight's fee and an annual rent of 5 marks, on consenting to keep the castle of Powerscourt in good repair, to cause the inhabitants of his land to use the English language and habits according to the best of his ability, to keep no cairn without permission, to levy no black rents, coin or livery, to preserve open the passes through the woods and the mountains, to answer the king's writ, and to attend the deputy with his men whenever required to do so. As for those great lords whose countries lay remote from the seat of government, they were to try to persuade them, on condition of receiving full possession of their lands, to consent to the surrender of some town or stronghold in the same, to pay a certain subsidy or rent, to hold their lands by knight's service, whereby their children shall be our wards and after sue out their liveries, and finally to agree to the suppression of such religious houses as might happen to be in their countries. Nevertheless, added Henry, because we be desirous once again to experiment their faiths, we would you should not overmuch press them in any vigorous sort, but only to persuade them discreetly upon consideration that the lands they have be our proper inheritance, besides our right and title to the whole land, and what honour, quite benefit, and commodity they shall have by such an end to be made with us, and what danger may come to them, if they embrace not this our special grace showed unto them, to induce them gently to condescend to that which shall be reasonably desired of them. Such then were the lines in which Henry proposed to effect the recovery of Ireland and the reduction of the country to good order and civility. Of transplantation and extirpation there was as yet not one word spoken or implied. Sober ways, politic drifts, and amiable persuasions, these were to be the means by which Irishmen were to be induced to abandon their barbarous life and to conform to the laws of England. Immediate success seemed likely to crown Henry's policy. One by one, the Irish chieftains, from the Earl of Desmond in the south to Con O'Neill in the north, came in and signed indentures of submission, in which they promised for themselves and those under their authority to acknowledge Henry as their sovereign lord and king and supreme head of the Church in Ireland under Christ, to live conformably to the laws of England, to hold their lands as from the crown, paying therefore an annual rent in the name of a subsidy, to renounce all black rents and illegal exactions, to attend Parliament personally whenever summoned to do so, to accompany the king or his deputy on all hostings, to keep the passes bordering on the English districts open, and to rebuild all ruined parish churches in the countries assigned to them. The terms of the indentures were somewhat varied in order to meet particular circumstances. Those recited were those to which Con O'Neill bound himself, but in all cases the renunciation of the papal authority was made compulsory, which, says Sir John Davis, I conceive to be worth the noting, because when the Irish had once resolved to obey the king, they made no scruple to renounce the Pope. Striking while the iron was hot, St. Leger persuaded O'Neill, McWilliams, and O'Brien to go to England, whereupon Henry was pleased to confer upon them the rank and title of Earls of Tyrone, Clanricarde, and Thomond respectively, granting them at the same time letters patent of the countries claimed by them, and bestowing on each of them a house and lands near Dublin for their entertainment during their attendance on Parliament. The problem seemed to have been solved. Ireland, so long the scene of bloodshed and anarchy, appeared at last to have found rest and to be on the point of entering upon an era of peace and prosperity. If only this same may be continued but to the sense, then is this land for ever reformed, ejaculated St. Leger. Thanks be to God, wrote Sir Thomas Cusack, this land was never, by our remembrance in so good case, known nothing like for honest obedience, and after that cometh the profit to the King's Majesty, if they continue in this quietness they be in at this instant. We confess, testified the Earls of Desmond, Thomond, and Tyrone, and divers other Irish lords who had come to Dublin to witness St. Leger's departure, there lives not any in Ireland, were he of the age of Nestor, who has seen this country in a more peaceful state. Knowing as we do how fallacious these hopes were to prove, and how far Ireland was from being actually won, it is worth while to inquire into the causes of the failure of Henry's policy. In tracing the history of the relations between England and Ireland, and in endeavouring to account for that deep-rooted antipathy on the part of the latter to the former, which has constantly frustrated every effort at conciliation, historians have naturally laid special emphasis on the fatal consequences of the wars of religion and extirpation waged by Elizabeth and her successors. But though both circumstances have undoubtedly served to complicate the problem, and indeed alter its entire complexion, they can hardly be regarded as adequate to explain the failure of a policy which touched neither the land nor the religion of the Irish. The solution of the difficulty must be looked for in another direction. In 1541, Ireland presented an open field for constructive statesmanship. Theoretically, Henry's policy was neither ill-conceived nor ill-adapted to accomplish the object he had in view. Unfortunately, it was impracticable. It was an attempt to solve a problem by ignoring the main factor in it. What Henry had to deal with was not individuals, but a system. To treat O'Donnell, O'Connor, O'Neill and the rest of the Irish chiefs as proprietors of the land in which they possessed only a life interest was altogether to mistake the nature of the problem that confronted him. Over nearly the whole of Ireland, service and not land formed the basis of the social system. All those indentures of submission on which such store was set were in reality only so much waste parchment. Doubtless the intention was good. Doubtless O'Neill and the rest would gladly have converted their unstable life interests into firm feudal tenures, but this was precisely what they were unable to do. The mistake was a natural one. Henry did not see, or seeing, he thought he could disregard the difference between a feudal baron and the chief of a clan. The history of the next 100 years was to show that the life of the clan was something quite independent of the life of its chief. The latter might come and go, but nothing short of extirpation could put an end to the former. All that Henry's policy had the effect of doing was to open still wider the door for domestic intrigue within the circle of the clan itself. But this it was reserved for the future to reveal. For the present, when St. Leger left Ireland in 1546, everything seemed to betoken clear and settled weather. The little cloud gathering over Leix and Offaly was too insignificant to disturb the equanimity even of the most sceptical. Henry's activity in Ireland had not failed to attract the attention of the astute politician who occupied the chair of St. Peter, Paul III. We have already seen how the construction placed by the papacy on the so-called donation of Adrian had been a main cause in bringing about the alteration of the royal title. But a new power had recently sprung into existence, of which Paul did not fail to perceive the significance and which he proceeded to turn to instant account. The foundation of the Society of Jesus by Ignatius Loyola and its part in the movement known as the Counter-Reformation has already been discussed in a previous chapter of this work. Here it is sufficient to note that the foundation of the new order was exactly contemporaneous with the viceroyalty of St. Leger. In a letter addressed to Con O'Neill on April 24, 1541, Paul, after referring to the pitch of impiety to which Henry's contempt of God's honour had brought Ireland, announced his intention of taking that land under his own fatherly protection. To this end, he had to appoint John Couture and Alfonso Salmeron, the latter one of the earliest of Loyola's recruits and afterwards prominent at the Council of Trent, to proceed thither to confirm the inhabitants in the true faith. Before the expedition could start, Couture died, but his place was speedily filled by Pascal Bruet, and to them Francesco Zapata was added as secretary. In the instructions given, they were commanded to be all things to all men, fighting the devil with his own weapons, chary in speaking, constant in good deeds, seeking to win souls by kindness rather than repel them by excessive reproofs of them, to avoid meddling with money, spending whatever they received in alms by the hands of others, and finally to correspond regularly and frequently with the Holy See. Quitting Rome on September 10th, the three missionaries, after narrowly escaping imprisonment in France, reached the court of St. James V of Scotland, and it would seem early in January of the following year. Receiving letters of commendation from him to O'Neill and other Irish princes, they managed to gain the coast of Ulster in safety. The bleak and inhospitable aspect of the country, together with the wild and savage appearance of its inhabitants, struck a chill into their very souls. The ruined churches, the deserted cloisters told their own story. Their piety and charity made some impression on the common people, but the knowledge that the government had information of their arrival, and that the Irish chiefs were more likely to hand them over to St. Leger than to listen to their ministrations, compelled them constantly to change their abode. After wandering about disconsolately for several weeks and seeing little good likely to accrue from their efforts, they succeeded with difficulty in effecting their escape to Scotland. So ended the first Jesuit enterprise in Ireland. It was a complete failure. Almost 20 years were to elapse before a second attempt was made. As Henry's conversion to Protestantism had been the result rather of political causes than of any religious grievances as had brought about the religious revolt in Germany, so it was hardly to be expected that his innovations in religion should have borne any other character than that of a mere state transaction. A number of acts were passed conferring on him the title of Supreme Head of the Church, diverting certain sources of revenue from the papal into the royal treasury, and sanctioning the suppression of religious houses. Beyond this, nothing was attempted in Ireland. No doubt even so much was not accomplished without opposition, but the opposition was of a purely formal nature, entailing neither persecution nor martyrdom for conscience' sake. A few images were knocked down in some churches, and their places supplied by English translations of the Lord's Prayer, the Creed and the Ten Commandments. A new form of confession was promulgated, in which the power of the Pope to grant absolution for sin was directly impugned. but the Mass still continued to be set forth in the Latin tongue, invocations to be addressed to the Virgin, and prayers to be offered up for the dead. Between the Archbishop of Dublin, George Browne, who represented the extreme wing of the reforming party, and George Cromer, Archbishop of Armagh, who headed the opposition, probably the only essential article of differences was that of the royal supremacy, and even in this respect Cromer was prudent enough not to offer anything more than a sort of passive resistance. For the people generally, the question of the spiritual supremacy was a matter of absolute indifference. O'Donnell, O'Neill, O'Brien, and the rest of the Irish chiefs had, as we have seen, made no scruple about renouncing allegiance to the Pope or of accepting grants of conventual property. Their clansmen, even if they heard anything of the matter, neither cared nor understood anything at all about it. A reformation implies something to be reformed, but outside the pale there was nothing worthy of being called a church. To say that the Irish had relapsed into a state of heathenism is perhaps going too far. The tradition of Christian belief still survived, but it was a lifeless, useless thing. What the Irish needed was not reformation or conversion, but, if we may employ a modern phraseology, a religious revival. We shall have occasion to notice how this need was met, not by the properly constituted authorities of the State Church, but by the missionary enterprise of the priests. Perhaps in no other country in the world were the efforts of the Counter-Reformation productive of more important or lasting consequences than in Ireland. As the reign of Henry VIII drew to a close, the little cloud of rebellion which had been gathering over the western borders of the Pale showed signs of bursting, and the son of Jane Seymour had hardly mounted his father's throne than Brian O'Connor and Gilpatrick O'Moore, the chiefs of two important clans occupying the eastern parts of what was subsequently known as the King's and Queen's counties, rose in arms. It is not always easy to offer a plausible reason for Irish insurrection, probably because a plausible reason does not always exist. But in this case, sympathy with the exiled head of the House of Kildare and the disappointed ambition of Brian O'Connor, who had vainly hoped for terms as favourable as those accorded to O'Neill and O'Brien, evidently cooperated with a feeling of insecurity on O'Connor's part, owing to the intrigues of his brother Cahir and of general dissatisfaction at the recent proceedings of government. The rebellion was speedily suppressed. Leix and Offaly were laid waste with fire and sword, and a settlement of two countries was taken in hand. But the project adopted in 1551 of granting leases for 21 years to a number of gentlemen of the Pale and loyal natives proved a complete failure. The inducements offered the former were inadequate to tempt more than a very few to risk the hardships and dangers of what could only be regarded as the occupation of hostile territory. A proposal was made to convert the leaseholders into copyholders, but no definite progress was made till after the passing of an act in Queen Mary's reign entitling the Crown to Leix and Offaly, erecting those countries into shire ground as Queen's County and King's County respectively, and authorising the Lord Deputy, the Earl of Sussex, to give and grant to all and every their Majesties' subjects, English or Irish-born, such several estates in fee simple, fee tail, leases for term of years, life or lives, as for more sure planting and strength of the counties with good subjects shall be thought unto his vision and discretion meet and convenient. Even then, owing to a fresh rebellion of the two clans, several more years elapsed before the Earl of Sussex found himself in a position to proceed with the plantation. In 1563-4, however, a number of grants in capite, averaging between 300 and 400 acres each, were made to certain natives, on whose loyalty it was thought reliance could be placed, and to some 40 gentlemen belonging to the Pale. No distinction was made on account of religion, Catholics being equally eligible with Protestants. Nor were there any clause in their patents preventing the employment of Irish on their estates, though the grantees were held responsible for the good behaviour of any Irish so employed, and forbidden to intermarry with them. The plantation struck root, but more than half a century passed away before the settlers could be said to be in tranquil possession of their lands. 18 several times during that period did the O'Moores and O'Connors try by force of arms to recover their independence, each attempt in turn being repressed with great loss of life and a fresh confiscation of property. Of those estated by Sussex, hardly any remained at the close of the 16th century. In 1609, both clans were so reduced that Lord Deputy Chichester proposed to remove them bodily into a corner of County Kerry. The transplantation was effected only with difficulty, and a year or two later it was found that a number of the clansmen had returned to their old haunts, living as ploughmen and labourers on lands they had once called their own. But their power was broken, and though one of them, Rory O'Moore, was destined to play a prominent part in the rebellion of 1641, they had long ceased to cause anxiety either to the government or the settlers. In 1622, a commission appointed to inquire into the state of the plantation reported that, as it was well begun, so it had prosperously continued, and is for the most part well built and peopled by the English, and a great strength to the country and ready for your Majesty's service and their own defence. End of section 59. Read by Neil Martin, Dublin, 9th of the 4th, 2021. Section 60 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster by Dunlop, Part 2. In no instance was the failure of Henry's Irish policy more apparent than in his dealings with the O'Neills of Tyrone. The O'Neills have always been one of the most powerful clans in Ireland, apart from the territory directly occupied by them, comprising of the modern counties of Armagh, Tyrone, and the greater part of Londonderry. They exercised an undefined supremacy over the McMahons in Monaghan, the Maguires in Fermanagh, and the O'Cahans in the north of Londonderry. A branch from the original clan had established itself in County Antrim, and for years there had been a standing dispute with the O'Donnells of Tyrconnell as to the overlordship of Inishowen. According to the agreement arrived at in 1543, Con O'Neill, in return for his acknowledgement of Henry's supremacy and consent to hold his lands, or more properly those of his clan immediately from the crown, had been created Earl of Tyrone, with succession to his eldest son, Matthew or Fedora, created Baron of Dungannon. The agreement, as we have observed, was regarded by the clan as invalid, inasmuch as Con had no power to surrender lands which did not belong to him. This was, however, not its only defect. Matthew, though Con's eldest son, was illegitimate. These two facts cooperated to upset the agreement. Shortly after Henry's death, the discontent which Con's action had created came to a point, the malcontents finding an able and determined leader in the person of Con's eldest legitimate son, Shane O'Neill. At the time when the agreement was signed, Shane was a mere boy of 14, whence probably the preferences shown for Matthew by government, which can hardly have been unaware of his illegitimacy. Shane had now attained to manhood, and he speedily let it be seen that he was determined by every means in his power to assert his position as first favourite of the clan. In 1551, the struggle between the rival parties attained such dimensions that government was obliged to intervene. But despite the assistance rendered to the Baron of Dungannon, Shane not merely managed to hold his own, but in 1557 had grown strong enough to expel his father and brother, who were obliged to seek safety in the Pale. His success inspired him with the hope of establishing his supremacy over the whole of Ulster, and taking advantage of a tribal dispute which had arisen among his neighbours, the O'Donnells, he invaded Tyrconnell. But at Carriglea, near Strabane, he was surprised by Calva O'Donnell and his army routed. Con O'Neill was in consequence restored, but the clansmen remained firm to the chief of their choice, and the Earl was once more compelled to retire into the Pale, where he shortly afterwards died. Chance about the same time placed the Baron of Dungannon in Shane's power, and whether he was murdered or killed in combat is immaterial. Shane's hands were free. Such was the position of affairs in Ulster shortly after Elizabeth ascended the throne. The question for her to decide was whether, in the interests of peace and economy, she would consent to recognise Shane as his father's legal successor, or whether, feeling herself bound in honour to uphold the agreement with Con, she would support the claims of Brian, the late Baron of Dungannon's eldest son. Considerations of economy triumphed, but Shane was no roi fainéant, and his determination not to surrender one iota of the power exercised by his predecessors over his urras or subordinate chiefs soon led to a breach between him and Elizabeth. In August 1560, the Queen revoked her decision in his favour and authorised the restoration of Brian. Preparations were accordingly made to reduce Shane by force, and in June 1561 the Earl of Sussex invaded Tyrone. Failing, however, to inveigle Shane into giving battle, Sussex harried his country and, leaving a garrison in Armagh Cathedral, retired. Shane, who had recently got possession of Calva O'Donnell and his wife, now professed his readiness to submit his cause personally to Elizabeth, but insisted on the withdrawal of the garrison from Armagh as an essential preliminary. To this the government refused to consent, and after some futile negotiation, Shane, accompanied by the Earls of Kildare and Ormond, repaired to England, arriving in London on January 4th, 1562. 2 days later he submitted publicly to Elizabeth. Being interrogated as to his claims, he insisted that he was the eldest legitimate son of Con O'Neill and was designated O'Neill by joint consent of the nobility and the people. The surrender made by Con, he maintained, was invalid, for as much as Con had no estate in that which he surrendered but for life, nor could surrender it without the consent of the nobility and people by whom he was elected to honour of O'Neill. For the Crown it was argued that Matthew, the late Baron of Dungannon, and his son Brian claimed by letters patent and not by legitimation, and that the agreement arrived at was by right of conquest. It was impossible to reconcile views so divergent, but in the hope that time or accident might furnish a solution of the difficulty, Shane continued to be detained in London on one pretext or another. Early in April, however, it came to Cecil's ears that the Spanish ambassador de Quadra was intriguing with him, and that Shane and several of his retainers had been secretly attending Mass at the Spanish embassy. A week or two later it was reported that Brian had been waylaid and murdered by order of Turlioch Lunioch O'Neill, Shane's cousin, and tenist or successor presumptive to the chieftainship. Whether this accident had relieved the situation remained to be seen, but it was felt desirable to get rid of Shane at all costs. Accordingly, after reviewing his professions of obedience, he was acknowledged actual captain of Tyrone, with the general reservation of the rights of Matthew's youngest son, Hugh, afterwards Earl of Tyrone, and allowed to return home. Boasting of his diplomatic victory he had won, Shane no sooner found himself back in his own country than he was at once resumed his project of making himself paramount in Ulster. Maguire and O'Reilly quickly succumbed before him, and keeping a tight hold on his prisoner Calva O'Donnell, he directed his attack once more against Tyrconnell. Government interposed a feeble protest, reminding him of his promise to submit his differences to arbitration and threatening force in case he did not comply. But the attempt of Sussex to put his threat in execution miscarried, and the government found itself forced to conclude peace with him at Drumcrew on September the 11th, 1563, on what were practically his own terms. Shortly afterwards, Calva O'Donnell, whose powers of endurance had been broken by 3 years of fearful imprisonment, offered to surrender Lifford, to renounce his claims to the overlordship of Inishowen, and to pay a heavy ransom, whereupon he was set at liberty. It soon appeared that he had promised more than he was able or perhaps intended to perform. Shane, however, managed to storm Lifford, and about the same time to capture Calva's son Con. Having thus attained his object in the west, he soon afterwards directed his forces against the MacDonalds of the Isles, who had recently effected a settlement along the coasts of County Antrim. On May 2nd, 1565, he inflicted a crushing defeat on the Scots near Ballycastle, taking among other prisoners James MacDonald and his brother Sorley Boy. This victory placed Ulster practically at his feet. Still, Elizabeth hesitated to act with decision, though Sir Henry Sidney, who had succeeded Sussex as Lord Deputy, emphatically endorsed his predecessor's opinion that nothing but force would suffice to lower Shane's pride. nor was it until she had satisfied herself through Sir Francis Knollys as to the situation being really critical that she reluctantly consented to draw the sword. Meanwhile, Shane, whose ambition had taken a higher flight in proportion to his success, was busily forming schemes of fresh aggrandizement. That he aimed at making himself the master of the whole of Ireland it is impossible to assert with confidence, but it must be remembered that he was only 36 years of age, and his success had hitherto been phenomenal. He was known to be intriguing with Mary Queen of Scots and the Earl of Argyll, and letters had been intercepted from him to Charles IX and the Cardinal of Lorraine, calling on them to assist him in expelling the English and promising for himself and his successors to become the humble subjects of the Crown of France. On August 3, 1566, he was proclaimed a traitor, and a month later a small English force under the command of Colonel Randolph effected a landing on the shores of Lough Foyle, where afterwards the city of Derry was built, with the object of cooperating from the rear with Sidney, who forthwith invaded Tyrone. Shane's country was laid waste with fire and sword, and his enemy Calva O'Donnell restored, but so far as material damage was concerned, the expedition proved a failure. In fact, no sooner had Sidney withdrawn than Shane began to concentrate his forces on the border of Tyrconnell. He was defeated by Randolph, but the death of the English commander and the subsequent withdrawal of the garrison at Derry again set his hands free. In May 1567, he once more invaded Tyrconnell, but this time he was defeated and his army almost annihilated by the O'Donnells in the neighbourhood of Letterkenny. Riding for dear life, he succeeded in reaching his own country. For a moment he thought of appealing to Sidney for mercy with a rope around his neck, but finally he decided on trying to come to terms with the MacDonalds. Taking his prisoner Sorley Boy with him, he made his way to Cushendun. Perhaps if he could have conducted himself with moderation, the Scots might have consented to a reconciliation. But in his wine cups he began to brawl, and was literally hacked in pieces by his enemies. His body, wrapped in a Cairns old shirt, was flung into a pit near the place of his assassination, and his head, pickled in a pipkin, was sent to Sidney. Still more serious were the troubles impending in the south and southwest. One day towards the latter end of January 1561, there arrived at Cork on a vessel coming from Bordeaux a man of unpretentious appearance. Beyond the clothes in which he stood, he apparently possessed nothing. His name, he would have told anyone who might have thought it worthwhile to ask, was David Wolfe, a native of the town of Limerick. Yet this same unpretentious-looking person, whom no one knew, was the bearer of a commission which entitled him to take precedence of every bishop and archbishop of the Church of Rome in Ireland. Nearly 20 years had passed since Alfonso Salmeron and his two companions, despairing of converting the natives of Ulster, had abandoned the task committed to them by Paul III of saving Ireland to the Holy See. In the meantime, neither the occupant of St. Peter's chair nor the supreme head of the church, as by law appointed, had displayed much interest in the spiritual welfare of Ireland. There had indeed been considerable shuffling of the cards among the rulers of the land. Catholic had succeeded Protestant and Protestant Catholic, both in church and state, but to most Irishmen it was a matter of perfect indifference whether Edward VI or Mary or Elizabeth sat on the throne, or whether George Brown or George Dowdall or Hugh Corwin claimed the right to direct their consciences. How indeed could it have been otherwise, when more than half the country lay outside the control of the Crown, when 2/3 of the population could understand no other language but Irish, and when no attempt was made to translate the English service into the vernacular? In 1560, the new Pope Pius IV, in view of the fact that Elizabeth was beginning to bear herself openly as a heretic, conceived the project of trying to use Ireland as a stepping stone towards the recovery of England. To this end, he selected as his confidential emissary David Wolfe, a member of the Society of Jesus and an Irishman. His intention was to create Wolfe a bishop and to invest him with the dignity of papal nuncio, but he yielded to the advice of Lainez, who had succeeded Loyola as general of the order, and with the view of reducing the dangers of his task, confined himself to conferring on him powers equal to those of nuncio. The instructions given to Wolfe bade him use his influence with the Irish chiefs in forming a league for the defence of the Catholic faith, to make a careful survey of the church and clergy in each diocese, and to take what measures he thought best to propagate the faith and to prevent the spread of heresy. In his dealings with the people, he was not to soil his hands with money, even in the shape of alms, finding in the salvation of souls the only spring and reward for all his actions. Should the glory of God and the interest of religion demand it, he was cheerfully to risk his life, but in this, as in all other matters, he was to be guided by the rules of Christian prudence and to avoid all foolish temerity. Quitting Rome on August the 11th, 1560, Wolfe, after being arrested at Nantes as a Lutheran and losing all his baggage at sea, reached Cork, as we have seen, in safety on January the 20th, 1561. Having caused his arrival and the object of his mission to be announced with as little noise as possible, he was surprised in how short a time and from what remote parts the natives flocked to him in their anxiety to confess their sins and to obtain absolution for their irregular manner of life. Super incetris matrimonis, and undertaking a tour through the provinces of Munster and Connaught, he was grieved to find everything relating to religion in the utmost state of disorder. Many of the bishops had conformed and taken the oath of allegiance, and churches for the most part were mere heaps of ruins devoted to secular purposes, and the clergy were more familiar with the use of temporal than that of spiritual weapons. The Cathedral of Tuam, which for 300 years had served as a fortress for the Burkes, had recently been recovered by force of arms by Christopher Bodkin, the Archbishop, at great risk to his own life, but he, though a good man as the ways of the world went, had conformed. The Cathedral Church of Athenry was still used as a fortress by the gentry of the neighbourhood. Wolfe apparently at first made no attempt to visit Ulster, having probably little confidence in Shane O'Neill, whom he described as crudele et impio heretico. Leinster also, owing to the vigilance of the government, was close to him, and he was obliged to appoint one Thady Newman his deputy in that province. But though he was compelled to work in secret, the success of his mission was none the less assured. Before long missionaries arrived, and if religion was perforce shorn of its splendour, the foundations of the Catholic faith were being none the less firmly laid in the devotion of the rising generation. The movement was warmly supported by Pius IV. In May 1564 he issued a bull, Dum Exquisita, authorising the erection of Catholic colleges with the privileges of a university in Ireland. The idea betrayed considerable ignorance of the real state of affairs in that country, for as Richard Crea, the newly consecrated Archbishop of Armagh, to whom with Wolfe the execution of the scheme was entrusted, pointed out, the English government, if unable to counteract the new propaganda, was perfectly capable of resisting any open attack on its authority, such as was implied in the creation of a university. Meanwhile, Salamanca, Douai and Louvain sufficed to meet the lack of a national training college. Each year, as it came, witnessed the establishment of some new centre for the propagation of the faith, and Munster before long was honeycombed by Jesuits. At first there was little or no persecution, but as the government began to appreciate the danger with which it was menaced, the honour of adding to the number of those who for conscience sake have willingly laid down their lives was not denied to the Irish mission. One of the earliest and most influential of Father Wolfe's adherents was James Fitzmaurice Fitzgerald, cousin German of Gerald XV, and since 1558 reigning Earl of Desmond. James Father Maurice of the Burnings, as he was called, had rendered excellent service to his brother, Gerald's father, the 14th Earl, by removing out of his way his rival James, the 13th Earl. He had been rewarded by a grant of the district of Kerry Currahee, but the friendly relations thus established between the two branches of the family had come to an end with the accession of Gerald, who evidently regarded his uncle as quite capable of playing the same trick on him as he had done on James, and it was soon noted that they were at hot wars with one another. Their quarrel did not, however, prevent Gerald, who had already acquired the reputation of being a person of turbulent disposition, from pursuing the traditional policy of his house towards his neighbours, the Butlers. In 1560 a dispute arose between him and Thomas Butler, 10th Earl of Ormond, as to the duty on wines unshipped at Youghal and Kinsale, and as to certain debatable lands on the River Suir, into which Desmond swore that Ormond had entered by force. The dispute, conducted in the usual Irish fashion, terminated for the time being in the defeat and capture of Desmond by Ormond at the ford of Affane in February 1565. Both earls were summoned to England, and after, with difficulty, being brought to enter into recognizance of 20,000, each to abide by Elizabeth's decision in the matter, they were allowed to return home in February 1566. Early in the following year, Sir Henry Sidney, being then Lord Deputy, visited Munster and delivered judgment in favour of Ormond, whereat the Earl of Desmond did not a little stir and fell into some disallowable heats and passions. Fearing he would rebel, Sidney arrested him, and in the meanwhile, till the Queen's pleasure was known, appointed his brother Sir John captain of Desmond. Shortly afterwards, Sidney left Ireland. During his absence, the Lord Justices Weston and Fitzwilliam, acting on instructions from England, inveigled Sir John to Dublin, and having got him in their hands, shipped him and his brother, the Earl, off to England, where they were promptly placed in the Tower. The arrest of Sir John was, as Sidney remarked, a fatal mistake, inasmuch as it made James Fitzmaurice practically master of the situation in Munster. That the latter was already cooperating with the Jesuits there can be hardly any doubt, but it was not until he heard that Sidney had returned to Ireland in September 1568 without bringing with him either the Earl or his brother that he openly assumed the position of leader of the Munster Geraldines. The blessing of the Church rested upon him. In 1569, Maurice Fitzgibbon, titular Archbishop of Cashel, escorted with solemn pomp by Fitzmaurice from Cashel to the sea, sailed from Ireland as the accredited agent of the Southern Confederates to the Court of Spain and the Vatican. They had charged him with the commission of imploring His Holiness to take their afflicted island under his special protection, and of offering to acknowledge as their legitimate sovereign any Catholic prince of the Royal House of Spain or Burgundy whom Philip might appoint for that purpose. A few months after his departure, Fitzmaurice raised the standard of rebellion. It is unreasonable to question his sincerity in giving a religious colouring to the war, though there was perhaps some truth in the Countess of Desmond's assertion that he had rebelled in order to bring her husband into further displeasure and to usurp all his inheritance by the example of his father. Probably both motives cooperated. His policy evidently was to build up a strong anti-English and Catholic party, and by constituting himself its head to render an alliance with him an object of importance to the Catholic powers of Europe. The adhesion of Sir Edmund and Sir Edward Butler, brothers of the Earl of Ormond, who had their own grievances, greatly strengthened him. In June he invaded Kerry Currahee, and having stormed the Castle Abbey of Tracton, sat down before Cork, promising the mayor and cooperation never to depart until they agreed to abolish out of that city the old heresy newly raised and invented. By the time Sidney could take the field against him, towards the latter end of July, the flame of the rebellion had spread as far eastward as Kilkenny. But it soon appeared of what unstable material the Confederacy was composed. By the exertion of the Earl of Ormond, the Butlers were detached from the alliance. Their example was followed by Sir Thomas of Desmond, the Earl's half-brother, and Fitzmaurice, driven to depend upon his own resources, was ere-long forced to seek shelter in the forest of Aherlow. Months passed away without any sign of assistance coming from abroad. Months lengthened into years, and still Fitzmaurice managed to evade every effort to capture him. Fearing he might escape to the continent, Sir John Perrott at last consented to hold out an offer of pardon to him, and accordingly, on February the 23rd, 1573, Fitzmaurice, taking the point of the Lord President's sword next to his heart in token that he had received his life at the Queen's hands, submitted himself unto her mercy, swearing solemnly to be and to continue a true subject unto the Queen and Crown of England. So well did he act his part that Perrott almost believed he was likely to prove a second St. Paul. The rebellion had failed. Nevertheless, the hopes of the Irish Catholics ran high. Hardly had the massacre of St. Bartholomew been perpetrated when it was known that all the priests and friars in Connacht, whereat there was great rejoicing. Emissaries of the Pope swarmed everywhere, openly preaching sedition, those in Galway, it was said, carrying themselves as though the Pope were the King of England and Ireland. Government retaliated by severe measures of repression, and on March the 16th, 1575, Edmund O'Donnell, a native of Limerick and a member of the Society of Jesus, was hanged and quartered at Cork for bringing letters from Gregory XIII to Fitzmaurice. But the difficulties and dangers of the Irish mission only served to stimulate the zeal and increase the number of its votaries. About a month after Fitzmaurice had submitted, the Earl of Desmond, having sworn to obey the laws of the realm of both church and state, was allowed to return to Ireland, much to Perrot's indignation, who thought him a man rather meet to keep Bedlam than to come to a new reformed country. His opinion was shared by the Irish government, and immediately on his arrival at Dublin, Desmond was detained there on one pretext or another till the beginning of November, when he managed to escape into his own country. Within a month he, without actually committing any overt act of rebellion, effectually destroyed every trace of Perrot's government. Refusing to be warned, Sir William Fitzwilliam of the Earl of Ormond invaded his country in August 1574. Derrinlor Castle was captured without much difficulty, and Desmond, recognising the futility of further resistance, submitted on September 2nd. But it was evident he was merely temporising. Only a week later he made over all his lands to Lord Dunboyne, Lord Power, and Sir John Fitzedmund Fitzgerald of Cloyne, in trust for himself and his wife during their joint lives, with provision for his daughters and remainder to his son James. Whether he was acting in conjunction with his cousin Fitzmaurice it is hard to say, though it may be suspected. Certainly it is that in March of the following year, Fitzmaurice, accompanied by his wife and family and his relatives, the White Knight and the Seneschal of Imolcally, escaped to the continent, whence it was shrewdly conjectured he would shortly return at the head of a Catholic army. The situation was indeed critical. Catholicism was making the most alarming progress. Every year the natives were becoming more enthusiastic in the cause, and it was not without good reason that the English officials in Munster expressed their belief that a foreign invasion would be followed by a general insurrection. The proud and undutiful inhabitants of this town, wrote Sir William Drury from Waterford in April 1577, are so cankered in popery, undutiful to Her Majesty, slandering the gospel publicly as well this side of the sea and beyond in England, that they fear not God nor man. Masses infinite they have in their several churches every morning without any fear. I have spied them, for I chanced to arrive last Sunday at 5 of the clock in the morning, and I saw them resort out of the churches by heaps. This is shameful in a reformed city, but I judge them rather enemies than subjects. Drury's observations are confirmed by Edmund Tanner, Catholic Bishop of Cork, who later in the same year wrote that many of the nobility and inhabitants were being received into the bosom and unity of the Church. And many more, he added, will be reclaimed if the present persecution and deprivation of life, liberty and property prove not too strong for them. The conquest of Ireland by Fitzmaurice was to be the grand consummation of all this preparation. Ireland won was to be the stepping stone to the recovery of England. Meanwhile, Fitzmaurice himself, after failing to persuade either Catherine de Medici or Philip II to intervene actively in Irish affairs, had gained the sympathy of Gregory XIII. The crown of Ireland, which had been declined for Henry III and Don John of Austria, was accepted by the Pope for his nephew Giacomo Buoncompagni. A plan for the invasion of Ireland was soon afoot, the execution of which was entrusted to the notorious adventurer Sir Thomas Stukeley. Early in 1578, Stukeley sailed from Civitavecchia with 800 men, but putting in at Lisbon for repairs, he was persuaded to join his forces to those of Sebastian of Portugal against Abdumelech, Emperor of Morocco, and a few months later met his death on the fatal field of Alcazar. Undeterred by this disaster and encouraged by the presence and advice of Dr. Nicholas Sanders, the author of the once famous book De Origine et Progressu Schismats Anglicani, who had thrown himself heart and soul into the enterprise and accompanied him as papal legate, Fitzmaurice, having collected together with much difficulty a motley crew of Spaniards, Italians, Portuguese, Flemings, refugee Irish and renegade English, set sail from Ferrol in Galicia on June 17, 1579. A month later he landed at the coast of Kerry and at once began to entrench himself in Smerwick harbour, pending the arrival of reinforcements. His first business was to publish a proclamation justifying his expedition and calling upon the Irish to rise in defence of their religious liberties. He then proceeded on a pilgrimage to Holy Cross Abbey in Tipperary. On his way thither he was killed in a petty skirmish with the burghs of Castleconnell. His death threatened the collapse of the whole enterprise, but whether moved by Fitzmaurice's death or by the eloquence of Sanders, the Earl of Desmond, after some hesitations, now assumed the position which circumstances and his own ambition marked out for him of head of the rebellion. He was proclaimed a traitor on November the 2nd, and finding himself irretrievably committed, he attacked and sacked Youghal. The end of the month was near before Sir William Pelham and the Earl of Ormond could take the field against him, for their vengeance was swift and terrible. During the winter, castle after castle belonging to him or his allies was captured and went up in flames. The sword, famine and pestilence thinned the ranks of his retainers, and as month after month went by with nothing but promises of assistance from abroad, their hearts sank within them, and they openly cursed the Earl, his brother John, and Dr. Sanders for the evil that had befallen them. The flame of the rebellion seemed to be expiring, when the unexpected rising of James Eustace, Viscount Baltinglass, added fresh fuel to the fire. Did Baltinglass stand alone, or was his rising to be taken as a sign that the nobility of the Pale, Catholics almost to a man, and not without grievances of their own, were beginning to move? Sanders and Sir John of Desmond flew to join him. On August the 12th, the new deputy, Arthur Lord Grey de Wilton, landed at Dublin. A fortnight later he attacked Baltinglass and his ally Fiach McHugh O'Byrne at Glenmalure in County Wicklow, but was repulsed with heavy loss. The effect of his defeat was tremendous. For a moment it seemed as if a general rebellion was imminent. In the midst of the excitement came the news that the long-expected Spaniards had succeeded in effecting a landing on the coast of Kerry, where they had been instantly joined by the Earl, his brother John, Sanders and Baltinglass. It was an anxious time for every English official, especially for Grey, whose foolhardiness had been chiefly responsible for the crisis. But the feeling of consternation passed away when it found that Ormond was quite capable of holding his own in Munster, and that the northern chieftains showed no sign of using the opportunity to strike a blow for themselves. Towards the end of October, Grey marched to Ormond's assistance. The invaders had entrenched themselves on a narrow slip of land jutting out of the Bay of Smerwick. Before them lay the English army, behind them the English fleet, cutting off their retreat by sea. On November the 8th, Grey opened his batteries. 2 days later the fort surrendered, and 600 men composing the garrison were put to the sword. The back of the rebellion was broken. Early in the following year, 1581, Dr. Sanders died at Clonlish, worn out with disappointment and disease. A few months later, Baltinglass escaped to the continent. His ally, Fiach McHugh, having submitted, was pardoned. Before the year was out, the body of Sir John of Desmond was dangling over the gates of Cork. Only the Earl of Desmond remained, and for him there was no hope. At last, after many hairbreadth escapes, he too was captured and put to death on November the 11th, 1583, exactly 3 years after the tragedy at Fort Delaware. But long before that time, the war had lost the character given to it by Fitzmaurice and Sanders, and had become one of extirpation, pure and simple. End of section 60. Read by Neil Martin, Dublin, 24th of the 4th, 2021. Section 61 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, Chapter 18. Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster by R. Dunlop, Part 3. The death of the Earl of Desmond, his subsequent attainder, and that of his principal adherents, placed at the disposal of the English government about 500,000 of some of the most fertile soil in Munster. These lands it was proposed to plant with English colonists. The opportunity seemed to be a favourable one. Many of the natives had fallen by the sword. Infinitely more had perished from famine and pestilence. It was calculated that in 1582 at least 30,000 men, women and children had died within half a year, chiefly of starvation. But it was just this fact that seemed to promise well for the success of the plantation. In the case of leeks and offally, every inch of soil had to be contested by the colonists. Here, on the other hand, was a wide stretch of country, providentially, as it seemed, cleared for the reception of new settlers. Much valuable time was lost before any progress could be made with the plantation, owing to the necessity of taking an approximate survey of the extent and quality of the lands at the disposal of the Crown. And it was not until the beginning of 1586 that a plot of Her Majesty's offers for the peopling of Munster was published, and letters were addressed to the younger houses of gentlemen, pointing out what a benefit it would be to them to obtain lands on such easy conditions as were set down in the plot, and to have the manroad of so many families and the disposing of so many good holdings being a thing fit for gentlemen of good behaviour and credit, and not for any man of inferior calling. Even then, there were many obstacles to be overcome before any actual progress could be made with the plantation, a more accurate survey to be undertaken, claims of alleged freeholders to be disposed of, alterations to be made in the plot itself, etc. At last, however, on June 27, 1586, the Queen's consent having been obtained for the amended plot, a beginning was made with the plantation. According to the scheme as finally approved, the land was to be allotted into parcels, known as seigneuries, of 12,000, 8,000, 6,000 and 4,000 acres. In the case of a seigneury of 12,000 acres, every gentleman undertaker was to establish 6 farmers with 400 acres each, 6 freeholders with 300 acres each, 42 copyholders with 100 acres each, and finally 36 families holding at least 1,500 acres each. For masonry terms, and so proportionately were the smaller seigneuries. The allotments were to be held in free sacage at the yearly rent commencing from Michaelmas 1590 of £33, 6 shillings and 8 pence. In Cork, Tipperary and Waterford, £62, 10 shillings. In Limerick, £75. In Canelo, and £100 in Kerry and Desmond for every entire seigneury of 12,000 acres. Bogs and wastelands were not to be reckoned as part of the rented grounds, and for the convenience of the undertakers they were to be allowed to plant in companies, so that the ties formed in England might not be severed in Ireland. No restrictions were made in point of religion, it being evidently assumed that none but Protestants would be admitted as undertakers. But it was stipulated that no undertaker should make alienation of his estate to the mere Irish, that the heads of every family planted should be of English birth, and that their heirs female should marry with none but persons of English parents under pain of forfeiting their estates. Finally, it was ordered that no estate larger than 12,000 acres should be granted to any single undertaker, while for the sake of mutual defence against the Irishry and invaders, each farmer and freeholder was to have in readiness 1 light horse with man and furniture, the principal undertakers each 3 horsemen and 6 footmen, and every copyholder furniture for 1 footman. Among those who volunteered and were accepted as undertakers were some illustrious names: Raleigh, Norris, Hatton, Grenville, Spencer, Herbert, Bourchier. A number of would-be colonists came over in August, but finding no prospect of a speedy settlement, returned to England. The situation was indeed very discouraging. Everybody knew that the large quantities of land had escheated to the Crown, but where these lands lay, what their exact scope was, how much of them was arable, how much waste, and how far they were encumbered with legal obligations of one sort or another, was largely a matter of guesswork. By the end of December, only 63,000 acres had been measured and drawn into plots. The undertakers began to grow impatient, and at this rate it was evident another year would elapse before they could be put in possession. In consequence of their remonstrances, orders were issued on February 1587 to cause the said survey to be prosecuted out of hand in a more speedy and superficial sort, which it was found might be done without hindrance either to Her Majesty or the undertakers, for that the chiefest of them have already by mutual accord between themselves agreed what special seigneuries or smaller parcels shall be allotted to each of them. Encouraged by the prospect of at last getting to work, several undertakers arrived in the spring of the same year, bringing with them a number of colonists, to whom they had promised to assign lands as farmers or freeholders. Everything was, however, left to individual enterprise, and so it happened that while a few undertakers, like Sir William Herbert, set about energetically planting their estates, others, like Sir Walter Raleigh, after inspecting their properties, left the management of them to agents, or, like Sir Christopher Hatton, did not take the trouble to visit the country at all. The apathy of some naturally crippled the exertions of the more industrious undertakers. Nor was this the only danger that threatened the plantation. Owing to defective delimitation of their seigneuries, dissensions broke out among the undertakers themselves, of which the Irish were not slow to take advantage, by pretending titles to lands already in the possession of the Crown. Until these titles were disposed of and the limits of their seigneuries accurately defined, it was impossible for the undertakers to pass their parents or to estate their farmers and freeholders. Meanwhile, in order to recoup themselves of their losses, they were only too glad to accept as their tenants at rack rents those natives who, having fled before the storm, were flocking back to their old haunts. So manifold were the complaints that the government thought it necessary in 1589 to institute an inquiry into the progress of the plantation. The result of the inquiry was not encouraging. A few of the undertakers, it appeared, were struggling manfully to carry out the conditions of their grants, but the majority were merely trying to make as much profit out of their estates as possible without any regard to the Irish or the future welfare of the colony. Our pretence, wrote Sir William Herbert, in the enterprise of plantation was to establish in these parts piety, justice in habitation and civility, with comfort and good example to the parts adjacent. Our drift now is, being here possessed of land, to extort, make the state of things turbulent, and to live by prey and by pay. Nothing, however, was done to repair the mischief. Consequently, when the storm came, it was not long in coming. Its violence almost swept away the plantation. So far as the general situation of affairs in Ulster was concerned, the death of Shane O'Neill failed to produce the effect which was confidently expected from it. His cousin Turlough, who was a Tanist, naturally succeeded him, wrote apologisingly for his thoughtless behaviour in accepting the dignity of O'Neill, but as he displayed no intention of renouncing the honour, which according to his own account had been thrust upon him, it was not to be wondered at if little confidence was placed in his professions of loyalty. In other respects, however, Shane's death was not without important results, for hardly had Turlough succeeded to the chieftainship when he at once reversed Shane's policy of aggression by opening negotiations for a reconciliation with his neighbours, the O'Donnells, on the one side and the MacDonalds on the other. It seemed as if he was trying to do in the north what Fitzmaurice was doing in the south. To meet this danger, the late Baron of Dungannon's younger son, Hugh, was in 1568 brought over from England, whither he had been taken in order to save him from the fate that had befallen his elder brother, Brian, and was installed as chief of that part of Tyrone which corresponds to the modern county of Armagh. The policy of creating a rival to Turlough promised to answer its purpose, and for several years the young Baron of Dungannon, as he was styled, loyally and at considerable risk to himself enacted the part of a buffer between the Pale and Turlough. But after the failure of Walter Devereux, Earl of Essex, to oust the Hebridean Scots from their settlements in Antrim by establishing an English colony in those parts, Dungannon, feeling himself unequally matched, inclined to accept Turlough's offer of a reconciliation by marrying one of the latter's daughters. The strong remonstrances of Sir William Drury, however, coupled with the belief that he would not have long to wait till Turlough's death made him the undisputed master of Tyrone, prevented him from carrying out his undertaking, and was largely due to the attitude taken up by him at this time that the defeat of Lord Arthur Grey at Glenmalure in August 1580 did not have the disastrous consequences which might have attended it in the north. Dungannon's loyalty was not left unrewarded. He was given a troop of horse with which he served in Munster against the Irish. At his own request he was admitted Earl of Tyrone, and sat as such in the Parliament which passed the Act for the attainder of the Earl of Desmond and his relatives. Further, in consequence of an arrangement arrived at between Sir John Perrott and Turlough, he was put in possession of that part of Tyrone which lies between the Blackwater and Mullaghcairn mountain on condition of paying an annual rent to Turlough of 1,000 marks. Nevertheless, there can be little doubt that his loyalty was more a matter of policy than of good feeling, and the opinion was openly expressed that the state was raising up for itself in him a formidable enemy. On the other hand, it is questionable if his ambition at this time extended further than supplanting Turlough as chief of the O'Neills. He had succeeded in getting himself acknowledged as Tanist or heir apparent to the chieftainship, but the danger of a friendly understanding between him and Turlough had been obviated by Perrot's policy of rewarding his loyalty at the expense of his rival. For it was not to be expected that, having once been put in possession of Tyrone as far north of Mullaghcairn, he would ever consent to relax his hold on that territory. Ere long, Turlough himself recognised the fact and tried hard to withdraw from his bargain. Disputes arose as to the aggressions on the one side and non-payment of rent on the other, which, being conducted in the usual fashion, terminated in the defeat of Tyrone at Carriglea on May 1st, 1588, by the combined forces of Turlough and the O'Donnells. The result was regarded with satisfaction by the government. Nothing, remarked Perrott, had done so much good in the north these 9 years. Nevertheless, it was evident that despite his defeat, Tyrone was gradually winning the upper hand. Most of the principal men in the north were known to be of his party. His only formidable enemies, Turlough's only trusted allies, were the O'Donnells. A domestic revolution in Tyrconnell about this time not only rendered Tyrone paramount in his own country, but gave a new direction to his ambition. For some time past, the O'Donnells of Tyrconnell had been split into two parties, forming what might be called an English and an anti-English faction. Calva, Shane's old enemy, had belonged to the English faction. Shortly before his death in 1566, he had called his clansmen around him and adjured them to remain steadfast in their loyalty to Elizabeth. Unfortunately, at the time of his death, his eldest legitimate son, Con, was a prisoner in Shane's hands. The consequence was that Calva's half-brother, Sir Hugh, was elected chief. His election was more or less a victory for the anti-English faction, though the opposition of Calva's son, particularly of Hugh MacDiarganach, prevented him pursuing any decided policy and constrained him to keep on good terms with Turlough O'Neill. As, however, Tyrone's star began to rise, Sir Hugh seized the opportunity to improve his position by contracting his daughter Joan in marriage to him. Thereupon Sir John Perrott, whose policy of balancing parties in the north was threatened by such an alliance, took the determined step of causing Sir Hugh's eldest son, Hugh Roe, to be kidnapped and carried off to Dublin. This was 1587. The defeat of Tyrone 6 months later at Carriglea appeared to have restored affairs completely to the status quo ante. Early in 1591, however, Hugh Roe managed to escape from Dublin Castle, and after several hairbreadth escapes succeeded with the help of his brother-in-law, the Earl of Tyrone, in reaching Donegal in safety. His chief rival, Hugh MacDiarganach, having died a violent death in the meanwhile, Hugh Roe became a few months afterwards, through the resignation of his father, undisputed chief of the O'Donnells. He was then only about 20 years of age, but had already given evidence of possessing superior ability and great personal courage. Added to this, he was, like Fitzmaurice, a man of genuine religious feelings and an active ally of the Jesuits at work in the Counter-Reformation. It was not long before his influence began to make itself felt in Ulster politics. In May 1593, Turlough Luigneach, finding himself in danger of being crushed between him and Tyrone, consented to come to terms, and on being assured a life interest in the Strabane district, voluntarily surrendered the chieftainship to the latter. Tyrone's election as O'Neill and his alliance with O'Donnell led to serious consequences, and constitute the principal factor in the history of Ireland during the last decade of Elizabeth's reign. The characters of the two men presented a remarkable contrast to each other. O'Donnell, bold, enterprising, rash, and always acting on the offensive, disdainful of every weapon save the sword, and withal a sincere Roman Catholic. Tyrone, sly, cautious, timid, fertile in excuses, a past master in all the arts of diplomacy, and utterly indifferent to religion except in so far as it served to promote his political aims. One thing only they possessed in common: ambition to extend their power to its utmost limits. Of patriotism in the larger sense of the word, it is doubtful whether they ever realised the meaning. Neither aspired to become a leader of a united Ireland, neither would have submitted to the other becoming such. For Tyrone, as for O'Donnell, the goal of his ambition would probably have been reached could he have obtained the absolute control of his earls or subordinate chiefs, and the liberty to do as he liked in his own country. But it was the claim of Tyrone to exercise dominion over McMahon, Maguire, O'Reilly, and the rest was deemed impermissible, and much more so was that of O'Donnell to revive a suzerainty long ago in abeyance over O'Connor, Sligo, and the Burkes of Upper Mayo. Hitherto, curiously enough, Connacht had enjoyed quite an exceptional degree of tranquillity. True, there had hardly been a year during which absolute peace reigned within its borders. The unruly sons of the Earl of Clanricarde and latterly Sir Brian O'Rourke, Chief of Leitrim, provided for that. But from constant warfare such as had turned Munster into a howling desert, Connacht had been happily free. This result was attributable partly to the absence of any one dominant family like the O'Neills in Ulster, to the loyalty of the two Earls of Clanricarde and Thomond, and to the composition effected with the natives by Sir John Perrott in 1585, but principally to the rigorous government of the two very able presidents of Connacht, Sir Nicholas Malby and Sir Richard Bingham. The execution of Sir Brian O'Rourke in 1591 seemed to have destroyed the last elements of discord. The estate of this realm, wrote the Lord Deputy, Sir William Fitzwilliam, towards the close of 1592, is quiet, without any stir or known trouble in any part thereof. Appearances, however, proved deceptive. Long before it was remarked that the Jesuits were carrying on a very active propaganda in Ulster, and that Brian O'Rourke was beginning to walk in the footsteps of his father, there was a little doubt in Bingham's mind that Tyrone and O'Donnell had a secret finger in the mischief. Only a month after the former had assumed the dignity of O'Neill, Hugh Maguire, Chief of Fermanagh, inflicted a sharp defeat on Bingham at Tullux in County Roscommon. The movement had been dictated by O'Donnell, but in ignorance of the fact, the government could think of nothing better than setting Tyrone to recover Maguire. Tyrone, of course, readily undertook the task, with the result that may be imagined. Thereupon, recognising the necessity of more active intervention, Sir Henry Bagenal in September invaded Fermanagh from the east. At Enniskillen he was joined by Tyrone with 200 horse and 600 foot, and on October the 10th gained a splendid victory over Maguire at Beleek. There is not the slightest doubt that Tyrone had taken part most willingly in the fight, but he was able to point to a slight wound in his leg as an unequivocal sign of his loyalty. O'Donnell was more indifferent to appearances, for having been ordered to close the fords of the Erne, he not only did nothing of the kind, but furnished Maguire and his cattle a safe retreat into Tyrconnell. The danger of the situation was apparent, the more so as O'Donnell began actively to intervene on Maguire's side. Unable, however, to act on the offensive, Fitzwilliam was driven to the feeble expedient of sending commissioners down to Dundalk to treat with Tyrone in March 1594, but beyond eliciting from him a statement of his grievances and a promise to keep the peace until Her Majesty's pleasure was known, the commissioners effected nothing. Affairs were in this uncertain condition when Fitzwilliam surrendered the sword of state to Sir William Russell on August the 11th. A day or two later, Tyrone, to the astonishment of everybody, appeared of his own free will before the council in Dublin. It was a magnificent and a most successful coup de théâtre. But Russell had shortly to regret his folly in not seizing the opportunity to lay the performer by the heels. As the year drew to a close, disquieting rumours reached him that Spanish gold was circulating freely in Ulster. Reinforcements under Sir John Norris were advised as being on their way, but Tyrone had information of the fact and struck the first blow by invading Cavan and Louth, which he burned up to the very walls of Drogheda. while O'Donnell took the same course in Connacht, sparing, it is said, no one over 15 years of age who could not speak Irish. When Norris landed at Waterford on May the 4th, 1595, the fort at the Blackwater had fallen. Longford Castle had been captured by O'Donnell and Enniskillen recovered by Maguire. Before he could take the field, the capture of Sligo Castle had placed Connacht at the mercy of O'Donnell, who immediately availed himself of his advantage to set up an O'Connor Sligo, a MacWilliam and a MacDermot of his own. On June 24, Tyrone was proclaimed a traitor, and a day or two afterwards the English army under Russell and Norris invaded his country. There was much fighting, but every effort to bring the rebel to an engagement failed, and under pretext that Her Majesty, before proceeding to extremities, would be content to see what was in the traitor's heart and what he would offer, a suspension of the hostilities was consented to, and commissioners were appointed to settle the terms of a pacification. In April 1596, Maguire, O'Reilly and several others went through the farce of submitting and receiving their pardons on their knees in the marketplace of Dundalk. Tyrone, O'Donnell and O'Rourke were more difficult to come at. They refused absolutely to treat anywhere except in the open fields, and their demands for a free liberty of conscience and local autonomy was rejected as impossible. Nevertheless, the pacification was signed on April 24th. The explanation of the comedy is not far to seek. For a while, the negotiations were still in progress. A letter reached Tyrone from Philip II, congratulating him on his victories over the English and promising to render him any assistance he might require. This letter Tyrone, with sublime impudence, submitted to the inspection of the Lord Deputy as a token of his bona fides, adding that in their reply to Philip, he and O'Donnell had declined his proffered assistance on the ground that they had been again received into the favour of their own sovereign. The statement was a gross falsehood, as the letter actually sent by them and still preserved in the archives at Simancas proves, but it served its purpose of throwing dust in the eyes of the government and spinning out the time. Towards the end of August, information reached Tyrone and O'Donnell that Spanish help might shortly be expected. The promised expedition actually set sail from Lisbon on October 25th, but on rounding Cape Finisterre it was struck by a violent storm which scattered it in all directions and sent some 15 or 17 ships with all on board to the bottom. It was a cruel disappointment to the Irish and to Philip, but the king, undaunted by repeated failures, gave instant order for the equipment of a fresh fleet at Ferrol. Meanwhile, through the treachery of Tyrone's secretary, the government had come to a knowledge of his intrigues with Spain, and in January 1597 Norris moved down with the army to Dundalk. Contrary to the advice of O'Donnell, who seized the opportunity to plunder Connacht to the very walls of Galway, Tyrone once more tried to win his way by diplomacy, going so far as to disavow all connection with O'Donnell at the very time he was urging him to strengthen himself in Connacht. But even Norris, though consenting to Tyrone's request for a parley at a somewhat distant date, was not entirely convinced by his protestations of loyalty. Whatever doubts he had were removed when Tyrone, instead of keeping his appointment, applied for an extension of time. His application was granted, and April 16th appointed as the last day on which his submission would be received. Again, he failed to keep his engagement, and preparations were made to reduce him by force. On May 22nd, 1597, Russell was superseded by Thomas, Lord Burgh and Norris, was removed from the command of the army. The reunion of the civil and military authority in one person and the appointment of Sir Conyers Clifford as Governor of Connacht gave promise of a more vigorous administration. A general hosting was proclaimed for July 6th. Already a good beginning had been made by Clifford in Connacht, and though not strong enough either to penetrate into Tyrconnell or even to wrest Ballyshannon out of O'Donnell's hands, he had obliged O'Donnell's protégé, Tibbet Burke, called the McWilliam, to take his heels. On July 14, Tyrone's fort on the Blackwater was stormed and re-garrisoned with English soldiers. At the first approach of danger, Tyrone had ensconced himself in his woods, where every attempt to reach him proved futile. The summer passed away in frequent skirmishes, but without any decisive battle, Early, however, in October, Tyrone and O'Donnell made a combined attack on the fort at the Blackwater. Burke at once hastened to its relief, but on his way thither he was stricken down by an attack of Irish ague, of which he died a week later in Newry. Contrary to the general expectation that Tyrone would seize the opportunity to overrun the Pale, he at once opened up negotiations for a pacification. His demands were higher than ever, including not only liberty of conscience but control of his earls and the claims of O'Donnell, but also a sort of protectorate over the Irish generally. They were pronounced inadmissible, but he effected his purpose of prolonging the truce till the beginning of June 1598. 2 days after its expiration, he put 3 armies in the field, with one of which he attacked the fort on the Blackwater, with another the castle of Cavan, with the third was directed into the heart of Leinster. O'Donnell and O'Rourke at the same time assumed the offensive in Connacht. The attempt to capture the fort on the Blackwater failed, but lack of provisions ere long reduced the garrison to dire extremities. Sir Henry Bagenal was sent to relieve it, but on August 14th he was utterly defeated and his army almost annihilated by Tyrone near Armagh. The effect of the victory was tremendous, and there can be little doubt that had Tyrone acted promptly he could have marched unopposed on Dublin, but he displayed no ability to profit by his unexpected success. After wasting nearly 2 months, he indeed directed a small force into Munster. Within a fortnight afterwards, the whole province was in a state of rebellion. A nephew of the late Earl caused himself to be proclaimed Earl of Desmond and a McCarthy, subservient to Tyrone, and was elected McCarthy Moore. The English undertakers, panic-stricken at the first approach of danger, abandoned their castles and fled for the safety of Cork, Limerick and Askeaton, often without striking a blow in their own defence. The plantation on which such store had been set vanished like the unsubstantial fabric of a vision. In Thomond, a new O'Brien presented himself in the person of Earl's brother, Tig. In Connacht, the rebels set up again Tibbet Burke as McWilliam, while O'Donnell improved the occasion by robbing O'Connor Sligo of 8,000 head of cattle. But it was in the Midland districts where the O'Moores and O'Connors had found a welcome ally in the nephew of the Earl of Ormond, Viscount Mountgarret, that the flame of the rebellion burnt fiercest. The effects of the victory were felt even in Spain, where an embargo was laid on all ships coming out of Ireland without Tyrone's pass. When Essex landed in Dublin on April 15, 1599, the situation was as critical as it well could be. The task of restoring order was certainly not a light one, but it can hardly be said for Essex that his management of the campaign in any way realised the extravagant notions formed of his military capacity, or even achieved that degree of success which might reasonably have been expected from a very considerable force placed at his disposal. After wasting the summer and frittering away his strength in a useless expedition into Munster, he reluctantly yielded to Elizabeth's remonstrances to make a direct attack on Tyrone and march northward from Dublin on August 28th. Whatever hesitation he might have felt was dissipated by the news of Clifford's defeat by O'Rourke in Connacht and of the subsequent defection of O'Connor Sligo. But he was no longer in a position to act vigorously on the offensive, and finding Tyrone as usually more ready to treat than to fight, he concluded a truce with him until the terms of a pacification could be agreed upon. It was, as Elizabeth indignantly remarked, a quick end made of a slow proceeding. And despite her direct prohibition, Essex quitted his post and returned to England in the hope that by his personal influence with the Queen he might save himself from the consequences of his failure. Feeling himself master of the situation, Tyrone determined to do what he should have done before, and early in January 1600 directed his march into Munster for the purpose, as he put it, of learning the great intentions of the gentlemen of that promise with regard to the great question of the nation's liberty and religion. From a military point of view, the expedition proved a failure. His henchman Hugh Maguire was slain in a skirmish with Sir Warham St. Leger on March 1st, and Tyrone, hearing that Sir George Carew was on his way to Cork, returned by force of marches to Ulster, thereby evading Lord Mountjoy, the newly appointed deputy, who was preparing to intercept him in Westmeath. His courage was revived by the arrival shortly afterwards of a Spanish vessel at Killybegs, having on board Matthew de Oviedo, titular Archbishop of Dublin, with letters from Philip III and a considerable supplies of money and ammunition to be divided between him and O'Donnell, together with a phoenix feather from Clement VIII for himself and indulgences for all who should rise in defence of the faith, as usually granted to those setting out to the war against the Turks for the recovery of the Holy Land. It was high time that help should have arrived. In May, Sir Henry Dockwra succeeded in establishing himself on the shores of Lough Foyle, where, being afterwards joined by Turlock's eldest son, Sir Art O'Neill, and O'Donnell's cousin and rival, Niall Garve, he defied the efforts of Tyrone and O'Donnell to dislodge him. As the summer drew to a close, Mountjoy, having restored order in the central districts, moved to Dundalk, where he established his camp. His intention was, by creating a line of forts, to hem Tyrone in and expose him to the dangers of a winter campaign. Lack of forage compelled him to forego his purpose, but with the first approach of spring he was again in the field and was gradually closing in on Tyrone from all sides. When the news of the landing at Kinsale of a Spanish force under Don Juan de Aguila in September 1601 compelled him to withdraw the army into Munster. That his work had not been done in vain was seen from the fact that neither Tyrone nor O'Donnell was in a position to take immediate advantage of the assistance that had been sent them. November had drawn to a close before they united their forces at Bandon. Hemmed in on all sides, the Spanish general, never very enthusiastic in the cause, and disgusted at the apathy shown by the natives, urged a combined attack on the English lines. His importunity prevailed over wiser counsels, and the attack was arranged to take place on Christmas Eve. The plan was betrayed to Mountjoy, and the Irish, after losing 1,200 men, retreated in disorder to Inishannon. Still, the situation was far from hopeless, and Tyrone was strongly in favour of renewing the attempt. But his advice was overruled by O'Donnell, who, having nominated his brother Rory chief during his absence, sailed for Spain to solicit fresh assistance under a more capable general. A week later, Del Aguila capitulated. Tyrone, with sadly diminished forces, regained Ulster in safety. But in the meanwhile, Dockwra had established a fort at Omagh, and Tyrone was forced to seek shelter in the forest of Glenconkine. Though no longer formidable, he refused to submit unconditionally, and after remaining unmoved for another year, Elizabeth, evidently in fear of complications arising from Scotland, authorised Mountjoy in February 1603 to promise him his life, liberty and pardon, with restoration under certain conditions of his estate. Peace was concluded on these terms, and on March 30th, Tyrone, in entire ignorance of Elizabeth's death, submitted to Mountjoy at Mellifont. End of section 3, read by Neil Martin, Dublin, 9th of May, 2021. Section 62 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland to the Settlement of Ulster by R. Dunlop. Part 4. A general amnesty followed Tyrone's submission. The war was at an end, and Ireland was conquered as she had never been conquered before. The work had cost England dear. Year after year, for nearly 50 years, the drain in treasure and lifeblood had been going on with hardly any interruption. During the last 4 years and a half alone, it was computed that the war had cost England about £1,200,000. What the loss in human life was, it is impossible to calculate. But one thing is certain. Great as was the number who fell by the sword, it only bore a slight proportion to those who perished from starvation and disease. No service in the world was so unpopular as that in Ireland. The grave, as it came to be regarded, of great reputations made elsewhere, it proved the grave, in a more literal sense, of nearly every soldier who was compelled to serve there. For this result, Elizabeth's excessive parsimony was no doubt chiefly responsible. But the mischief did not stop here. A discontented soldiery is proverbially a disorderly one, and it is no wonder that the English army in Ireland was more an object of terror to the inhabitants of the Pale than it was to the Irish enemy. The grounds of complaint were numerous, but the chief grievance complaint was that of the cess. Cess, explained Sir Henry Sidney, is nothing else but a prerogative of the prince and an agreement and a consent by the nobility and council to impose upon a country a certain proportion of victual of all kinds, to be delivered and issued at a reasonable rate, and, as it is commonly termed, the Queen's price, so that the rising and falling of prices of victuals and articles, and the seasonableness of the times, dear or cheap, make the matter easier or heavier to the subject. Granting the theory, it was urged on behalf of the gentry of the Pale that in consequence of the general rise in the price of commodities since Elizabeth's accession, the Queen's price was 100, sometimes 150% below the market price, and that in consequence there was very little difference in effect between cess and the old extortion of coin and livery. The abuse was admitted, but it was impossible for any deputy with an empty treasury and an army always on the verge of mutiny to abandon such a certain source of revenue. A proposal to commute cess into a land tax of the annual value of £2,000 was rejected by the gentry of the Pale on the ground that it was without the consent of Parliament. It was an illegal imposition, and when Sidney urged that it was within the prerogative of the Crown to levy it, he was met by the answer that they were English and free subjects, and if they could not have remedy at his hands, they would seek it at Her Majesty's. All they got for their pains was a short imprisonment and a sharp reprimand for their audacity in impugning her prerogative. An arrangement was subsequently arrived at. The question of cess possesses for Irish constitutional history almost the same significance as that which ship money does for English. The principle involved in both was identical. What the constitutional party in Ireland demanded was not merely the control of the purse, but all that the control of the purse implied, viz. Constitutional government and the freedom of Parliament. The agitation against cess was essentially a protest against the arbitrary principles on which the government of Ireland was being conducted, and the assertion of that right of remonstrance which was denied them in Parliament. And this agitation, the ultimate issue of which was the Confederation of Kilkenny, had, it should be borne in mind, nothing to do in the first instance with religion, although the gentry of the Pale were Roman Catholics almost to a man. It has ever been the misfortune of Ireland that opposition to their government has been construed into rebellion. The reason for this is to be found in the fact that the government of Ireland has always meant the interests of England, and not the welfare of its inhabitants, whether of English or of native descent. When Strafford asserted that Ireland was a conquered nation, and to be governed as the king pleased, he merely spoke to the settled conviction of every Englishman of Elizabeth's time, and what no Englishman of Charles' time would ever have denied. Had it not suited the interests of a political party to substitute for king the words English Parliament? But the gentry in the Pale could never be brought to assent to the theory. Time after time, whenever the occasion offered, they protested against it, but the occasion was seldom given them. Setting aside the Parliament which met on January 12, 1560, and was dissolved 3 weeks later, Elizabeth had summoned only 2 parliaments in Ireland during the whole course of her reign, viz. in 1569-70 and in 1585-86. Both were called for the express purpose of confirming the Crown in the possession of large stretches of land forfeited by the rebellions of O'Shane O'Neill and the Earl of Desmond. In both instances, the opposition, composed of the gentry of the Pale, made determined efforts to secure the election of a speaker from their own party. In both they were defeated, but not without having given such evidence of their power as to render the government unwilling to repeat the experiment. Between 1586 and 1613, no parliament was called in Ireland. In the interval, the situation had become more complicated. It was no longer the nation's civil rights that were at stake. Thanks to the zeal of the Jesuits and the remissness of the government, the great question of religion had been forced into the foreground till the rift between government and governed had widened into a chasm. Nothing illustrated the changes better than the foundation in 1591 of the University of Trinity College. The gentry of the Pale had long sighed after such an institution in which their children could receive a higher education at home, but the constitution of the newly erected college, from the first strongly Protestant and even Puritan in spirit, had bitterly disappointed their hopes. To return to Ulster, Tyrone, on learning he had made his submission in ignorance of Elizabeth's death, is said to have burst into tears. But even his somewhat equivocal relations with James could hardly have led him to expect better terms than those he had obtained. Whatever his feelings, he displayed no intention of receding from this bargain. On the contrary, he not only renewed his submission before the Lord Deputy and councils in Dublin, but a few weeks later repaired to England in company with Rory O'Donnell, chief of Tyrconnell since the death of his brother Hugh in Spain in 1602. His reception by James at Hampton Court was a bitter disappointment to the hungry band of courtiers who were already speculating on raising their fortune upon his ruin. "I have lived," exclaimed Sir John Harrington, "to see that damnable rebel Tyrone brought to England, honoured and well liked. How I did labour after the knave's destruction, who now smileth in peace at those who did harbour their lives to destroy him." Perhaps the very friendliness of his reception had the effect of reviving his hopes of recovering that control over his earls which he had been compelled by the conditions of his submission to surrender, or, as is more likely, it had been that accepting his earldom as equivalent for his chieftainship, he was determined to make the boundaries of it coterminous with the extreme limits of the clan. Anyhow, shortly after his return to Ireland, he became involved in a dispute with his former vassal, Sir Donald O'Cahan, whose possession of Iri-Tikahan, comprising the modern county of Derry, he declared to be incompatible with the terms of his patent. The dispute, conducted in the usual style, was carefully fomented by George Montgomery, the newly appointed Bishop of Derry, Raphoe and Clogher, an adventurer of the worst type, who, having his own scheme to serve in ferreting out ecclesiastical lands in Tyrone, had found a useful tool in O'Cahan. In April 1607, Tyrone and O'Cahan were cited to appear before the council in Dublin. While the latter was stating his case, Tyrone, annoyed at his effrontery, snatched the paper he was reading out of his hands and tore it to pieces. This exhibition of temper did not improve his position, but at Chichester's suggestion it was resolved to refer the decision of the question to James himself. Letters were written authorising Tyrone and O'Cahan to repair to London, but in the meantime a warning had reached the former from his cousin, Cú Connacht Maguire, who was then in the Netherlands, that if he went to England he would certainly be arrested. The warning is traceable to the fact that details of a plot for an insurrection in Ireland, aided by Spain, had recently, to the knowledge of Maguire, come to the ears of the government. Tyrone's name was not mentioned by the person who revealed it, though that of O'Donnell, recently created Earl of Tyrconnell, was, but Maguire evidently thought the situation dangerous enough to justify him in sending a vessel to the north of Ireland in order to facilitate his escape. On September the 4th to the 14th, 1607, Tyrone and Tyrconnell, with their wives and families, quitted Ireland in the company of Maguire for ever. The situation thus created took the government of Ireland completely by surprise. It was, of course, presumed that the fugitives would return with the help of foreign assistance and try to recover their lands by force. To guard against this danger, Chichester proposed that the king should, during their absence, assume their countries into his possession, divide the lands amongst the inhabitants to every man of note or good desert, so much as he can conveniently stock and manure by himself and his tenants and followers, and so much more as by conjecture he shall be able to stock and manure for 5 years to come, and will bestow the rest upon servitors and men of worth here, and withal bring in colonies of civil people of England and Scotland at his Majesty's pleasure, with condition to build castles and storehouses upon their lands. In which case Chichester assured himself that besides the yearly benefit that will redound to his Majesty's coffers, which will be nothing inferior to the revenues of Munster or Connaught, the country will ever after be happily settled. The scheme was approved by James in general terms, but before any steps had been taken to put it into execution, events occurred in the north which led to the postponement and unforeseen development of the original plan. Hardly had the one set of actors quitted the stage when another appeared in the persons of Sir Cormac O'Neill, younger brother of the Earl of Tyrone, Sir Cahir O'Doherty, Lord of Inishowen, Sir Niall Garve O'Donnell, claimant to the lordship of Tyrconnell, and Sir Donald O'Cahan, Lord of Irritacahan. All of them believed they possessed claims on the government. All were anxious for the satisfaction of their claims. It is needless to say that these expectations were all disappointed. The case of Cormac O'Neill was speedily disposed of. He had been the first to bring the news of the flight of the Earls, but it was discovered that he was not so blameless in the matter as he wished to make out, and instead of his obtaining custodian of his brother's country, which he asked for, the Constable of Dublin Castle, to repeat Sir John Davis's joke, obtained custodian of him. In December he was sent over to England and ended his days as a prisoner in the Tower. The case of Sir Niall Garve, on the other hand, presented peculiar difficulties. There was no doubt he had a right to expect to be acknowledged Lord of Tyrconnell, but the government had no intention of allowing another O'Donnell to set himself up, and in lieu of his claims offered him a patent on the lands of Glenfrine and Mongana. The offer seemed to him hardly worth accepting, and he neglected to take out his patent. Finding a sympathiser in Sir Cahir O'Doherty, to whom the presence of a garrison at Derry was a standing grievance, he practised on his youthful inexperience and passionate nature to force him into a quarrel with the governor, Sir George Paulet. A personal insult from Paulet brought matters to a crisis. O'Doherty swore that nothing but his blood could atone for the injury. On the evening of April 19th, he surprised Culmore Castle and, having armed his followers, marched directly on Derry. Arriving there in the early hours of the morning, while the inhabitants were still in their beds, he captured the town without much resistance. The place was sacked and burnt, and the garrison put to the sword, among the first to fall being Paulet, the author of the calamity. When the news of the rising reached Dublin, Chichester determined to make war thick and short against him, and at once dispatched a strong force into the north under Marshal Wingfield. For some time O'Doherty avoided an engagement, but on July 5th he was overtaken near Kilmacrennan by a party of soldiers under Sir Francis Rush, and shot through the brain at the first encounter. His friend and adviser, Sir Niall Garve, after instigating him to rebel, had shamefully abandoned him. But his motives were suspected by the government, and having been arrested he was sent to end his days in the Tower, where he was shortly afterwards joined by Sir Donald O'Cahan. The news of O'Doherty's death reached Chichester at Dundalk on his way northwards to make a survey of the lands lately escheated to the Crown, in accordance with a commission recently issued to him and others. The result of his investigations, which lasted the whole of the summer, confirmed him in his opinion that if a permanent settlement of the province was to be effected, it could only be recognised by the claims of the principal natives to be created freeholders, and by distributing the rest of the lands among well-chosen undertakers and persons who had served the state in a military capacity in Ireland. The first consideration was carefully attended to by anticipating no difficulty in the case of the inferior natives, who were by nature inclined rather to be followers and tenants to others than lords or freeholders themselves. His views were communicated to the King and Council in October 1608, and in accordance with the information supplied, a scheme of plantation was drawn up and published earlier the following year. According to the scheme, the lands in each of the 6 counties of Donegal, Coleraine, Tyrone, Armagh, Fermanagh and Cavan, setting aside those reserved for ecclesiastical and other purposes, were to be divided into 4 parts, of which 2 were to consist of proportions of 1,000 acres, 1 of 1,500 acres, and one of 2,000 acres. Estates of 2,000 acres were to be held by knights service in capite, those of 1,500 acres by knights service as of the Castle of Dublin, those of 1,000 in common socage. The undertakers or planters were to be of three sorts: 1. English or Scottish, as well servitors, military or civilian officials of the government, as others who were to plant their portions with English or inland Scottish inhabitants. 2. Servitors in Ireland, who might take mere Irish, English or inland Scottish tenants at their choice. 3. Natives of Ireland, who were to be made freeholders. Each undertaker of a large proportion was required to build thereon castle with a strong court or bawn about it, with 2 years after the date of the letters patent. Each undertaker of a middle portion a stone or brick house with a strong court about it with the same time, and each undertaker of a small proportion a strong court or bawn at the least. No English or Scottish undertaker could be admitted unless he took the oath of supremacy, and he was not to alienate or demise his lands to any of the mere Irish, or to such as would not take the oath. In consideration of the expense invoked in transporting themselves to Ireland, English and Scottish undertakers were to pay an annual rent to the Crown of only £5, 6 shillings and 8 pence for every 1,000 acres. Servitors, £8 for the same proportion. Payment to begin in both cases after the expiration of the 2nd year, whereas the Irish freeholders were to pay rent of £10, 13 shillings and 4 pence, beginning after the expiration of the 1st year. The division of land was to be by lot in order to avoid emulation, and as a guarantee of peaceable possession it was promised that the unruly native element or swordsmen should be removed. The scheme failed to satisfy either undertakers, servitors, or natives. Chichester, when it was forwarded to him for publication, could not conceal his vexation at the narrow and pedantic spirit in which it had been drawn up. It had never, he declared, been his intention to suggest an arithmetical division of the lands, but that each person should receive in proportion to his merits and quality. Apportionment by lot would have the effect of preventing persons who wished to plant together from undertaking at all. Tenure in capite and of the Castle of Dublin was regarded as a grievance which anybody could obtain land elsewhere in common socage. So also the clause respecting building which took no account of the facility or difficulty in obtaining material for the purpose. But it was the treatment of the natives and the proposal to remove the swordsmen that annoyed him most. They were, he insisted, many more Irish claiming and expecting freeholds than was supposed, while any attempt to remove the swordsmen instead of providing for them was sure to cause disturbance. Having thus obtained, however, as it were, entered his protest against the scheme, he prepared to obey his instructions, and while commissioners appointed for the purpose were engaged in drawing the land into lots and mapping down the proportions for the distribution, he exerted himself to the best of his ability, and with some measure of success, to ship off a considerable number of swordsmen to Sweden. The publication of the scheme of plantation had, as may be supposed, elicited numerous offers to undertake from persons in England and Scotland who were either ignorant of the difficulties of the enterprise or were anxious to raise their fortunes by speculating in land. But these were not the sort of undertakers that the government wished to attract. Desirable individuals possessing the necessary capital held aloof from the enterprise, finding, as Chichester predicted, better investment for their money elsewhere. Worst of all, the servitors who were to form the backbone of the undertaking began to withdraw their offers. In this dilemma, the government, foreseeing the possible collapse of the scheme, caused a special offer to be made to the City of London in July 1609, inviting it to undertake for the whole county of Coleraine. The invitation was at first declined, but on being pressed to accept and granted more favourable terms, the city, after sending agents to spy out the land, signed an agreement on January 28, 1610, to undertake. Lists of approved undertakers and servitors were about the same time transmitted to Chichester, and the month of May was fixed for the beginning of the actual work of plantation. But July was drawing to a close before the commissioners for allotting lands could get to work. A beginning was made in County Cavan, where the inhabitants were partly cajoled, partly forced into consenting to submit to the distribution proposed, and to remove into the districts assigned to them. From Cavan, the commissioners proceeded to Fermanagh, taking each county in turn and finding unexpectedly most resistance in Tyrone and Armagh. Sir John Davis was jubilant at the result. "Fervet opus," he wrote, quoting Virgil's description of the building of Carthage. But Chichester was not so entirely satisfied. The appearance of such of the undertakers as had arrived disappointed him, those from England being the most part plain country gentlemen, who may promise much but give small assurance or hopes of performing the appertains to a work of such moment. The Scots, if they came with less money in their purses, were better attended, and he noticed that, contrary to the orders of the plantation, they were speedily in treaty with the natives, promising to get licence that they might remain as tenants, which is so pleasing that people that they will strain themselves to their uttermost to gratify them, hoping, as he conceives, at one time or other to find an opportunity to cut their landlords' throats. The beginning of the next year, 1611, saw numerous fresh arrivals, but the rate of progress was not satisfactory, and on April 13th a proclamation was issued ordering all British undertakers to repair to Ireland before the beginning of May, by which time all natives were required to transplant onto the lands assigned to them either as landlords or tenants. The proposal to remove the natives raised an immediate outcry on the part of those undertakers who were already planting. The crisis predicted by Chichester had arrived. At his suggestion, the Lords of the Privy Council published an order on July 13th, threatening the undertakers with the forfeiture of their bonds unless they complied strictly with the rules of the plantation, but allowing them to retain the services of the natives for another year. The scheme for their removal had in fact broken down. At the same time, in order to obtain precise information as to the actual state of affairs, instructions were given to Lord Carew to make a personal survey of the plantation. His report was not encouraging. Many of the undertakers had never come over. Many, after visiting their lands, had returned home and were trying to sell them. The natives were still in their old quarters and showed no sign of removing, while the servitors, on being expostulated for having done so little, laid the blame on the undertakers who deprived them of the services of the natives. Nevertheless, thanks to the energy of a few servitors, above all the industry of the Scots, the plantation struck its roots deep into the soil of Ulster. That it should have borne permanently the stamp of a Scottish settlement is not without interest, considering the character of the early settlers. For if they were hardly, as they have been described, the scum of the nation, they were certainly not drawn from the best classes of the community. Indeed, the enterprise was not at all favourably regarded in Scotland, insomuch that going for Ireland was looked on as a miserable mark of a deplorable person. It was even turned into a proverb, and one of the worst expressions of disdain that could be invented was to tell a man that Ireland would be his hinder end. Fortunately, though quite unintentionally, what was wanting to the settlers in moral solidity was speedily supplied by James's ecclesiastical policy in Scotland. Presbyterian ministers, whose consciences rebelled against the restoration of episcopacy, sought a refuge and a new sphere of labour in the north of Ireland. Their ministrations were abundantly blessed, not only amongst their countrymen, but amongst the English settlers, to whom Calvinism in its Puritan form was not unacceptable. The character thus impressed on the plantation it never lost, hence the significance of Ulster for the subsequent history of Ireland. End of section 62. Read by Niall Martin, Dublin, 7th of the 6th, 2021.
Section 63 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, The Dutch Republic, by the Reverend G. Edmundson, Part 1. The consequences of the assassination of William the Silent were not so momentous as his enemies had expected. The task undertaken by him had been so far accomplished that his death in no way impaired the firm resolution of the revolted provinces to maintain to the end their desperate struggle against the Spanish tyranny. On the very day of the murder, July 10, 1584, the States of Holland, sitting at Delft, passed a resolution to uphold the good cause, with God's help, without sparing gold or blood. And this resolution was at once forwarded to all officers in command on land and sea. The people, though stirred to indignation by the crime, everywhere preserved a calm and determined attitude. There was no panic, nor was submission thought of for a single instant. William's death had left the government of the country in an amorphous condition. It would indeed be more correct to say that no government existed. When the authority of Philip II had been finally abjured, the sovereignty reverted to the several provinces, and by their delegation was vested in the States General. But that body had only been anxious to find someone able and willing, under proper guarantees, to step into the place forfeited by the Spanish king. Failure and disappointment had attended their first efforts, and they had only been saved from ruin by putting trust in the leadership of the Prince of Orange, who, although he had steadily declined any offer of sovereignty, had guided them by his courage and sagacity through the long years of their desperate struggle. At length, in 1584, William had, though unwillingly, accepted for himself the countship of Holland and Zealand, and had secured for the Duke of Anjou, despite his misdeeds, the lordship over the other provinces. By their almost simultaneous deaths, the sovereignty reverted once more to the States General. It was an extraordinary state of affairs, for when we speak of the sovereignty being vested in the States General, it must be remembered that the States General themselves were possessed of no real authority. They were composed of delegates from a number of provincial states, each of them sovereign. These delegates were simply the mouthpieces of the particular states which they represented, and the opposition of a single province was sufficient to paralyze the action of all the rest. These provincial states, again, were practically representative of the municipal corporations, Vroedschappen, of the great towns. But these Vroedschappen were close, self-co-opting burgher aristocracies with immunities and privileges which made them almost independent, and they were very jealous of their rights. Moreover, instead of there being anything approaching an equality of real power among the sovereign provinces represented in the States General, Holland and Zealand had not only borne the brunt of the war, but were, especially the former, the richest, the most energetic, and the most prosperous among them. They contributed some 4/5 of the charges and furnished the formidable fleets which formed the chief defense of the country. These two, while content to work together, though with many bickerings, looked upon the inland provinces rather as protected dependencies than as allies and equals. Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel naturally resented such an assumption. But now that the great provinces of Brabant and Flanders could no longer be reckoned upon as a bulwark on the southern frontier against the military power of Spain, they found themselves compelled to choose between the bond uniting them to the overbearing Hollanders or submission to Parma. For in the course of the year that followed William's death, resistance to the Spanish forces south of the Meuse had been practically extinguished by the military and diplomatic skill of their great leader. One after another, all the chief towns of Brabant and Flanders, Bruges, Dendermonde, Vilvoorde, Ghent, Brussels, and lastly Antwerp, had fallen before the victorious general of King Philip. The seaports, Ostend and Sluis, alone remained in the hands of the patriots. Thus it is not to be wondered at that the States Generals should have believed their only hope of safety to lie in securing some foreign potentate as their sovereign, who would be able to lend them armed assistance and give unity of purpose to their councils. The only two powers to whom they could turn were the same with whom they had already been in correspondence upon the subject, France and England. Elizabeth, however, had shown so strong a disinclination to embroil herself with Philip for the sake of the Netherlands that despite the deep offense which Anjou had given, negotiations were again on foot at the time of the Duke's death for his return to the country as sovereign with strictly limited powers. The States General therefore determined to adhere to William of Orange's policy on this head, and in the first instance to offer the protectorship of Holland and Zealand and the sovereignty of the other provinces conditionally to Henry III of France. An embassy was dispatched accordingly, but the form of the offer displeased the king, and he was preoccupied with the serious discords in his own kingdom and the dangers which threatened his own throne. He refused to consider the proposal unless the sovereignty of all the provinces were laid at his feet. The negotiation, therefore, came to nothing. 1585. All this time, an influential party in Holland, at whose head was the advocate Paul Buys, was in favor of an English alliance. But Elizabeth was quite as coy as her brother of France. She received the Dutch envoys with fair words, but partly on principle, partly from prudence, declined the proffered sovereignty. All she would undertake was to give a limited amount of military aid on characteristically commercial terms. The towns of Flushing, Brill, and Ramekins were to be handed over to her as pledges for the repayment of her expenses. In the matter of bargaining, the Dutch on this occasion certainly met their match in Queen Elizabeth, who, after the treaty was agreed upon, August 10th, 1585, still spent some months in haggling over petty details. But the fall of Antwerp, which she had not anticipated, hastened her decision. She agreed to dispatch at once 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse, together with the garrisons for the cautionary towns, under the command of her favorite, the Earl of Leicester. He landed at Flushing on December 19th, and received everywhere an enthusiastic welcome. Even the states of Holland, afterward his foes, writing to the Queen that they looked upon him as sent from heaven for their deliverance. There was an eager desire to confer sovereign powers on him, and he was nothing loath. Without consulting Elizabeth, he allowed himself, February 4th, 1586, in the presence of the States General and of Maurice of Nassau, to be solemnly invested with almost absolute authority under the title of Governor-General. Practically the only restrictions placed upon him were that the States General and the provincial states should have the right of assembling on their own initiative, that the existing stadtholders should be irremovable, and that appointments to offices in the several provinces should be made from 2 or 3 names submitted to him by the states. A new Council of State was created in which 2 Englishmen had seats. But Leicester was disappointed. His correspondence clearly shows that he wanted to be, for a time at any rate, in the position of a Roman dictator, though not from mere vanity or for the purpose of robbing the Netherlanders of their liberty, but as a means to an end. But with good intentions he had little sagacity or tact, and he speedily found that his ideas conflicted not merely with those of a people obstinately attached to their time-honored rights and liberties, but with those of his royal mistress herself. Elizabeth received the news of his inauguration to office as Governor-General with high indignation. Leicester was ordered to resign his dignity, and Lord Heneage was dispatched to Holland to rate both him and the States General for their conduct. Not till July did the Queen's favorite succeed in appeasing her wrath, or obtain her consent to his being styled Governor-General, then being addressed as Excellency. The new governor, who could speak no Dutch, and knew nothing of the people with whom he had to deal, speedily found himself in difficulties. On April 4th, 1586, he issued a placard forbidding, on pain of death, all commercial intercourse with the enemy, the exportation of grain, provisions, or other commodities to all countries under the sway of Philip II was henceforth absolutely prohibited. The Spaniards were dependent upon the Dutch for the supply of the necessities of life, and if only these could be effectually cut off, the armies of Parma would be starved out. In this reasoning, however, Leicester left out of account the vital importance of this traffic to the merchants of Holland and Zealand. The purse of Holland and Zealand furnished the sinews of war, and equipped the fleets and paid for the armies, and it was their great carrying and distributing trade which filled the purse. The inland districts, which were constantly exposed to the destructive ravages of the enemy's troops within their borders, were jealous of the greater prosperity of the maritime provinces. Already in 1584, under pressure from their representatives, the States General had attempted to stop the grain traffic with the enemy in the interest of the country at large, but Amsterdam, supported by the states of Holland, had refused to obey the edict, and had carried the day. The yet more stringent prohibition proposed by Leicester at the instigation of the Democratic party at Utrecht, who had a special grudge against the Hollanders, brought upon him their lasting hostility. The course rashly adopted by him was, in fact, really impracticable. Meanwhile, Parma continued to advance further northwards. In June, Grave, and in July, Venloo fell into his hands. Leicester was too much engrossed with the difficulties of internal administration to conduct the operations of war with the necessary vigor. His efforts towards curbing what he regarded as the contumacious opposition of the Holland merchants and regents to his authority only made the breach wider. He surrounded himself with a circle of advisers from the southern Netherlands, the 3 most prominent members of the favored group being Jacques Reingoud, Gerard Pronik, surnamed de Venter, both Brabanters, and Daniel de Burschgrave, a Fleming. On June 26th, Leicester surprised the Council of State by sudden announcement that he had created a Chamber of Finance, to which he had handed over the control of the Treasury. One of the special duties of this chamber was to see that placards against trading with the enemy were stringently enforced, and to effect this it was proposed to arm it with inquisitorial powers, extending even to the inspection of the books of suspected merchants. At its head was placed the Count von Neuenaar, stadholder of Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel, with Rheingoed as Treasurer General and de Burchgrave as Auditor. Leicester's arbitrary act deprived the Council of State of one of the most important of its functions, while foreigners were appointed to offices of financial control. Paul Buys, to whom the post of commissary had been offered, refused to serve under Rheingoed, and notwithstanding his English sympathies, became one of Leicester's most pronounced opponents. Oldenbarnevelt, his successor as advocate of Holland, likewise exerted his great influence with the states of that province to resist the invasion of their rights. The governor, on his part, leant more and more on the support of the Democratic party of Utrecht, who, with the help of Neuenaar, had deprived the old burgher oligarchy of the reins of power. Leicester secured the election of his confidant de Venter as burgomaster of the town, though as a foreigner he was disqualified from holding such an office, and the burgher captains and Calvinist preachers were his staunch partisans and allies. It was highly impolitic for the Governor-General, whose special task was to give unity to the national opposition to Spain, thus to accentuate the differences which divided province from province. But he was resolved to try conclusions with his adversaries, and Paul Buys was arrested at Utrecht and imprisoned. West Friesland had long been merged in the province of Holland, and was known as the North Quarter. Leicester now resolved to revive the semi-independency of former times by appointing Sonoy stadholder of West Friesland, thus openly ignoring the fact that the office was already held by Maurice of Nassau, who, as Admiral General, also had supreme control of the naval forces of Holland and Zealand. The governor, however, took upon himself to erect 3 independent admiralty colleges of Holland, Zealand, and the North Quarter, thus, to the great detriment of the public service, creating a system designed to last as long as the Dutch Republic. He made himself still more unpopular by violently espousing the cause of the extreme Calvinist preachers and zealots, and allowing a so-called National Synod to meet at Dort, June 1586, whose aim was the suppression of all rights and opinions but his own, including those of the large libertine or moderate party, at the head of which stood Oldenbarnevelt, the inheritors of the principles of William of Orange. As the year 1586 drew to its close, Leicester became more and more dissatisfied with his position. He had to draw largely on his private resources to meet his expenses, and his forces were so weak that Parma could have overrun Gelderland and Overijssel with ease had his master but given him a free hand. Philip's attention, however, was absorbed in preparations for the invasion of England, an enterprise for which the cooperation of Parma's army by land was essential. So soon as England had been conquered, the Netherlands could speedily be coerced into submission. Disgusted at the many rebuffs he had suffered, Leicester, towards the end of November, determined to return to England and represent his difficulties in person to the Queen. The exercise of authority during his absence was left in the hands of the Council of State, but this body was merely the executive of the States General, and therefore, in reality, depended upon the support of the states of the sovereign provinces. Besides, distrust was felt at the presence in the council of 2 Englishmen and of Leicester's foreign nominees, and this distrust was speedily intensified by the traitorous surrender to the enemy of de Venter and Zutphen by their English governors Stanley and York. The defection of these 2 adventurers, both of them Catholics formerly in Spanish service, threw suspicion on all Englishmen. Neither the death of the chivalrous Sidney on the field of Warnsfeld, nor the proven gallantry of the Norrises, Cecils, Pelhams, and Russells were allowed to atone for these base and damning acts of treachery, which delivered the line of the Issel into Parma's hand. At the instigation of Oldenbarnevelt, the states of Holland and Zealand determined to act independently both of the States General and the Council. A provincial army was formed, a new oath to the states was imposed on the levies, and additional powers with the title of prince were given to Maurice, under whom the experienced Count Hohenlohe was appointed lieutenant general. In West Friesland, Sonoy was forced to acknowledge his subordination to the stadholder of Holland. Such was the influence of Oldenbarnevelt that he was able to obtain for his measures the concurrence of the States General and of the Council, which was purged of objectionable members. A remonstrance drawn up by him was sent in the name of the States General to Leicester, in which the faults and mistakes of the absent governor were relentlessly exposed. The terms of this document gave great offense to Elizabeth, But it did not suit her policy to abandon the cause of the Netherlands, and an accommodation was patched up. In July 1587, Leicester returned to his post, welcomed by his partisans, but coldly and suspiciously received by the Holland leaders. His success or failure depended now upon his attitude towards the states of Holland and the States General, in which Holland was dominant. He came back determined to master them, but his conduct had already raised a question, which for 2 centuries was to divide the Dutch people into opposing parties: the question of the sovereignty of the provinces. Elaborate arguments were brought forward to show that the sovereign power formerly exercised by Charles V and Philip II had, by the abjuration of his sovereignty, become vested in the states of each several province. Hence, it would follow that Leicester, as governor, was subordinate to the states as Margaret of Parma had been to King Philip. This assumption of the states of Holland was historically indefensible, but Olden Barneveld had offered to resign his post as advocate in April rather than yield on this head. He thus founded a party with whom the question of provincial sovereignty became a principle, and the unwise attempts of a foreigner to erect a democratic dictatorship at the expense of the burgher oligarchies intensified a particularism, which was for many years to prejudice the national action and the best interests of the country. Leicester's motives were probably good, and his supporters were numerous and active, but he had not in him the makings of a statesman. One of the first effects of his continuous struggle for supremacy with the states of Holland was the failure to relieve Sluys, which important seaport on August 5th fell into the hands of Parma. Had Farnese not been occupied with other projects, it is indeed difficult to see how, in this time of division and cross-purposes amongst his opponents, his further advance could have been arrested. Leicester would have been powerless to offer an effective resistance. His political efforts, though backed by such skillful and influential partisans as De Venter at Utrecht, Sonoy in the North Quarter, and Aysma in Friesland, failed against the firm resolve of the states of Holland and their able leader. All his attempts to create a revolution by the overthrow of the supremacy of the regents in the principal towns miscarried. Dispirited at last by a fruitless struggle, and in broken health, he on August 6, 1587, finally turned his back definitely on the country which had, as he thought, treated him so badly. Non gregem sed ingratos invitus decero was the motto inscribed on a medal struck upon the occasion. He came back a poor man. The position of the states at the beginning of 1588 appeared all but desperate. Their army was weak in numbers and in discipline, and without leaders of repute, the provinces themselves were split into contending parties and jealous of each other. They had no allies to whom they could turn for help. Opposed to them stood the first general of his time, at the head of a large and seasoned force, which he had led to repeated triumphs. Already the whole country to the east of the Yssel and to the south of the Meuse and the Wall was practically in his hands. His plans were laid for completing the work so well begun, and had he been unhampered, Parma would have, in all probability, in a couple of campaigns, crushed out the revolt in the northern Netherlands. He was not, however, destined to have a free hand. King Philip had set his heart upon the conquest of England by the Invincible Armada. In vain Parma urged that the subjugation of the rebel states was now in the king's power, and that it was not only wise, but necessary to finish the one task before embarking upon another. The Duke was ordered to collect an immense fleet of transports at Sluys and Dunkirk, and to hold his army in readiness for crossing the Channel, so soon as the Great Armada appeared in the offing to act as his convoy. The story of what ensued is told elsewhere. The weary months of waiting, and the failure of Parma to put to sea in the face of the swarms of Dutch privateers that kept watch and ward to oppose his egress, gave breathing time to the provinces, and at the same time filled the mind of the suspicious Philip with distrust of his nephew. Moreover, the scheming brain of the Spanish king, undeterred by the crushing disaster of his invincible fleet, was already busy with projects of aggrandizement in France, so that instead of being able to devote his energies to the reconquest of the Netherlands, during the remainder of his life Parma was chiefly occupied with futile expeditions into French territory. Thus, just when it seemed that nothing could avert the complete subjugation of the United Provinces, the attention of their adversary was fixed on other costly enterprises, and the resources of Spain, already gravely crippled, were drained to exhaustion. After the departure of Leicester, it seemed as if the loose federation of the United Provinces must fall apart through its own inherent separatist tendencies, and the utter lack of any workable machinery of government. The executive power was nominally vested in the Council of State, but the presence upon it of the local English commander and of 2 other English members weakened its authority, and rendered it unacceptable to the provinces, especially to Holland, whose representation upon it in no way corresponded to her position and influence. Gradually, therefore, the States General curtailed its powers, and consulted it less, until a few years later it complained that all the most important affairs of the provinces were determined and carried out without its cognizance. At the instigation of Oldenbarnevelt, the states of Holland and Zeeland determined to act independently both of the States General and the Council. This great statesman, the real founder of the Dutch Republic, as it was known to history, with consummate ability took advantage of the interval of comparative repose which followed the withdrawal of the English governor in order to gather into his own hands the reins of administration. Johann von Oldenbarnevelt was born at Amersfoort in 1547. After he had begun practice as an advocate at The Hague, he became a fiery adherent of Orange, and bore arms at the time of the sieges of Haarlem and Leyden. In 1576 he was appointed pensionary of Rotterdam, and thus became a member of the States of Holland. His industry and powers of persuasion, and his practical grasp of affairs, soon won him his prominence, and having in 1586 been chosen Land's advocate in succession to Paul Buys, he filled that important post for the next 32 years, thus exercising a commanding influence on the affairs of his country, and upon general European politics. For though the advocate was nominally only the paid servant of the provincial states of Holland, yet the permanency of his office and the multiplicity of his functions gave to a man of great ability a controlling voice in all discussions, and almost unlimited authority in the details of administration. As practically minister of all affairs, Oldenbarnevelt became in a sense the political personification of the province whose servant he was, and of which he was the mouthpiece in the assembly of the States General. Thus it came to pass that a many-headed system of government, whose divided sovereignty and hopelessly complicated checks and counter-checks appeared to forbid united action or strong councils, acquired motive power, which enabled it to work with a certain degree of smoothness and efficiency. The voice of Oldenbarnevelt was that of the province of Holland, and the voice of Holland, which bore more than half of the entire charges of the Union, was dominant in the States General. But the Dutch Republic, in these first years of its consolidation as a federal state, required the services of the soldier quite as much as those of the statesman. Fortunately, in Maurice of Nassau, a great commander arose, who possessed precisely the qualifications needed. Maurice was only 17 years of age at the time of his father's murder, and was at once appointed in his place Stadtholder of Holland and Zeeland, and also first member of the Council of State. During the next few years he had busied himself in the study of mathematics, and acquiring both technical and practical acquaintance with the art of war. He served in several campaigns under Hohenlohe, and from the first devoted himself seriously to the task of gaining a thorough knowledge of military tactics. He was a born soldier. Politics had no attraction for him. In August 1588 he was created Captain General and Admiral of the Union by the States General, and, in succession to Neuenaar, who died in April 1589, he was elected by the provinces of Utrecht, Gelderland, and Overijssel to be their stadtholder. All these stadholderates, with the single exception of Friesland, of which his cousin William Louis of Nassau was stadtholder, were thus united in the person of Maurice. As, in addition to this, he was charged with the supreme control in military and naval affairs, Oldenbarnevelt found ready to his hand an instrument capable of carrying out his plans and of translating policy into action. Many years were to pass before there arose even the faintest suspicion or jealousy or opposition between these two men, both so capable and ambitious. Their spheres of interest were distinct, and the younger man was content to leave in the hands of his father's trusted friend the entire management of the affairs of state. His own thoughts were centered on the training of armies and the conduct of campaigns. The stadtholder of Friesland, William Louis of Nassau, the son of John, was the cousin and lifelong confidant and adviser of Maurice, who owed to him his first instruction in military knowledge, and who could always rely on his far-sighted prudence and discretion. Of blameless life, sincerely religious, a firm adherent of the Reformed faith, William Louis was at the same time broad-minded and statesmanlike in his views of men and things, like the great-uncle whose daughter he married. He was a reformer of military science on principles drawn from a study of Greek and Roman writers, a commander of far more than ordinary ability, yet modest withal, aiming always at the good of the common cause rather than at his own personal fame or advantage. It was by his counsel and persuasion that the States General at length consented in 1590 to alter their military policy. Hitherto it had been assumed as a kind of axiom that the troops of the States could not oppose the Spaniards in the field, and the efforts of the Netherlanders had been strictly confined to the defensive. But the army of the States had been transformed by the assiduous exertions of Maurice and William Lewis both in discipline, mobility, and armament, and though composed of a medley of nationalities, English, Scotch, French, and Germans, as well as Netherlanders, had become as a fighting machine not inferior in quality to its adversaries. William Lewis had for some time been urging upon the States to take advantage of Parma's embarrassments by the adoption of offensive in place of defensive tactics. And at last, in 1590, at the time of the first expedition of the Duke into France, the joint efforts of both stadtholders to this end at length overcame the timidity of the burgher deputies. The tide of the Spanish advance had already begun to turn in the spring of that year. On March 3rd, a body of 78 Netherlanders, concealed in a vessel laden with peat, had taken Breda by surprise. In the autumn, Maurice, at the head of a small column, after failing to capture Nijmegen by a coup de main, raided the whole of North Brabant and took some dozen small places from the enemy. The year 1591 was a year of surprising triumphs. Zutphen, unexpectedly attacked, fell into the hands of Maurice and William Lewis after a 5 days' siege on May 20. Deventer was next beleaguered, and though gallantly defended by Herman Vandenberg, a cousin of Maurice, surrendered on June 20. The army then moved upon Groningen, but on hearing that Parma was besieging the fort of Nootsenburg, Maurice hastened to its relief, routed the enemy's cavalry, and compelled him to retire. A sudden movement southward to Zeeland brought the stadtholder before the town of Hulst in the land of Was, which surrendered after 3 days' investment. Then, returning upon his steps, the indefatigable leader finished up an extraordinary campaign by the seizure of Nijmegen, October 21. At the age of 24 years, Maurice now took his place among the first generals of his time. The next year, 1592, saw Parma once more marching into France for the relief of Rouen, and the way lay open to the stadtholders for freeing Friesland and the Zuider Zee from the hold of the Spaniard. The Spanish forces in the north were under the command of their old chief Verdugo, who regarded the 2 fortresses of Steenwijk and Coevorden as quite impregnable. The English auxiliaries under Vere had been sent to France, and Maurice's army was thus weakened. But the stadtholder's scientific skill in the art of beleaguering was able to accomplish what was regarded as impossible. Steenwijk fell on June 5 after a gallant defense, and despite the utmost efforts of Verdugo to raise the siege of Coevorden, that place also surrendered on September 12. Shortly afterwards, on December 3rd, the most redoubtable adversary of the States was removed by the death of Parma. Broken in spirit and ill from the effects of a wound, he had retired to Spa. He had long forfeited the confidence of the king, and died while on his way to meet the Count of Puentes, who had arrived at Brussels with a royal letter of recall. Until the arrival of the new governor, Archduke Ernest, his post was filled by the old Count of Mansfeld. The great event of Maurice's campaign of 1593 was the siege and capture of Geertruidenberg, the only town of Holland in the possession of the Spaniards which closed important waterways. The conduct of this siege, sometimes called the Roman Leaguer, from the astonishing scientific skill with which the methods of the ancients were applied in the construction of the besiegers' lines at approaches, put the crown upon Maurice's fame. Despite the neighborhood of Mansfeld with an army of 14,000 men, the town was taken June 25 after a siege of 3 months' duration. In the following year, the stadtholder's attention was once more turned to the north. After a 2-month siege, Groningen surrendered under the so-called Treaty of Reduction. This defined the terms on which the town, with the Omenlanden, became a province of the Union known as the Stadt en Landen. William Lewis was appointed its stadtholder. Maurice's 4 offensive campaigns had practically cleared the soil of the federated provinces from the presence of the Spanish garrisons, and the authority of the States General was now established within the defensible limits of a well-rounded and compact territory. End of section 63. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas. Section 64 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, The Dutch Republic, by the Reverend G. Edmundson, Part 2. In January 1595, Henry IV of France had declared war upon Spain, and sought a close alliance with the United Provinces. Thus, Archduke Ernest, as Viceroy of the Netherlands, found himself in a most difficult position. He had hostile armies on both sides of him, and the resources of Spain were already so exhausted that no money was forthcoming for the payment of troops. In these circumstances, Philip urged the Archduke to make an effort for peace with the States on equitable conditions upon the lines of the pacification of Ghent. But the States were in no mood to accept any conditions which recognized in any shape the sovereignty of Philip, and the king was unwilling to recognize their independence. The negotiations came to nothing. The arrival of Archduke Ernest in the southern Netherlands had been greeted with enthusiasm. Rumor pointed to his marriage with the Infanta and to the establishment at Brussels of a national government under their rule. But these expectations were speedily doomed to disappointment by the sudden death of the Archduke, February 20th, 1595. His place was taken ad interim by the Count of Fuentes, a Spanish grandee of the school of Alva, but a very capable commander. His year's administration of affairs was attended by more success in the field than had attended the Spanish arms since 1587. The efforts of the Allies in Luxembourg and along the southern frontier at Cambrai and Huy ended in failure. All the advantages of the campaign rested with the Spaniards. A serious disaster had meanwhile occurred to a portion of the States Army under Maurice. The stadtholder had made an attempt to seize Groenlo by surprise, but the veteran Mondragon had hastened to its relief. For months the two armies lay watching one another, but without coming to a decisive action. In a chance encounter on September 1st, a small troop of cavalry, sent out by Maurice to intercept a body of Spanish foragers, was completely defeated, and its leaders, Philip of Nassau, brother of the stadtholder of Friesland, and a brilliant scion of his house, and his cousin Ernest of Solras, were killed. Ernest of Nassau, Philip's brother, was taken prisoner. At the beginning of 1596, Fuentes was replaced as governor by Cardinal Archduke Albert of Austria, the favorite nephew of Philip, a far more capable man than his brothers, both as statesman and soldier. He brought with him reinforcements and some money, and finding the army well disciplined and ready for action, he resolved to emulate, if possible, the successes of the previous year. But Fuentes had departed, and both Verdugo and Mondragon had died immediately before his arrival. In the lack of Spanish generals of repute, Albert gave the command to a French refugee, the Seigneur de Rosnay. At this time, a considerable body of the state's troops were with Henry IV, who was besieging La Fère. His lines were so strong that it seemed hopeless to attempt to raise the siege by a direct attack. But acting on the advice of Rosna, Albert's army suddenly advanced upon Calais, which was unprepared, and quickly surrendered to the Spaniards. It was a heavy and humiliating loss to the French, for which the capture of La Fère offered scant compensation. The Archduke, by the recapture of Hulst, followed up this striking success. Maurice had been so weakened by the detachment of his troops serving in France that he had been unable to attempt any offensive operations, nor was he able to prevent the powerful Spanish army from effecting the capture of Hulst, dearly purchased by 5,000 lives, including that of Rosna himself. Albert, like his predecessor, had begun with futile peace overtures. The States General, on the contrary, were at this time engaged upon other negotiations, the issue of which marked a stage in the history of the United Provinces. Before the close of the year there was concluded between England, France, and the States a triple alliance, which had to be purchased by hard conditions, but which proclaimed the recognition by England and France of the United Provinces as a free and independent state. The States General undertook to maintain an army of 8,000 men in the Netherlands, to send an auxiliary force of 4,000 men to France, and lastly to give up the privilege, so important to the mercantile classes in Holland, of free trade with the enemy. The consent of the states of Holland to this requirement was obtained only with the greatest difficulty, and after it had been conceded, it was systematically evaded. The traffic with Spain and Portugal was still carried on clandestinely, and as the alliance was but of short duration, the forbidden trade was soon almost as vigorous as ever. The states, in fact, quickly found that their allies had agreed upon a secret treaty behind their backs, and it was necessary for them to look carefully to their own interests. Meanwhile, it was not the fault of the Netherlanders that the results attained were not more considerable. At hardly any stage of his career did the brilliant military talents of Maurice shine more conspicuously than in the campaign of 1597. It began with the astonishing victory of Turnhout. Near that village lay a considerable force under the command of an officer named Verax, which ravaged the neighborhood far and near. In January, while the armies were still in their winter quarters, Maurice, at the head of a body of troops rapidly collected from various garrison towns, set out with such secrecy and dispatch that he arrived quite unexpectedly within a few miles of Verax's camp. The Spanish general determined to effect a retreat under cover of the night. Maurice set out in pursuit with his cavalry only and a couple of hundred musketeers mounted behind the riders, less than 800 men in all. He came up with the enemy just in time to prevent their making an escape behind a morass, and at once gave orders to charge. Verax did his utmost to draw up his wearied troops in order of battle, but no time was given him, and the rout was complete. In half an hour all was over. Out of a force of some 4,500 men, 2,000 were killed, among them Verax himself. 500 prisoners were taken, and 38 standards. Maurice lost only 8 or 10 men, and was back at the Hague within a week, having freed North Brabant and Zeeland from the incursions of the enemy. The summer campaign was one long succession of triumphs for the States. The Archduke had not enough money to maintain a large army on both his northern and his southern frontier, and had resolved to direct his chief attention to the French side. Henry IV was in even worse want of means, and the capture by the Spaniards of Amiens, with a quantity of stores, was a severe blow to him. But the way was now open to Maurice for prosecuting siege after siege without fear of interference. Rheinberg, Meurs, Grunloh, Bredevoort, Eschende, Uitmarsum, Oldenzaal, and Lingen all fell into his hands, and a very large district was added to the territory acknowledging the authority of the States General. The advantages of the French alliance, however, had ceased before the opening of another campaign on May 2, 1598. Henry concluded peace with Philip at Vervins. In vain the States had done their utmost to prevent this result. They were more successful with Elizabeth, to whom they sent an embassy in which Oldenbarnevelt personally took part. She consented to continue the war with Spain on condition that the States repaid by installments her loan to them, and agreed to send a large force to England in case of a Spanish invasion. On the other hand, she consented henceforth to have only one representative on the Council of State, and to allow the English troops in the service of the Netherlands, including among these the garrisons of the cautionary towns, to take the oath of allegiance to the States General. It had been for some time the intention of Philip to marry his eldest daughter, Isabel Clara Eugenia, to her cousin, Archduke Albert, and to erect the Netherland provinces into a sovereign state under their joint rule. Philip wished to conciliate the Netherlanders by conceding to them the appearance of independence, but the contract and a secret agreement which accompanied it was intended not only to secure the reversion of the provinces to the crown of Spain in case the Archduke should be childless, but to keep them in many respects subordinate to Spain and under Spanish suzerainty. Philip was undoubtedly prompted to take this step, in the first place, by affection for a daughter to whom he was deeply attached, and in the second place by his sincere zeal for the Catholic faith. Both Albert and Isabel possessed many qualities which fitted them to the difficult task. In May the instrument was signed which erected the old Burgundian provinces into a separate state under the rule of a descendant of Charles the Bold. In September Philip II died. In November the Archduke Albert, who had resigned his ecclesiastical dignities, was married by proxy to the Infanta, who was still in Spain. The old regime had passed away. The hopes of reunion and of peace placed upon the advent of the archdukes were speedily dissipated. Even in the south, the new sovereigns were received without enthusiasm and with suspicion. It was felt that a government was being set up, imbued with Spanish ideas, guided by Spanish counselors, and relying on Spanish garrisons. The war and the Inquisition had effectually crushed out all life and enterprise in the southern provinces, and the mere presence of a resident court and well-intentioned rulers at Brussels could do little to restore a ruined and desolate land. Very different was the state of things north of the Scheldt. Here the long struggle for existence had filled the people with a new spirit, and so far from bringing in their train exhaustion and misery, the very burden of the war had been productive of unexampled prosperity. Nothing in history is more remarkable than the condition of the United Provinces, and especially of the provinces of Holland and Zealand, at the end of 30 years of incessant warfare. They had become the chief trading country of the world. The riveting of the Spanish yoke upon Brabant and Flanders by the arms of Parma had driven the wealthiest and most enterprising of the inhabitants of Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent to take refuge in Holland and Zeeland, whither they brought with them their energy, their commercial knowledge, and their experience of affairs. The Hollanders and Zealanders were above all things seafaring folk, and their industries had up to the time of the revolt been all connected with the sea. Their fisheries, and especially the herring fishery, employed many thousands of boats and fishermen, and were a great source of wealth. They were the carriers whose ships brought the corn and the timber from the Baltic, the wines from Spain and France, the salt from the Cape Verde Islands, to the wharves and warehouses of the Zuider Zee and the Meuse, and again distributed them to foreign markets. Had the Hollanders and Zealanders not been able to keep the seas open to their ships, the revolt must have collapsed very speedily. As it was, their trade with each succeeding year grew and prospered. Even the Spaniards themselves were dependent upon their hated enemies for the very necessities of life, and the Dutchmen did not scruple to supply their foes when it was to their own profit. Thus trade thrived by the war, and the war was maintained by the wealth poured into the country, while the crushing burden of the taxes was lightened by the product of the charges for licenses and convoys, which were really paid by the foreigner. Commerce became a passion with the Hollanders and Zealanders, and eagerness after gain by the expansion of trade possessed itself of all classes. The armies commanded by Maurice were mainly composed of foreigners. The Netherlanders themselves made the sea their element. In 1587, 800 vessels passed through the Sound for corn and timber. In 1590, the Dutchmen, not content with carrying the corn as far as Spain southward, penetrated into the Mediterranean and supplied Genoa, Naples, and other Italian towns with their commodities, and shortly afterwards they made their way to Constantinople and the Levant, under a permit from the Sultan obtained by the good offices of Henry IV. So greatly had this trade grown by the end of the century that in 1601 between 800 and 900 vessels sailed from Amsterdam for the Baltic to fetch corn within 3 days. Scarcely less remarkable was the expansion of the timber trade. In 1596 the first sawmill was erected in Zaandam. During the decade that followed, the shores of the Zaan became the staple of the timber trade of Europe. At the neighboring ports of Hume and Enkhuizen, shipbuilding attained a perfection unknown in other lands. The cloth and the linen trades also flourished, introduced by the skilled Flemish weavers who fled from persecution to Leyden and Haarlem. English cloth was imported to Holland to be dyed, and was sold as Dutch. Nor was the enterprise of this nation of traders confined to the European seas. The Gold Coast of Africa, both the Indies, and even distant China, allured adventurers to seek, in these distant regions, at the expense of the hated Spaniard who claimed monopoly of the oceans east and west alike, fortunes surpassing those which were made in Europe. A certain Balthazar de Moucheron, a merchant of French extraction, who had been settled in Antwerp and fled from that city to Middelburg at the time of its capture by Parma, was the pioneer in these first efforts at a world-wide expansion of commerce. His earliest attempt was directed to the opening out of trade with Russia. In 1584 he established a factory at Archangel on the White Sea. This intercourse with the far north led to a scheme for reaching China and the East by the route of northern Asia, for which, after laying his plans before the stadholder and the advocate, Moucheron secured the support of the states of Holland. In 1594 2 small vessels sailed from the Texel under William Barentz. They succeeded in passing through the Waigots in open water, but were quickly stopped by ice. Undeterred by the failure, a larger fleet under Heemskerk and Barentz in 1596 essayed the same venture. Amidst incredible sufferings, the winter was passed on the inhospitable shores of Nova Zembla. Barentz himself perished, but a remnant under Heemskerk made their escape home. The effort again was fruitless, but the story of these brave men's wintering in the frozen polar seas fascinated their contemporaries. The first voyage to the Gold Coast of Guinea was undertaken by Barent Eriksson of Medemblik in 1593, and from this time forward an ever-increasing number of ships made their way to the various river mouths of the Bight of Guinea and established friendly relations and a lucrative trade with the natives of the country. The first actual conquest on this coast was made by a large expedition dispatched in 1598 by Balthasar de Moucheron for the seizure of the island del Principe. But before this, the daring enterprise of the two brothers Houtman had carried the Netherlands flag to the shores of India and the Malay archipelago. The way thither was no secret, for numerous Dutch sailors served on Portuguese ships and had thus learned the route to Mozambique, Goa, and Malacca. The iterarium of the famous traveller Jan Haugen Linschoten, a native of Enkhuizen who spent 5 years in the East Indies, aroused universal interest. Already, during the period of the Leicester regime, Linschoten found many of his countrymen occupying positions of trust in various parts of the Far East. Linschoten in 1594 went out as commissary of the States of Holland on the first expedition sent by Moucheron to discover the Northwest Passage. At this very time another expedition was being prepared by certain Amsterdam merchants to sail direct for the Indies by the usual route round the Cape. The moving spirit of this voyage was Cornels Houtman of Gouda, who, like Linschoten, had been in the Portuguese ships, and who, as upper commissary, was in command of the 4 vessels which set sail on April 2, 1595. They visited Madagascar, Java, Goa, and Malacca with varied fortunes, and after many dangers and hardships, reached Amsterdam once more in July 1597. Several small companies were now formed for exploiting the rich regions which had, for so long, been the preserve of the Portuguese. 3 at Amsterdam, 2 at Rotterdam, 2 in Zeeland, 1 at Delft. In 1598, no less than 8 large East India merchantmen were dispatched by 3 of these companies. A new source of national wealth had been discovered, and the only fear was that the trade would be ruined by the unlimited competition. Hitherto, the principle of Dutch commerce had been that of absolute free trade. Now, for the first time, a monopoly was created under the auspices of Oldenbarnevelt, and by the efforts of the States of Holland a charter was, on March 20, 1601, granted to an East India Company for 21 years. This company received, under certain restrictions, the exclusive right of trade to the East Indies under the protection of the States General, and was allowed to erect factories and forts, and to make alliances and treaties with the native princes and potentates, appoint governors, and employ troops. The company was divided into chambers, corresponding to the various small companies which had been amalgamated. The supreme government lay with a body known as the 17, on which Amsterdam had 8 representatives, Zeeland 4, the Meuse and North Quarter each 2, the last 3 having the right of jointly electing a 3rd member. This great company thus came into existence a short time before its English rival, and has the distinction of being the first of all chartered companies, and the model imitated by its many successors. Not content even with this extension of the sphere of their commercial enterprises and its vast possibilities, the eyes of the keen and eager traders were already turning westward as well as eastward. Netherlanders had first made acquaintances with the West Indies and Brazil in the Spanish or Portuguese service, and in 1593 Barent Eriksson, in his voyage to Guinea, had proceeded across the Atlantic to Brazil. It was, however, the fame of Raleigh's voyages and his account of the golden city of Manoa and the fabled riches of Guiana that spurred on the imagination of the adventurous Hollanders and Zealanders with feverish dreams of untold wealth, and led them to follow in his steps. Moucheron was again among the pioneers, and Dutch trading ships laden with articles of barter were to be found entering the Amazon, coasting along the shores of Guiana, and returning with cargoes of salt from the mines of Punta del Rey beyond the Orinoco. A certain Wilhelm Uselinx, also a Flemish refugee, first began to make his name known in the last decade of the 16th century as a strenuous advocate for the creation of a chartered West India Company. He did not succeed at this time, but for a quarter of a century he gave himself unceasingly to the task of urging upon the authorities the advantages and profits to be obtained by the establishment of colonies upon the American continent. Thus, then, their war for life and death had stirred the sluggish blood of the Dutch people, and had aroused in them a most extraordinary spirit of energy and enterprise. Peace overtures, unless accompanied by the concession of all their demands, were unlikely to find acceptance among traders thriving at the expense of their enemies, and dreading lest the cessation of warfare should close to them their best markets. Albert and Isabel did not make their joyeuse entree into Brussels until the close of 1599. During the absence of the Archduke, the Spanish armies had been under the command of the Admiral of Aragon, Mendoza, who, making the Duchy of Cleves his headquarters, had mastered Wesel, Rheinberg, and other strong places on the Rhine. The eastern provinces were still mainly Catholic and contained many Spanish sympathizers. But in spite of disputes and discontents in Friesland, and still more in Groningen, Maurice, at the head of a small army, more than held his own. The difficulty of raising taxes in these provinces, and also in Drenthe, Overijssel, and Gelderland, inclined the States General and the States of Holland during 1599 to content themselves with defensive warfare. In the following year, however, it was determined to raise a large force for offensive operations, and to undertake an invasion of Flanders with a view to the capture of Dunkirk. This seaport had for years been a nest of audacious pirates, who, by lying in wait for the Dutch merchantmen in the narrow seas, had become a constantly increasing menace and danger to navigation. All efforts to check the corsairs by armed force had proved in vain, though in the fierce fights which took place no quarter was given or taken. For the extirpation of the pirates by means of a land attack, an army of 12,000 men was embarked at Rammekens June 21st, 1600, under the command of the stadtholder. The plan was to convey the troops by sea direct to Ostend, which had always throughout the war remained in the hands of the States, and was their sole possession in Flanders. Hence to march straight along the seashore, and after capturing Newport, to use it as a base for the further advance on Dunkirk. Curiously enough, this bold scheme of operations was proposed and carried out by the States General. In other words, by Oldenbarnevelt, who was supreme in that assembly. In spite of the opposition of Maurice and William Lewis, both of whom, together with all the other experienced military leaders, were adverse to so extremely hazardous an enterprise. Oldenbarnevelt had persuaded their high mightinesses that the moment was opportune for such a stroke, because a large part of the Archduke's troops were in open mutiny for lack of pay, and it was known that he had no funds for satisfying them. Maurice, on the other hand, believed it unsafe to denude the United Provinces of their entire field army and expose it, when far away from its base in an enemy's country, to the risk of being cut off and possibly destroyed. The States General, however, persisted, and Maurice now set to work with his usual thoroughness. At his request, however, a deputation of the States General took up their residence in Ostend to share the responsibility of the commander. Difficulties arose from the outset. Prevented from sailing by contrary winds, the army was forced to land in Flanders at Sas de Ghent, and to march by land to Newport. On June 27th, the fort of Udenburg was taken, and a garrison left in it. On July 1st, Maurice reached Newport and proceeded to invest the town. Meanwhile, the archdukes had not been idle. By lavish promises, Albert and Isabel succeeded in winning back the mutineers, and with great rapidity 10,000 foot and 1,500 cavalry were gathered together, all of them seasoned troops. With this army the Archduke quickly followed on the tracks of Maurice, seized Udenburg by surprise on July 1st, and thus cut off the communications of the stadtholder with Ostend and the United Provinces. The news of the rapid approach of the enemy was brought to Maurice by a fugitive. It found the States Army separated in two parts by the tidal creek which formed the harbor of Newport, and which only could be crossed at low water. A few miles to the north, a small marshy stream over which on the previous morning Maurice had thrown a bridge at Leffingen entered the sea. He now dispatched his cousin Ernest Casimir with 2,000 infantry, Scots and Zealanders, and 4 squads of cavalry to seize the bridge and hold it against the Archduke until he was able to extricate the main body of the States Army from their dangerous position. When Ernest Casimir arrived at Leffingen, the bridge was already in Albert's hands. But he drew up his small force in battle order on the downs to check the further advance of the Spaniards. Then ensued one of those unaccountable panics which sometimes seize the bravest soldiers. The Dutch cavalry turned their backs at the first onset, and their example infected the infantry, who, throwing away their arms, rushed along the downs and onto the beach in headlong flight. Upwards of 600 were butchered or drowned, the chief loss falling upon the Scots. The sight of vessels putting out of the harbor of Newport, and the argument that never yet had Netherlanders withstood the Spanish veterans in the open field, determined Albert to give the order to advance. Meanwhile, the ebb had enabled Maurice to march his troops across the haven and draw them up in line of battle on the downs. The ships that had been seen by the Spaniards were his transports, sent by him out of the harbor, probably to save them from the risk of being set on fire by the garrison at Newport while he and his army were fighting on the Downs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of July 2nd, the battle was formed. A brilliant charge of the state's cavalry under Louis Gunther of Nassau opened the proceedings, and then the solid mass of the Spaniards and Italian foot, veterans who had conquered in many a hard-fought field, fell upon the vanguard of Maurice's army, consisting of 2,600 English and 2,800 Frisians under Sir Francis Vere. For more than 3 hours every hillock and hollow of the sandy dunes was contested on both sides, hand to hand, backwards and forwards as the conflict flowed, until at last the gallant Vere himself was carried from the field severely wounded. Then the Englishmen and Frisians slowly gave way foot by foot, with their faces still to the foe. Louis Gunther's cavalry attempted to relieve them by a fierce charge, but it was driven back in confusion, and when the Archduke, who had been in the thick of the fight all day, ordered up his reserves, the state's army began to retire in disorder. All seemed lost. But Maurice, conspicuous by his orange plumes, threw himself into the ranks of the fugitives and succeeded in rallying a portion of his troops. The effect was instantaneous, for their adversaries in turn were thoroughly worn out by their 2 battles in the same day. A momentary pause in their advance enabled Maurice, with the keen eye of a great captain, to hurl upon their flank 3 squadrons of cavalry that he had kept as a last reserve. Scarcely offering any resistance, the army of the Archduke fell into inextricable confusion, turned their backs, and fled. Albert himself only just succeeded in making his escape to Bruges. Of his army, 5,000 were killed, above 700 were made prisoners, among them a number of distinguished officers, including Mendoza, and 105 standards were taken. Thus Maurice and his army were saved from the very jaws of destruction. But though the fame of the victory, which showed that even in the open field the dreaded Spanish infantry were not invincible, spread through Europe, it was in reality a barren triumph. In spite of the opposition of the states, Maurice resolved to run no more risks. He led back his army to Holland and attempted no further active operations. At this time were sown the seeds of the unhappy dissension between the stadtholder and the advocate. During the next 3 years, the siege of Ostend, July 15, 1601, September 20, 1604, occupied the energies of both combatants. The Archduke Albert had made up his mind to capture this seaport, which in the hands of the Dutch was a perpetual thorn in the side of Flanders. But the town was open to the sea, and was continually supplied from Zeeland with provisions, munitions, and reinforcements. Its first governor, Sir Francis Vere, was followed by a succession of brave and capable men, the majority of whom died fighting. Never was a more valorous defense, never a more obstinate attack. It was a long story of mines and countermines, of desperate assaults and bloody repulses, of fort after fort captured, only to find fresh forts and new lines of defense constructed by the indefatigable garrison. The efforts of Maurice in 1601 were confined to the recapture of the Rhine fortresses, Rheinberg and Meurs. In 1602, the important stronghold of Grave on the Meuse surrendered to him after a 2-month siege. In the autumn of 1603, Marquis Ambrosio de Spinola assumed command of the Spanish forces before Ostend. He was a rich Genoese banker who, though without any experience of war, had offered his services and his money to the archdukes, promising them that he would take Ostend. He kept his word. With a reckless expenditure of life, what was left of the town fell piece by piece into his hands. At length, in April 1604, the stadtholder yielded somewhat sullenly to the pressing request of the States General and led an army of 11,000 men into Flanders, seeking to relieve the pressure upon Ostend by laying siege to the equally important seaport of Sluys. It fell into his hands in August. Ostend was now at its last gasp, and the stadtholder was ordered to essay its relief by a direct march against Spinola's investing army. Maurice and William Lewis protested, but their protests were overruled. Before, however, they began to march southwards, Ostend had been surrendered September 20th. The town had already ceased to exist, and Spinola found himself, after all, the meister of a heap of confused and hideous ruins. The siege had lasted 3 years and 77 days, and had cost the archdukes, according to some authorities, the lives of more than 70,000 soldiers. The gallant defenders had succeeded in draining away the main strength of the Belgian forces and in exhausting the resources of the Brussels treasury, and before they had surrendered the poor little town on the sand dunes with its miserable harbor, the States had in Sluys possessed themselves of another Flemish seaport, far more commodiously situated and enabling them to command the southern entrance to the Scheldt. Sleys was strongly garrisoned, and Frederick Henry, the Maurice's younger brother, now 20 years of age, was appointed its governor. End of section 64. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas.